Welcome to the 2024 North Suncoast Media Day for high school football. We have 24 teams representing Sumner, Hernando, Citrus, and Pasco County. The first team will be the South Sumner Raiders, coached by Ty Lawrence, followed by the Wesley Chapel Wildcats. Coach, you'll have a few minutes for an opening statement.
First of all, thanks for having us. We've had a great off season so far, and our kids are getting ready, itching to get started. We've been very fortunate over the years to be in a successful program. We've lost 3 games in the last 2 years, all to state champs, and leading 2 of those teams at halftime. So we feel like we're really close to being at that level, and we're extremely excited about this coming season. Have a lot of players back. We know what our goals are, and our kids are working hard to make sure those goals become reality. And so it's been a great off season. Our weightlifting team finished state runner-up in the state, and our coaches have been working extremely hard, and so have our players. And so we're ready to get started. We're excited. We've got a challenging schedule ahead of us, and I've never been more excited about a season starting than this one.
Thank you, Coach. We're going to pass it on to bring the media up to the podium.
Good morning, Coach. Let's start off with first game of the season. You announced you guys going to Nashville. Could you talk about that kind of experience? I was able to be fortunate to go there end of last season. Talk about that trip and just, I know you spoke about it means a lot to kind of bring them over to the Panhandle, give them that kind of atmosphere.
Right. In my eyes, Nashville is probably the best high school environment in the state of Florida. I would rank them probably in top 5 east of the Mississippi. It's a game that I've always wanted to take a team to, and it's just never worked out, and for one reason or another, and was fortunate enough to get a hold of Coach Thompson up there at Niceville, and I'm trying to paint a picture to our kids and to our fans what it's going to be like, but until you actually see that experience, that environment up close, I don't know if they really truly understand. But maybe by being there, there's going to be 10 to 15,000 people there. Their band is 400 members, and they don't stop. And it's just a great, great environment that I wanted our kids to experience. I wanted all of our old players and stuff to experience as well, but it's never been able to work out, but we were able to get it worked out this year, and we know how good they are. They're very well coached, and they're a great football team. Always are, every year, and so we'll have our hands full, but we're going to go up that morning, and we'll stop and do a walkthrough and somewhere and eat, and we'll come home that night and stuff. But I'm excited for our kids. I'm excited for our community to experience that. I'm excited that our band gets to go with us, and our cheerleaders get to go with us and experience that whole thing, and so we're excited about that.
Absolutely, and kids going to experience it, introduce these guys, and then have some questions here.
Okay, I'll start at this end. To my right is George Mullins. George is our senior captain. He's a corner / wide receiver. He's a 4-year starter, and we hold him to high standards. He's committed to Michigan State University, and we expect him to lead us this year. The next one down is Malachi Boone. Malachi also is a 4-year starter for us. He plays linebacker and fullback for us. Great football player, great baseball player too. People may not know that, but just an all-around athlete. Mally is committed to play football at UCF next year. The next one down is Rashad Johnson. We call him Tom Tom. Tom Tom is our safety / wide receiver as well. Actually, he's a 4-year starter as well. And so we're not scared to start kids as a freshman, so these guys have. Rashad is, we expect big things from Rashad, and he's a University of Georgia commit. And then the last one down is Ramel Parker. Ramel is our offensive lineman. He is a 3-year starter and great captain, great team player, great work ethic. It's just an all-around. I mean, if you draw one up, you want him to be like Ramel. And Ramel was an Air Force commit, but he decommitted a couple of weeks ago and opened his options back up. Great football player for us, and we're proud that these 4 are our captains this year and represent us.
Well, I'll start off with Ramel. I know you had you a little tight on time, talking a little bit about fishing and you're around the corner. So start off with Ramel here. We'll make it tough for you. Ramel, just talk about the schedule. I took a look at it. Daunting schedule. You got Bradford, Niceville. You got some other tough teams. Just kind of talk about when you saw it go out on social media, just the excitement knowing that you guys, the road to prosperity is going to be a difficult one.
I like the schedule we got. Like, I think it's gonna be a real nice schedule we have. The Niceville, we're going about 5-6 hours up into the Panhandle to play them, and I think it's gonna be a nice, challenging game. It should really challenge us to the next level. But it's gonna be like a next level game. Like, that's how it'll be a next level loud, bunch of people watching, and you're gonna be right at the edge of the chair watching the game. And like other games like Wiregrass and Bradford, I think those are pretty big games. But at the end of the day, all those teams are gonna have another winning season against all those teams.
And just on the college recruitment, you decommitted from Air Force, you reopened your options. Just, is that something weighing on you as the season approaches in a few weeks? Is that something that you want to make a commitment before the season starts, or are you okay with kind of riding it into the season?
Oh, I'm not really worried about it at all. I'm really focused more on the regular season right now, because I know everything will fall into place eventually. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really rushing it right now. I know what I'm looking for, I know it will come. That's why I'm trying to make the season the best season I got. Get good film, you know what I'm saying? Get where I want to go.
Absolutely, absolutely. We go to Tom Tom, I'm going to go by his nickname, Georgia commit. Just kind of talk about last season, going into this season, you guys so close in 2S in terms of playoff run. You guys made a deep playoff run. Expectations for this year, how far do you feel like this group can go?
I feel like we can come and win it all this year. We learning from the things we made mistakes on from last year. And we can learn from it and do it better this year. Make it an accomplishment.
You 4-year starter, like Coach said, and you got Malachi and George that you've played with here for 4 years. Just, I mean, talk about the togetherness. I got to imagine you three have all been really tight throughout these 4 years.
Yeah, it's been a journey. We push each other each day, getting each other better, going against each other, and making our other players better each day.
All right, well, I'm going to move over to Malachi. And Malachi, right before we even started talking here, Coach is right. You got a bat. I think I saw you hit a home run on X. I was looking at one of your at-bats. Talk about just playing baseball and football just during the summer. Obviously, you're playing on the circuit there through Perfect Game. Just kind of talk about, is that stressful for you at all, or is it just kind of natural to be doing both sports at the same time?
No, I've been playing both since I was little, so it's so natural. It's fun. It's fun and meet new people, all that.
Do you prefer either one, or is it kind of on the same level?
It's like the same level. I love them both.
Does Coach Malzahn at all ask you, like, hey, if you can play baseball at UCF, maybe that's an option? Is that something at all?
We've been talking about it. Yes, sir.
All right. And what are you looking forward to most this season?
I'm looking forward to another winning season and getting state chips.
All right. And then last but not least, George. George, committed to Michigan State. Just talk about having that, decision under your belt, just going into the season. Do you feel like for any guys that are out there, obviously you got Ramel still in that decision phase, just do you feel like it kind of gets you more ready for the season, knowing like you can put that behind you?
A little bit, but it's like you got a lot more work that need to be done. You can't just be satisfied about like your future.
Absolutely. And talk about just the new classification you guys are in 3A. Just have you taken a look at the teams that you guys would have to face to possibly be able to win it all in 3A?
Yeah, I looked at a lot of the teams. I know we would have to play like Miami Northwestern or Miami Central or something like that. But it ain't like we scared of nothing. We ready. We face teams that's just as good as them in the past couple of years.
All right, and then go back to Coach here. I think we just got a minute or two. Coach, I'll just ask you one more thing here before we pass it off. Coach, just this season, obviously close calls the last couple years for you guys. You just mentioned a couple of those Miami teams. I did see Bishop Moore in there as well. Just, I mean, the expectations, tradition never graduates. I know you put that out there a lot on X. Just, do you feel like this team is really close to being able to reach that state championship level?
Well, before we start talking about teams in Miami and stuff, we have some pretty good ones around us. So
yeah.
Dunallen's always a tough game. It's like a rivalry game for us. They're really good. Tommy does a great job there at Dunallen, and so we'll have Dunallen and Eastside and North Marion in our district, and then we have teams like Bishop Moore, Ugali, teams like that's in our region. So those are tough teams. We've never beaten South Sumter. We've never beaten Bishop Moore before. People probably don't know that. I think we're like 0-8, and so we have played Bishop Moore over the years, and they're very well coached and always have great players, and they're no different than this year. They're pretty good, and so before we start worrying about way down the road and stuff, there's a lot of teams closer to us that we need to worry about. But does this team have a chance? I think they do. I think there's a lot of teams we've had over the years that had a chance, and that's our goal. Our goal has always been to win a state championship, and so we've been extremely close over the years, and we're not going to stop working. We're going to keep working towards that.
All right, well, Coach, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for attending today, and guys, look forward to seeing you during the season.
Thank you, Andy, for having us.
That's it.
Thank you, guys.
Certainly, I'm an avid golfer. Been, golf usually weekly. Play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been in pain for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
Next up, we have Wesley Chapel Wildcats, coached by Bruce Patterson. Welcome, guys, to Media Day 2024. Coach, we'll give you a few minutes to have a few opening statements.
Well, thank you guys first and foremost for having us. Thank you guys for what you do for the county and for the community's football lives. It's very big. Bruce Patterson, first-year head coach, Wesley Chapel High School. This will be my 5th year coaching in Pasco County. Brought a few guys with me. Sincere Allen, senior quarterback. Landon Holly, sophomore quarterback. Vincent Parsons, offensive line, junior. Kane Huff, senior, defensive end, tight end. And Kai Anderson, defensive end. Opening statements, I just want to thank the admin for trusting me to take over this program. And I want to thank all the coaches we have on staff that show up every day and pour into these boys and are trying to help in any way possible to turn this program around and head in the right direction.
Coach, yesterday I posted on social media that there's something different about this team. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, you can't build a successful program overnight. It's a lot of long days, hard times, but we're working. My seniors, although they won't get to see, the finished product I have in my head, they've really bought into my vision and where we want this program to head, and they've started pouring into the younger guys, and everything just slowly coming together, and there's just glimpses of greatness every day that we see and that we're excited about, and yeah, it is a little bit different. You can see the difference on campus. You can feel the difference at summer workouts in the locker room. We're here to work. We're here to work, and we're here to be successful.
Coach, how many kids do you expect to be at practice in a couple weeks?
Summer workouts, we've been consistent around 85. Obviously, as the summer dwindles down and that equipment day starts showing up, you get a few more kids. I'm okay with 85. I'm sure we'll be somewhere around 100, which I think is a pretty good start.
So with 85 kids that expected to show up, JV program this year should be for the Wildcats.
100%, no doubt about it. We will have a JV program, and they will be ready to play, and they will be coached just as hard as our older boys.
Great. What realistic goals do you have for this team this year?
To grow, to get better every day, to get better every game, to compete, to finish games and win, and to change the atmosphere of Wesley Chapel High School. So record-wise, I'm not going to give you a number because you never know what's going to happen. But I do expect our boys to show up every Friday night, ready to fight until the last whistle, ready to give their all and come out victorious more times than not.
Every game's important, right? But what are 2 to 3 games that you kind of have circled on the schedule? And again, kind of a loaded question a little bit, but there's got to be 2-3 games that, whether it's a rivalry game with the Chapel teams or a team out there that you just have circled, that this is a team that we really want to just kind of put up there.
Every team in our district, obviously, our goal is to contend for a district championship. We haven't won one in quite a while. So Cypress Creek, Gaither, Springstead, those are definitely at the top of the list. Zephyr Hills, I always like playing Zephyr Hills. Coach Carroll's a great coach. He gets his boys going there, and they're always a good competition. And we have them early on in the season, so we kind of get to see a glimpse of what we can do. So yeah, those 4.
Coach, you pointed out that you've been an assistant in Pasco County for 5 years.
Yes, sir.
That transition to a head coach, has it helped that you're coaching in Pasco County for those 5 years and not coming in from an outside county?
I think it does. I kind of learned the ins and outs over the past few years. I know these other schools, I know the other coaches. It's helped make the transition a little bit easier for me.
I'm going to open up to the players here. I'm going to ask same question for all of you, and pass the mic down. In one word, what can you describe this team as you're going into the season, and elaborate on that?
My one word is growth. From when we started and we met Coach Patterson in the spring, at first, a lot of players didn't buy in, but now we're getting a lot more players to buy in, especially the older guys, seniors and juniors, be able to teach those younger sophomore and freshmen. It's very helpful, and just the overall success of the program.
A little bit follow up with that answer. What advice would you give the younger players coming up?
Some advice I would give to them is to pay attention to coaching and really pay attention to those older guys, be able to buy in. Coach Patterson, when I met him, very great influence. I think even through the past couple months of just me being around him, I've learned a lot that I didn't know before from my old coaching staffs and old teams. And I think that him and the staff he has now is really going to be able to help those younger kids grow into the kids that they want to be and those collegiate athletes.
The word I would use for Wesley Chapel is family. When I came here about late November, as soon as I got here with the players, I was just welcomed with open arms, you know. Like, just came in and just treated well, you know. They looked after me, they got my back, and they've always just been there for me, especially even though they've been through, say, 4 head coaches, and with Coach Patterson coming in, it's still the same thing, man. There's still just a big family. That's all it is.
Follow-up question for you, Landon. You're also a wrestler.
Yes, sir.
You're wrestling for Wesley Chapel as well?
Yes, sir.
How does that help you with football, on the football field?
It's more of just mentally, because my opinion, wrestling is the hardest sport in the country. And those workouts, they really push you to your limit, and they make you want to quit, even though you really can't, you know. They mentally, and just also toughness, you know, wrestling against another man, you know. You have to be tough, otherwise you're going to end up getting hurt or something could happen. And it translates, same thing to football. Especially at the quarterback position, you got to be the most mentally tough on the field, and also the toughest, you know.
The one word I would use to describe Wesley Chapel would definitely be accountability. We've been holding each other accountable ever since we started, and you know, we're just trying to be leaders towards the younger guys and build this program together.
What have you guys been doing this summer to kind of help build that?
You know, since we've been in the weight room, and definitely team bonding, and just like lots of like hard workouts. We've been together and just being together and lifting each other up.
Okay.
My one word to describe the team would be resilience, because I feel our seniors have been through 4 years of different head coaches every year, and that's just a lot to go through for as a football player. Not many people go through that many coaches through their entire career, so it's kind of just difficult to go through.
What's your goals for the season?
Personally, my goals for the season is to just get better as a player, but also to win some games.
My one word would be mentality, because as a team, we haven't, like, our nervous? I can't figure out the just talk, you good. I feel like as a team, we've had our ups and downs, but this whole year and our new head coach has kind of pushed us to the limit.
Coach, follow up with you with the 85 kids and or 100 kids that you're going to have. As far as your position groups, where are some of the strengths, and where are some of where you're working towards as you get into practice?
Strengths, I think, are just our defensive unit overall. Wesley Chapel's always been a school that had a solid defense. So I think with the coach that we have and the defensive players we have, I think that's probably going to be our moneymaker. I always say you need to focus on the O-line, no matter how good they are. You need to make sure that front unit is probably your best unit of the whole team. Other than that, I mean, we have some numbers, some depth with a lot of athletes that are starting to understand the game and learn how to play it, and I think we'll be okay throughout the rest of the positions.
Talk a little bit about the district you're in this year. A little bit of changes with the new classifications and the new districts. Just kind of on those teams that you're going to be playing in the district.
Yeah, I mean, Cypress, Gaither, and Springstead. Springstead's tough every year. They can come, they can hit you in the mouth. Gaithers is full of athletes. You know, they've obviously had a lot of success over the last few years. And Cypress Creek, I mean, that's just a good program with a good coaching staff. Coach Mike over there, he always gets his boys ready, so I'm pretty excited about that game.
We got a few minutes here left. Just a few closing statements for your team and your outlook of the season again.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, our boys are working. They've gone through a lot of things with the past, you know, going coaching switches, and the amount of buy-in that they've had and the change in their attitudes and their mindsets when it comes to football. It's amazing to watch. There's times me and my coaches will sit there and just watch our leaders just slowly take over and get things going, and you can just see this is a special group, and we're going to have some fun this season.
Yeah, that's kind of why I posted this yesterday in regards to it, just trying to look at the initial thought is there's some different. I've been to quite a few Wesley Chapel games over the years, and it has been 2004, I believe, the last time Chapel had won a district championship. A few years ago, they were in the playoffs. I would assume, of course, the goal is to get yourself in the playoffs and get started there.
100%. That's always the goal, is get to play after the end of the season. But you know that takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of consistency, and we're climbing up a pretty steep mountain right now. So we definitely look to get there, but we still got some stuff we got to get done first.
And then over the last couple of years, and this is no disrespect for previous teams or anything, but Chapel has struggled at the quarterback position over the last couple of years. Now you got Van Holly that can throw the ball there. Are we going to see a balanced offense or see a lot in the air?
I mean, you know, his ball's a little sloppy a lot of the time, so we'll see. No, but we're going to be balanced. Our running backs, we have some solid running backs and some receivers that have stepped up, and I think we'll be pretty balanced. And obviously, it's a weekly thing, so.
Final question before we let you guys go. Out of the 185-100, is this a senior heavy team, or are we talking a really young team that we could?
Yeah, we're I think we have about 20 seniors, 33 juniors. Our sophomore class is probably our smallest, and then we have about 40 freshmen right now. So it's younger for the most part. So there's some kids that are definitely going to have to step up.
Well, I'm excited for you guys. I think having a JV program would be a big step into having that, as you know, building from being as assistant coach is building from that youth level up. So again, guys, thanks for coming out here. Wish you good luck, and hopefully I get to see you guys play this year as well.
Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate it.
You guys. Next up on the stage, we have the Nature Coast Sharks, coached by Coach Kaz. Guys, we're going to allow you to have a few minutes here for an opening statement.
All right, thank you for having us, guys. We're always excited about this event, and it's great to have the media attention in this area, which we desperately need. So we appreciate it. You know, so it's year 2 for me, and things are moving pretty well. I'm excited about where we're at. We're having one of the best summers I've ever been around, period, in my 18 years coaching. So that's very inspiring. Our numbers are great. Our senior class is small, but after that we got a ton of kids. So we're excited about the youth movement that we have going on to come up and back those guys up. There's one senior here sitting at the table with me, Jackson Hoyt. representing that group, and everybody knows how special he is of an athlete overall. But you know, we're excited about his senior year and how dynamic he can be. Obviously, we got a good-looking group. We got a lot of size coming back. It's going to allow us to, you know, we're hoping to be more balanced again. That was the goal last year, and then we ended up going away from it. But it's definitely something that we're looking forward to doing this year is balancing it out and trying to get the ball through the air more. You know, Nature Coast is always going to run the ball. We always have running backs, but we want to try to expand upon that, and you know that's the type of stuff that helps you in the postseason. So, but overall, the program's doing great. We have a great coaching staff. I love where we're at. You know, I tell the kids all the time my expectations are very high this season. Varsity and JV. We take JV very seriously also. You know, we got about 40 freshmen ourselves. I know Coach Bruce just said he is about 40. We got about 40 there. We got about 35 sophomores, and our junior classes are, you know, that's the group that's been together here for a couple years, and we knew they were going to be special. So they're about 35 strong too right now. So our numbers are great. You know, we're at the point where we need to have a little tryout for our JV group going into the fall. So we'll be cutting that down, but you know, we're gonna expect to have about 85 kids out there this season, and we'll be dressing about 50 on Friday nights. One of my big things was addressing the depth issues. I don't know if you saw a couple years ago there, but Nature Coast had about 5 or 6 kids playing both ways, and you know, it just takes away from what the kids are able to do when they're getting tired. It makes them more injury prone when they're playing tired. So we're definitely working on getting our depth situation sorted out, and it affected us against South Sumter in the playoffs last year. You know, they got fresh bodies in all the time. I mean, they're rotating their whole D line left and right, and it was tough for us. So we're hoping to really get to a 2 platoon type system. You know, if we might end up with 1 or 2 guys starting both ways, possibly 2 of the guys here, and Zach and Grant. They just showed in the spring game. You know, they're phenomenal blockers on offense, and then on defense they both play lights out. So right now that's probably looking at the 2 that will be doing that. But you know, that could always change, and if it does, that's a good thing. But like I said, I'm very excited. The expectation is very high. You know, we're pretty confident we're going to be in the playoffs and making some noise. But that's all I got.
Thank you, Coach. Before I pass it on to media members to come up and ask questions, you mentioned JV with tryouts. It's got to be a good problem to have.
Yeah. Our numbers are great. So the JV is your developmental, you know, and that's where the health of your program is really. It shows there, in my opinion, because you need guys to come up and replace that extra. Really young. You got to get them in, you know, develop the discipline and create good habits when they're young, and then that just feeds up. And I think we got a great chance to do that this year. Our incoming freshman class, I'll tell you, our incoming freshman group might be the most talented that I've seen around this county since probably 2006 when Tevin Drake and Brady Ellison and all those guys came into Nature Coast from Parrott. We have a very, very special group of young guys coming in, and you'll probably see about at least 6 or 7 dressed out on Friday nights for us every week. You know, the 6-quarter rule allows us to you know, play around. Some of those kids will be 2 quarters on JV, 4 on varsity. Some will be 4 on JV, 2 on varsity. So that's fun, and that's another fluid thing. It adds another weekend task to our coaches' checklist. But you know, it's a good problem to have. So evaluating those guys and finding, you know, pushing them, getting them up around those varsity guys. You know, if you got a 14-year-old that can come in and play with the 17-year-olds, you know, that kid's going to be pretty special in the future. So that's definitely another positive thing for us, and I could name a bunch of them right now. They're going to be pretty darn good. I think we got some kids with a chance.
Good problems to have.
Yes, very
good problems to have. Before I have one more before I pass it on. You're in a district again with Hudson. And you guys have, over the last couple of years, you won the district 2 years ago. They won it last year. I think you played 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years. How excited are you guys to have them back in that district?
You know, Coach Hicks does a great job. You know, we respect those guys. Last year was a classic between us. The year before I took over, when Corey was still the head coach, they played a tight game in the first half. I was there for that game. They played it tight in the first half, and then Nature Coast rolled in the second half. And then just to bring back the depth issues, that's where it really, in the playoff game, with a lot of players going both ways, they ended up with, Carlos had a shoulder injury. They started a freshman who just wasn't ready at the time. He's a baller now, by the way. But, you know, Hudson just went over the top of him a few times, and that's kind of how the playoff game went. You know, Brady Nolan was playing both ways, and he was beat up. So just trying to get away from that and finding guys who can, your studs are going to play both ways when you need them to, but finding guys that can start and do the bulk of the work, that's going to help us get better than we've ever been, in my opinion. And we got some guys that are definitely going to push to make that happen for us.
Eric White, Gulf Coast Sports Network. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? I just have a few questions for you guys. First, I'm going to start with Coach Kaz. Just like you mentioned, you said it's your first year at Nature Coast last year, coming off an 8-win season. What areas do you feel that your team can improve on this year?
I've already touched on the depth thing. That's like I'm hyper focused on depth. I know I'm probably going to get my coach 10 minutes talking about it, but if a freshman can start at a certain position, I'm going to tell a coach, let's push to make that happen. If they can make us better, because we need to improve in certain areas as far as physicality, toughness, speed, things like that. And if we got that coming in, we need to push those guys into those positions. But definitely depth. Depth is that's my biggest concern. It's been my biggest concern since day one. Just upgrading the overall, not the overall talent, but the number of talented players that we have. And like I said, this summer it's been the best summer I've been a part of. We've gotten stronger, we've gotten faster. We've had some talented guys move in. So there's, we saw T3 in the spring, Tim Gaynor at running back. Then we also got, with the coaching change down at Tampa Catholic, LJ Elwin moved in, who's spectacular. He's a special athlete. He has a D1 offer from Bethune-Cookman already. So those guys come in. It's good problems to have, just like we're saying with JV. We got talent everywhere. Some guys will play both ways when we need them to, just because they're that talented. But getting that depth right, trying to find, if we could get Zach showed, playing the DN spot in the spring. He's pretty darn good at it. So now you're like, well, we just want him starting the offensive tackles. Now we're getting like a little bit of a wrestling match over, where does he start? But I think he's got a very bright future himself. So getting film at both spots is good for him. We'll see from there. But trying to find 11 guys to start on offense, 11 guys to start on defense would be my biggest point of emphasis.
For sure. And I also have a piggyback question, kind of considering the depth as well, too. After losing a 1,400-yard rusher to Christian Cromer, how do you plan to fill that void or adjust your offense with loss?
The crazy thing about last year is we had like a patchwork offensive line going into last spring. And then this season, in the fall, it kind of developed, but they ended up doing great. And Cromer did what he does. Connor Riggins also emerged as a big-time threat, and everybody saw that in our 72-point explosion against Gulf High School last year. Neither of our running backs could be stopped. But from that group, the only returning starter is Edward. He's 6'6", 330 going into his junior year, so he's a people mover, a big-time kid. He's got an offer from ECU already. But other than that, the other group of linemen that came up, they played together on JV, and our JV was pretty dynamic last year also. We were proud of what they did last year on JV for my first year. Then we had to cancel the game, so they went 4-1. We beat South Sumter on JV last year earlier in the season, which was great because they had a pretty special group themselves. And then we pulled some guys up to varsity, and then we had a bit of a down game against Springstead, so that was our one loss. But our JV was excellent last year. So all those kids come up and stay together, so our O-line is basically that group. And they were pretty good. So we know what we have. Our offensive line is a known quantity this year. So they've been working hard all summer. Once we get into fall camp and stuff, and they develop and we get everything installed, I'm pretty excited to see how they do. And we played a pretty darn good team in the spring in Tavares, and we gutted one out. So building off of that also is huge. So we're going to run the ball. We'll run it successfully. Our schedule sets up nice. I don't know what Citrus is going to bring to the table for our kickoff classic, but we got them. South Lake, Pasco early, so we want to set the tone early and try to show that our run game's still there, but we need to show some dynamic ability offensively also.
Thank you, Coach. I also have a question for just a couple of players. First, I have a question for Jackson. How you doing, Jackson?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing pretty good, thank you. All right. Just being a multi-sport athlete, knowing you playing baseball as well, how beneficial is that for you? Is there any advantages for being a multi-sport athlete, especially at the quarterback position?
Yeah, I'm working year-round instead of just the football season, and baseball has strengths that carry into football and vice versa. So they each have their own that kind of join together to help.
And also this last one for you. Like, what do you feel your best qualities or assets and to be the leader of the team?
I'm not necessarily the biggest leader vocally, but I lead by example, and I try and get my teammates to do the right thing all the time and just lead by example.
Great. Next question is going to be for Grant. How you doing, Grant?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Also kind of same question for you. What do you feel like one of your best assets or qualities on the football field that makes you one of the fierce defensive end?
Piggyback off Jackson, leading by example. I try doing everything right, whether it's in-game practice, weight room, no matter what. I'm trying to do what's right so the younger kids can go off my example. That way they can be better and get better throughout time.
Also, how does playing both sides of the ball help you process the game or give you any advantages on either side of the ball?
It just helps me stay locked in the whole time. There's no breaks. I'm always on the field. I'm always locked in each play. It helps me mainly because stamina is one thing. So I'm tired, but I'm used to it now. So I'm ready to go whenever. Whether they need me special teams, defense, offense, whatever they need, I got them.
All right, thank you. And my last question will be for Zachary. Morning, how you doing?
Morning, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just have your experience from being a sophomore last year, playing on varsity, translate into this year, and being one of the impact players for your team this year?
It feels good. I'm glad I'm able to come up and help. But I think this year will be pretty well set, and I'll be able to make a decent impact for our team.
All right. Well, thank you guys for your time. Appreciate you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, Coach. Good to see you again. Austin Zembrook with the Hernando Sun. So just to start off, as far as ending the season off, y'all had a pretty solid season last year, but ending it off the way it happened against South Sumter in the postseason there, did y'all take anything from that? Learn anything change from that moving forward?
Yeah, we started off strong early. It came out. We knew we had to start strong that game. But it all goes back to the depth. They just wear you down. They're like a buzzsaw. So when you got the numbers that they have, and then they got some key talented guys that play both ways, and a ton of speed too. We feel good about our speed and our physicality and things like that. But the depth, I've talked about it pretty heavily today already. But you just gotta be, the physicality. We got to be physical in those games. You can't let yourself get punched in the mouth. It's all about pride at that point. And we didn't back down from them by any means, but we kind of, I think we knew it was getting ugly at one point. But they're a special team. They're loaded with seniors this year going in, and we knew they're going to be pretty good in the playoffs last year. So that's what you got to aspire to be. You get those big groups like we're building right now. We got a small senior class of 9 this year, basically. So it's a great group, but when you got those classes of 20 that are coming up together through the years, that's really how you build a healthy program, and that's where we're going to be. I know we're going to be there. We already got it happening, but that's where they're at, and they've had continuity on their coaching staff for quite a time. And Coach Lawrence is amazing. He's got an amazing group of guys around him at all times. And their alumni come back and coach there and things. So it's just that culture, and that's what we need to embrace here. And I think we're getting there. Just funny thing about Nature Coast, we're getting more and more zoned kids. So we got our community actually developing now. So kids want to come play Nature Coast football. That's how it is right now. They want to be Sharks, and that influx is going to be steady. So you bring them in, you stay disciplined, you keep your standards where they're at, and things just take care of themselves. And that's where we're at. And in the classroom too. It's just something I don't want to ignore either. But some of the reasons why some of these guys are captains, but. Academically, they're all amazing. Ed's been doing it awesome academically since he got to us after his freshman year. But Zach's around a 4.0, Avion's like a 4.5, Jackson's like a 4.4, and then Grant's like a 4.52 now. So being students and leaders in the hallway, and they said they lead by example, and that's exactly part of it. They come to school, they're student athletes, and that's something that we push pretty hard. And we've had some guys that have been knuckleheads in the past, and they're buying into it, and that makes us that much better. There's a lot of excitement right now. We're pretty excited. We know the expectations are high. We got a couple challenges in our schedule. that we feel like we can, if we do what we're supposed to do, we'll be able to knock them out. And an undefeated season is within our grasp, is what I tell the kids.
And as far as Jackson being in his senior season, would you just be able to talk a little bit about? You said you had a small senior class, but having the sort of the leader, the commander there, being a senior, how does that sort of affect team? How does that sort of help the dynamic there? Considering, like you said, you have a lot of freshmen and sophomores on the team.
Yeah, no, I mean kids know all about Jackson. His baseball exploits have been pretty well documented this summer on social media and things like that. So. When you're around a special athlete like that who has big opportunities that he's already taken grasp of, and is, the sky's the limit in his future. They come in, they see him working constantly, even when he's not there because he has he's in Arizona or Atlanta and he's about to go to North Carolina for another showcase. They understand he's got bigger things going on, and when he gets there, he gives us his all. And he's a dual threat, a true dual threat. He probably started running back for some schools around here, but he's big, strong. He's a physical player. But we need to try to, it's tough. A lot of quarterbacks, they're year-round quarterbacks. They go to trainers, this and that. He's got to balance both, which is hard itself. So, we need to get his arm dialed in once he's all in on football season. And then, we got a big target like Grant. We did some 7-on-7 this summer just to be involved with it and get our toes wet and make sure we're getting some competition out of kids. I see 5A over here. They came over to our place and, we competed and we got better playing against them. But getting a guy like Grant involved, that's like priority number one. And then we got speed everywhere. So, just trying to unleash him as a passer also, in addition to being a runner. But, I think kids look up to him. They know who he is. All good. All right, thank you, John. We appreciate it. All right, fellas.
Play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Ball in the air, wide open, number 13 with a nice run.
All right, 5 3 guys in there, and that's where they're going. And
they throw it to number
3. Next up, we have the 5A Falcons, coached by Tyrone Hendricks. Coach, give you a few minutes to give an opening statement.
Thank you guys for having us. Coming here for the last 2 years, it's been great. So thank you guys for everything that you do for Pasco County football, the surrounding for Pasco County football in the surrounding areas. So thank you guys again. 5A high school, we expect to compete this year. We expect to be in the run for the district title. A lot of guys returning, a few seniors on the team. A few seniors on the team, and I think we'll do well. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties. But like I was saying, thank you guys again. 5A high school, we're going to do well this year. To my right, we have a senior quarterback, Lincoln McManus, sophomore DN tight end, Chance Holloman, senior athlete, Sean Brown, junior all-line D-line DeMario Glenn, and junior O-line D-line Corey Moss.
Coach, you guys were 6-4 last year. Missed the playoffs. This is your second year coaching. Third year coaching. Third year had 2 years. And you've improved each year.
Yes, sir.
Ain't quite made the playoffs, but what's the realistic goal for you guys this year?
Undefeated. We believe we can beat everybody on our schedule. We come out, we're going to compete. We believe we can be in every game. and we'll let the chips fall where they may. But undefeated season is not unrealistic for us. There are some teams on our game that we have to play perfect against. But again, that's our expectation, to win every game. We're not going to any game thinking that this team is better than us. We truly believe we can beat everybody on our schedule. And now it's just got to line up and do it.
Every game is important. But there's those 2-3 games that you circle around the schedule every year that it's a loaded question. But there are those games that you kind of just you circle. I know there's the Hudson game, which is a rivalry game, of course, at the end of the season. But switching into a new district and changing up the schedule somewhat, what are those 2-3 games that you kind of have circled?
As you stated before, the Hudson game at the end of the year. So no matter how the season's going, at the end of the year, week 11, we play those guys that are a couple miles down the street. So obviously that game circled for us. I think a lot of the players grew up together playing power football and middle school football against each other. So that game's always a fun, exciting game. I'd say week 10, Zephyr Hills. Those guys are super athletic. They coach well. I think those guys, we're looking forward to that game. We just played them in 7-on-7, and they beat us twice, so we're looking forward to that game. And obviously, since I've been here, we haven't beat Gulf High School, so we're looking forward to that game, and I think that should be a fun game. They have a great running back. They coach well. They're very physical up front, so we're looking forward to the Gulf game, the Zephyr Hills game, and the Hudson game.
Over your 3 years there at 5A, each year, what have you each year you kind of assess yourself, the team? What have you went from last year? What have you learned from last year?
It's not about X's and O's, man. It's about Jimmy's and Joe's, just getting your guys in position to be successful. You don't have to call the right play. You don't have to run to a good box count. I mean, it helps, but just getting your guy the ball. We have a couple guys to my right here that are pretty good athletes. Just getting those guys the ball is moving them all over the place and making defense adjust to what you're doing. Don't try to call the right play every time. I'm going to get my guy the ball, and he's better than your guy. Good luck.
Last year, your JV program went 8-0. How many of those kids, percent-wise, are moving up to the varsity level?
All of them. That team was loaded with sophomores, and a lot of those guys played the sixth quarter. We took advantage of the 6-quarter rule, so it helped us a lot with reps. I'm big on reps and repetition, doing the little things right. So they're going to play the same guys they played last year for the most part. On Thursday night, they're going to play them now on Friday night. So we have those. We're not going to say we're used to winning, but they're getting used to winning. And it's a learned behavior. Some people are. They see football and they're automatically equated with the loss. There's some teams that no matter what they do, they think, oh, we're going to lose. We're turning the corner, and it's like, oh, we can win football games. We will win football games. And winning on JV gave us that. Being competitive on varsity gave us that. Like, we're not out here to lose. We're here to win football games. We're not here to just show up.
I think that's the formula there, is that youth program coming up that you kind of checked that box of the JV program. How many kids do you expecting when practice opens up here in a few weeks?
Roughly 55, top through bottom, freshman through senior, roughly 55 going in. This summer we started at about 60, 65. A couple guys fell off. So roughly 55 guys. We have 5 seniors, 2 or 3 of them start, so still fairly young. So going forward, 55 guys, 5 seniors, so we should be good for some time going forward.
All right, we're going to ask the players here some questions. I'm going to ask the same question. You guys can answer through it, and then we may have some follow-up questions for you. What do you guys think are the biggest challenges for high school football players or high school athletes in itself? What are the biggest challenges today?
I would say the biggest challenge is just balancing everything, because you got to balance school, you got to balance practice, and you still have to have time for your family and everything. So it's really just trying to find a balance with all that. That's the hardest part.
Lincoln, your first year with 5A, you were over at Wiregrass for your first 3 years. Talk about the opportunity that you have to be the starter here.
It's a great opportunity. Obviously, I came here to start, and that's the goal. My goal is to win, period. That's all I want to do. And this is a great team to do it with, and it's going to be a great opportunity, going to be a great year.
ask you the same question in regards to what do you think the biggest challenge is?
The biggest challenge is to balance everything is just life in general and being a football player and a student. And
Here you go, put a little closer.
Being a student athlete, being a kid, and just being a regular person in general.
How do you balance that? How do you balance from the student athlete to the practice time and game time and all that?
I just stay focused and keep my mind on one thing at a time.
I think the hardest thing about high school football is staying away from the wrong crowds of people, and also like just staying focused. It could be hard too. I think having a great GPA and trying to balance being great on the field is a little challenging at times, because some people get overwhelmed, but balancing it is also good as well.
The balance between the two.
Yes, sir.
Also, the same thing that my teammate said. I agree all on that GPA and just trying to stay out of trouble and staying out of the wrong groups. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
To piggyback off what my teammates said, GPA and being around the right people is a really big part of it to make sure that you can succeed. And pretty much you just need to surround yourself with the best people on the team and the best people possible to succeed in football.
Question for Sean Brown. Sean, you had a big game in the spring.
Yes, sir.
You had a really good season last season as well, and I didn't see you leave the field. I was at that game at Sun Lake, and I'm not sure you left the field that day. How do you mentally prepare for playing both sides of the ball?
Mentally going into the game, I want to win. And with me being on the field, I feel like we got a great chance of doing that. Along with my teammates, and really, we just want to win. So whatever it takes for me to do it, like I can play D-line, O-line, middle linebacker, anything it takes to get a win, I'll do it.
Okay. What are your goals besides playing both sides of the ball?
My goals this season is to lead this team to the first district title and to become the best teammate I can be.
Last year you were catching interceptions as well as running the ball. I think I even saw you on special teams out there. So I'm not even talking just offensive defense. You're running special teams as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I really just, I'm an athlete. I just try to do as much as I can to get a win and lead this team to a win.
Good. Coach, before we end here, just some final comments about the season.
We're here to have fun, man. Winning is fun. I try to instill into these guys that football is not fun. Winning is fun. All right, we're here to win. We're here to be good people. We're here to be good teammates, good leaders for the community. Like these guys said, I try to put into these guys to be with people with like minds. You don't want to be with guys that are headed down the wrong path. Stay with the guys that have what you have in common. Be with guys that have a future ahead of themselves. Hang out with the wrong crowd at the wrong time, bad things can happen. So just getting these guys to understand that, and also understand that family's first. So sometimes these guys have to miss practice due to something they have with their family. And that's okay. But you can't miss football for other things. Football is family, whatever religion you believe in, and then football. Once you figure that out, you're headed in the right direction.
Well, thank you guys. Good luck this season, Coach. As you know, last season you were my team to most improve. I have high expectations for you guys as well. I think you guys definitely can compete with the new district, and I have high hopes for you guys. So good luck.
Yes, sir, Tom. Thank you. Again, thank you all for all that you do. You're a well-respected man in the area.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
In the end zone.
Next on the stage, we have the Springstead Eagles with Coach Mike Garofano. Coach, you have 2 minutes to opening statement.
As you can tell, I'm Coach Garofano, Coach Hines. Coach Garofano couldn't be here today, so I had to fill in for him. We played a great spring game against a really hard South Sumter team. We think that would be a launching pad for the season upcoming. We've had a great summer. We've been working hard in the weight room just like everyone else, and speed and agility training that everyone else has. But the cohesiveness of this group, with the seniors up here that we have up here, I think is going to be the difference. We have a really hard schedule. We feel like we have the hardest schedule in the county. We have 7 playoff teams coming in. And we feel that to be the best, you have to play the best.
Eric White, Gulf Coast Sports Network. Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Great. How are you?
Doing pretty good. All right. First question I have is for you, Coach. I know usually we don't speak a lot about JV programs. We talk about high school football, but knowing your JV squad is coming off an undefeated season, going 6-0, meaning you had some upcoming talent moving up to the varsity level. Just talk about that group of kids and how many are you expecting to move up to that varsity level from that undefeated JV squad last year?
We'll have about 12, mostly linemen coming up. Ryan Mongo, Brady Hines, and a couple other kids are coming in and be real contributors. That 6-quarter rule is really helping us develop our kids into varsity football players. And our coaches do a great job. Coach Bailey and Coach Portman, they do a really good job developing our guys up.
And just with that, what are your guys' realistic expectations and outlook for the season this year?
Of course, district play is what it is. You have to win the district to get in, so focus would be win the district, come in and compete, and then the rest of our schedule would compete against the top teams that come in.
Thank you, Coach. Next question I have is for Andrew Clarkson.
How you doing today?
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Andrew, just talk about your journey throughout your time with the program and what you've learned over the years to put you in the position you are now.
To be part of Springstead football, you got to work, man. I mean, we grind every day, all day, off the field. We got a really tight-knit group this year. We're working at the beach, at the park, off time. So to make it in this program, you got to compete. We got a lot of talent on the team. Some guys on the bench, man, there's some real players. When we're gone, they're going to be great. So if you want to play here, you got to work. And we got a hard schedule, so we're all grinding every day. It's been that way for 4 years.
Thank you. My next question is going to be for Connor Ocasio.
How you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How you doing, Connor?
Good.
All right, going into your senior season, coming off consecutive 1,000-yard seasons and eclipsing 1,500 yards last season, also scoring 20 touchdowns. Just being a part of that 2022 team, going 9-1 in that regular season. What does this team need to do to get back on track to that 9-1 season 2 years ago?
To be honest, I think that coming off that 9-1 2 years ago, I feel like that was different for me because I know it was my senior year. I'm not my senior year, my sophomore year, and it was kind of different because I'm playing with the bigger, older guys. So this year, I think to get back to that 9-1 record, we just like Andrew said, we're just gonna keep grinding and getting better day and day, and just progress as a team bonding, and just working.
And just a couple more questions for you as well. Do you have any personal goals for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I know I rushed for 15,000 yards last year, and I'm trying to go above and beyond. I'm trying to pass that record again, score more touchdowns, and hopefully roll in some offers.
Also, that leads into my next question. Do you have any offers or any schools that you're looking at going forward into your senior season?
Just recently I had talked to the UT Martin coach, but right now my interest, I really want to go to FSU. I want to be on their radar, be able to get on their radar and stuff. So other schools, I don't have any offers yet, but coming into the season, I'm really hoping that I can roll in as many offers as I can, to be honest.
Thank you, Connor. My next question is going to be for Tyree Davis. I'm doing good. About yourself? Just explain some of your roles and responsibilities for this team and how you're going to make a positive impact for your football team this year.
I see myself as like do whatever we need in any given situation, whether it's going to go catch the ball, run the ball, play quarterback, do anything.
Right, thank you. My next question is going to be for Jaden.
How are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Good morning. You know, they say defense wins championships, and last season you had over 100 tackles and 3 sacks. Just talk about this defensive unit this upcoming season and the impact you guys need to have to win football games.
Well, this is a stout unit this year. We're all ready to come head hunt. That's all we want to do all season long. We're just ready for anybody that's put in front of us. That's just how we roll in Springstead. We just want to come get that ball every time.
Great. And my last question is going to be for Joe Martinez. Just what are some of the things that you guys have been really trying to focus and harp on during the spring and the summer?
Really just becoming a family, being a brotherhood. The fact that I could go with a JV kid and he's a brother to me. We're all brothers. We all work. We all put the same work in. We all doing extra, going to Tampa to do work almost every Sunday. Like it's work. We grinding. We have a goal. We're trying to go as far as in playoffs we can, get that chip if we can.
All right. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here so much. You guys have a great rest of the season. Good luck. Thank you.
Look, family might have more questions.
Good morning. Austin Zembrook, Hernando's son. So just to start off, Coach, you had talked about that you believe you're going to be having the hardest schedule in the county. So would you just be able to talk about that? Is that like throughout the year, or is it going to be sort of a little more front heavy, a little more back heavy? How are you all feeling sort of about the makeup and the shaking out of the schedule?
Throughout the year, we're going to have a tough schedule. With 5A in the fall classes, then we go right into Zephyr Hills. Zephyr Hills, as we know, is one of the top players in the country. And we have Wiregrass Ranch, which is always a tough challenge for us. Team has beat us twice in the playoffs. Pasco is on our schedule this year. Plus our district is really hard as well. We have Wesley Chapel, who's been making games. We have Cypress Creek, who's always tough. Gaither coming in. It's going to be a challenge, but I believe these guys are up to it.
And also, would you just be able to talk about how you feel about the depth on the team this year, and sort of how's that shaken out? From year to year, it can always be a little different. Sometimes a little bit more of a senior-laden squad, sometimes a little bit more on the younger end. Would you be able to talk about sort of how you feel about that? I mean, of course, like you said, you're feeling pretty confident about this year, but sort of talk about that a little bit.
Sure, we have a good mix, I believe, coming in of young guys and old guys. Like I said before, we have a great development JV program, and the coaches there develop our guys up. Our mixture of seniors and sophomores and juniors is going to be, it's good. I believe we're a healthy program, and we have guys in every facet of the stages of the game. The kids that develop are learning from these guys, and then on and so on and so forth coming through. I believe that we have a really healthy program coming into the season.
And as far as getting a player back like Connor, would you be able to talk a little bit about him, how great that is, getting his multiple 1,000-yard seasons back, and just sort of that production?
Absolutely. Connor, the team's going to be focused on him, but our offensive coordinator, Sean Fisher, does a great job spreading the ball around. If you watch the South Sumter game, he threw the ball 33 times. That's most we've ever thrown the ball. I believe we're heading in the direction that we're going to be a really balanced squad. Of course, we want to get Connor the ball as much as we can, but we know we have athletes everywhere. I believe it's the most time we've had the most athletes on the field since I've been here for 13 years plus. I feel we have the most athletes everywhere, so we might try to focus in on Connor, but we got guys like Tyree, Jaden's going to run the ball as well. We have guys who can catch and run, and we're going to be a threat. Everyone, I believe.
Thank you. And last question for Tyree. So you said, you're looking to be as much of an all-around back as possible. Would you be able to talk about, I suppose, what's that preparation been like over the off-season throughout the years, just sort of like to put yourself in that position?
Overall, you everyday consistency, repetition, and just overall grinding, making sure you know the playbook inside out on both sides of the ball, and just overall dedication to the team and to myself.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Coach, I got a few questions here for you. You've been in a district with 3-4 other Pasco County teams the last couple of years. You move into a new district this season. Every game's important, but what are those 2-3 games, whether they're district games or rivalry games, what are those games you guys have circled? I think everybody has one. It's kind of a loaded question, but what are those games, 2 or 3 games?
The easy answer is the next one. But we really have a circle on our schedule. I mean, district is so important. You have to win the district to make the playoffs. District and the Gainesville team, the team that was kind of the unknown that we really haven't seen, is one that we have circled up. Of course, Tech and Hernando. Hernando's our Burger Bowl game, and the winner of that, the boy gets to sponsor our banquet. That's always nice to be able to hold that trophy up and know that your banquet's taken care of in the program. But I mean, it's really the next one up. 5A, they're going to come in hot, and they come with a chip on their shoulders, looking to knock somebody off right away. But I mean, the all-important district, I believe, is most important because you have to win that to get in. But it's going to be a gun. It's going to be a gun with our schedule, but it's going to be fun as well.
Coach, what challenges do you think coaches are faced with? I asked the question in the last group was what the players' challenges. What are the biggest challenges for coaches today?
That's a loaded question. I believe that the biggest challenge is having the kids buy into your program. Having the kids, because it's so easy nowadays to transfer. And the kids that stay are going to come out greater men, we believe. The kids that leave, yes, grass might be green on the other side. Sometimes it's not. We've had kids that transfer thinking the grass is green on the other side, and they end up transferring 3 or 4 different schools. And that's not good for a kid, I believe. Stay where you are, be homegrown, trust the process that we have. Trust that we have a very seasoned coaching staff. We understand the process we go through. We've had great teams, we've had middle of the road teams. But the teams that are great are the ones that stick together. This group of guys, they've stuck together. They've been together through thick and thin. And the ones that will stay are going to come out the better men as better men, we believe.
We appreciate the answer to a loaded question. Wish you guys the best this year. Good luck. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys.
Avid golfer, been golf usually weekly, play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been in pain for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
Timed that perfectly. Brown to the 10, 5, touchdown! Off to the left-hand side. He's at the 30. He's at the 40. At the 10, it goes. Isaiah Riggins.
Next up, we have the Wiregrass Ranch Bulls with Coach Mark Cantor. Coach, I'm going to allow you a few minutes to give an opening statement.
So let's just introduce the players. I think that's the most important thing that we have. So my left to the viewer's right. Number 1, Liberty commit, Bryce Randolph. Number 14, Alex Condon. Number 21, Ian Wilson. And number 60, Elvis Mahmoud Nasser. We're just happy to be here. Thanks for Hernando County Sports and allowing us to be here, and we'll get this show on the road.
All right. Good deal. Well, we're going to start off with it. Last year was a record-breaking year. We don't want to focus too much on last year. But how have you prepared this season going into after having a season as you did last year?
Well, the unfortunate thing is that every year, Tom, you're going to have a different looking team. We may not rely so much on the pass, maybe the run. We may be more 50-50. It just all depends on what each game presents and what each team presents to us. It's just how our offense works. So with the guys that we have and the players around them, we feel like we're going to be pretty successful again. We just hope and pray that we don't get the injury bug, people stay healthy, and I think we're going to have a fantastic year again.
Coach, it's been about, I think, 2011 since the last Pasco team has won a regional final. Last season, you guys were district champions. You won your second playoff game, and you made it to the second round. Does this team have the potential to get to the regional final?
Well, they have potential. It just depends on whether we're able to execute. Well, one of the things that I think as our team has to prepare and get better at is going on the road, especially long bus rides, and be able to get off the bus being ready to play. One of the things that Lake Minneola did last year was jump on us quickly. In the past, a lot of teams would have folded. Last year's team didn't fold. They had some wherewithal to get back into it, get in the fourth quarter, was tied. We thought the tide was going to change, but a couple things happened. That's how it is in playoff football. Does this team have it? We'll see. I mean, we haven't been tested yet. I mean, we'll get tested on August the 16th, and we'll see from there. We might have to make some changes. We might have to adjust some things. But I feel, and the coaches feel, really confident in the group that we have, that we're going to make another successful run.
We'll get back to you, Coach, on some more questions for you. But let's get to the players, some questions. I'm going to ask the same question. You guys can pass the mic around. How do you guys mentally prepare for a long season, practice, games? Football game averages about 17 minutes. That's all a game averages. That's play time. That's actual playing time. How do you guys mentally prepare for that throughout the season, your practices and the games?
I think just, working hard every day, practice, extra hours, just building team chemistry, getting ready for the season, carry over. So we just I say, not but easy transition for us because we've just always been not great team, but just a great, great team.
I think competition at practice really helps us the most when it comes to locking in before a game because honestly our defense is the hardest defense I've ever played in high school, and I think Monday through Thursday they give me the best work, so Friday makes it easier.
I feel like it's a mental thing. Like you have to be mentally prepared for the whole week, through the whole season. You got to practice hard. You got to grind hard, watch film, all that.
I feel like it's more of a discipline thing. Week by week we go and we compete against each other. It's hard, but it's work. And I feel like as we keep going and we stay committed on what we want to achieve, which is a state title, I feel like as we keep going to practice every day, we stay disciplined, we stay on track, and I feel like we'll lock in and get to where we need to be.
Coach, I asked the question in the last group as well. What do you think are some of the challenges that players have now in high school football and that coaches have?
You have to be
love that question.
You have to be politically correct. But if you really want the truth, I truly think that it's a mind over matter type thing. I tell the kids all the time, I don't care about your feelings, because nobody cares about mine. And if you have a mental mindset that you're physically and mentally tough, you'll get through anything in life has to offer. Not just on the football field, but in life in general, in school, in the community, at home. And just trying to get kids to understand that is very difficult, especially in this time frame, because everybody's worried about their mental healthness, who their likes are, who their friends are, what's the latest TikTok version of stuff like that. I don't care about that. And when we were driving up, I told the players, I'm like, I just care that you guys graduate. You had a great time playing Wiregrass Ranch football, and that you know that every coach that's in this program loves you, and we want to see you achieve your dreams. If they do that, they'll be fine. But I think that's where we're at as a time frame of how, if you yell at a kid, is his feelings hurt? I'm tired of that. Like, you're going to get yelled at. If you're going to go and play the next level, you're going to get yelled at. Just get over it. You have to be able to move on. So I think those are the struggles that we have as a whole. And I think we could get over that, then we'll be fine. Football will be back to its normalcy.
Coach, let's get into some of the position groups where you guys are your strength and where you guys are some of the challenges you're going into going into practice, starting here, 2 weeks? So what are some of the things that you're looking at there going, hey, I'm not settled on, I'm sure you're not settled on a lot of things, and because what practice is for, but there's definitely places where you guys are strong in and things that you guys need to work on.
Well, I think our strength is up front, offensive, defensive line, our receiving core, and our running backs. That's the core of how we're built. We, unfortunately, need to find depth in every position so that if the injury bug does hit us, we're able to plug and play guys to where it doesn't take away what we need to do on both sides of the ball. So if we're able to find those things, then we're going to be all right. But when the injury bug starts, and like last year, we had to find another receiver when Bryce went down. We were able to do that with Fred Adams. He played a significant role. Sometimes kids don't realize that you're playing somewhere for right now, and you get your practice reps to prepare you for later down the road. And for a guy like Fred, that happened later down the road. So we just have to find those guys and make sure that we're able to coach them up to the best of our ability and get them prepared so when something happens on a Friday night, we can plug and play them in and move on.
Coach, you guys play 9 of the 10 teams here today in your schedule. They're here in the media day, and I think the one team that's not is in Pinellas County is Clearwater. You also play Cypress Creek for the first time. Of course, you play Wesley Chapel again, so you're going to have that kind of that triangle, I guess you would say, of the Chapel games. Talk about your schedule this year. You also have South Sumner who's here, who's opened the media days for us today. So it's another. You guys are known for strong schedules, and I think you guys have put another one together this year as well.
Well, thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. When you look at the schedule, funny you say that because we talked about it as we were driving up, and one of the players asked, like, "Well, Coach, do you go reach out for guys to play?" I'm like, "No." Usually at times people call me, and then I can see if it fits into what our schedule and where we want to go. I just truly believe that where we're at, we need to play some sort of a physical type schedule to prepare us for later down the road. And that has come ever since I've been there. When you talk about years past being in a district with Plant, Sickles, Gaither, Armwood, Tech, we had to play people because that's how prepared we had to be prepared to play them. So this year comes any other different, being able to play a team like a South Sumter or a team like a Clearwater or even Mitchell, who's a district opponent, even Cypress Creek first week of the season. It's just you got to prepare yourself. Even Zephyr Hills gives us a great challenge because of their team speed, which we need to do. So I enjoy the schedule. I enjoy making the schedule. It always changes depending on the team you have. But we truly believe that we have to play a competitive schedule to go where we want to go as a football program.
We had Coach Epper Jesse on the other couple weeks ago, and I have to bring it up because he's probably already reached out to you. I know this year's the schedule is already put together, but Gulf is wanting to play you as well. So just wanted to throw that out there.
We talked. We had an opportunity they came over to our place and we did a little 7-on-7 stuff, just practice stuff, and it was great work for both teams, and myself and Coach Epperchester did talk about that. So we'll see. I mean, it could be an option, which would be fantastic. I know where he's trying to go and try to get to where he wants to be, and I respect him for that. And I respect him for reaching out and saying that they want to play us. A lot of teams don't want to do that. And it's sad because we feel we can get everybody better, and there's teams out there that can get us better. So we're excited for the season to come, and I hope in 2 years that I haven't retired and we can get golf on the schedule and we can play them.
So 2 years.
Has to be 2 years on the schedule.
2 years on the schedule. You said retirement, so I just thought,
You
I didn't know if those
Tom, you
were-
never know. It gets to a point, I've done it for so long. This is going to be my 32nd fall. 22nd as a head coach. It's a long grind, especially we're not getting any younger. But I tell the players all the time, when I wake up, if I feel good, I know I look good, and we're going to get after it. The minute that I start not wanting to get up to go to the weight room, the minute I start not wanting to go to practice, the minute I start thinking, well, I'd like to go somewhere else and maybe be with my family, that's when you have to think about it. As of right now, I love these guys. I love our football team. I love our coaching staff. I'm excited to hit the field on the 29th with them. So for right now, I'm all in.
Seems like you're having fun.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to throw that fun in there. And after doing it for so long, and sometimes the fun gets away from it. But when you can get that fun back into it and want to get up every day to get on that football field as well. Before we end here, you mentioned the coaching staff, Coach, and you've had the coaches for a very long. I think a lot of them, some of them have been there since day one, at least with Wiregrass. Talk about that, your coaching staff.
They're unique individuals. Each individual is very unique. However, I'm going to share a story with you. When I first got to Wiregrass, Jordan Miner's dad reached out to me and said, hey, there's a coach that was on the staff before. Is it okay if I give him your numbers that you can talk to him? I'm like, absolutely. So Coach Groen, who's our offensive coordinator, he's our quarterback's coach, he came up to the weight room. And all the players, like, Coach Groen, are you coming back? At that moment, I knew I needed that guy. And I said to Coach Groen, I don't have to interview you. If the players like you, I like you. I need you here. And then it started to branch off to other guys who have been there. And then we reached out and got other guys. When other guys have either lost jobs or gotten fired or stuff like that, I have reached out to them. Hey, look, if anybody on your staff wants to come, tell them to come. One was Reggie Roberts' staff, and he was let go. Coach Ray, I reached out to him. I said, hey, you looking to coach still? And he's like, yeah. A funny story, we were kicking off a fundraiser, and he stayed there the whole time. I didn't even get to talk to him. And then something happened, and he had to leave. And so we kind of texted back and forth, and he's like, I might take the fall off. 2 days into fall practice, he texted me back. He said, hey, is that position still open? Yes, come on, be ready to go the next day. And he'd been with me for 8. Our receivers coach, Coach Roberts, been with me for 8. Coach Tanner, our defense coordinator, been with me for 10. So the longevity of everybody that is in key positions have been with us for a very long time. And we just add pieces to the puzzle. The guys from JV have come up to varsity. Just how it goes. And we're a very, very tight-knit group. It's very hard to get in if you don't understand our culture as coaches and our culture as what we do with our team. So it's exciting with them too. They're always fun. They're a blast. The kids enjoy them. So it's great.
It's part of that success, that secret sauce. Right? You look at the teams, especially in Pasco, I can look at, I'm sure it's around the state, around the country as well, but when you see those coaching staffs that have been around with experience and the continuity, the collaboration between all the coaches, it definitely, you can see it in the win total. Right? So, guys, thank you, Coach. Always a pleasure. Good luck this year. Hopefully I'll get out to see one of your games. It seems like I always get at least one game for you guys. Might be that Mitchell Wiregrass game. Zephyr Hills is always a fun one too, but have that Mitchell Wiregrass game circled. So thank you guys. Good luck.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Throws the ball down the field. Nice catch. Oh, interception by number 3. Oh, he hits his tight end in the back of the end zone. That is a big target.
Next up on stage, we have the Cypress Creek Coyotes with Coach Mike Johnson. Coach is going to allow you to have a few minutes for an opening statement.
Thanks, Tom. I want to thank you and Andy for putting this thing on the last couple of years. It's been awesome. Thanks for having us out. It's enjoyable every year. I got up here to the Cypress Creek Coyotes. We're going into year 8. It's been a pleasure to see this team grow, this program grow from what it was when we opened the school. So what these guys have put together in 8 years. We're coming off graduating about 25 seniors. So we got some young guys up here that are looking to kind of fill those roles. But definitely excited coming off 9-2, making the playoffs. They got some big shoes to fill, but we've worked really hard this offseason, putting some guys in some key places. And I'm excited to go into the season, get rolling on the 29th.
Coach, you talked about the 9-2 season, best in school history. You've been there since the beginning, 8 years, as you said. You're going to. It's going to be a younger team, as you know. Graduating not only did you graduate a number of seniors, but the production that those seniors put up on the field. What are the realistic goals for you this year after a season as you had last year?
I think we can be right there again. Definitely looking at the depth that we had last year. Some of these guys didn't get a ton of playing time, but they're not that far behind. I think they got a lot of experience being with us. They were younger, but they were with us last year. They were with us during that 9-2 run, and they saw what it took to get there. So I firmly believe my expectation is we're in the business of winning, and I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. And I think we can be right there again with this group of young men.
We just had Wiregrass up, as you guys seen. You do open up with Wiregrass in week 1. Talk a little bit about that game. I know you played each other, I believe, in the spring last year, and now it's going to be on the regular season that the 3 Chapel teams will play each other.
Yeah, I think that's been in the works for a while, and it's going to be a fun opening night. We travel over there for the first time. We haven't ever played over there, but they're well coached. I know Cantor for a while now, and it's going to be a fun night and hopefully a good competitive game.
You guys had a strong spring game, and we all kind of thought, at least from our other guys that cover Pasco County, was really kind of the eyes watching what you guys were going to do in the spring. You guys performed well in the spring. Talk about that game and how it led into now with your off-season plan.
Yeah, I think I didn't really know much about Forest out of Ocala. I didn't know much about them. And I talked to their coach on the phone, and we felt that it was going to be a pretty competitive game. And then, when they got off the bus, I was kind of like, holy cow. They're kind of a different animal. And but our boys came out, and from the get-go, just took it to them, played very well. Tripp, our quarterback, took over for Jack. Had just a consistent night and played well. I told him he just play to your standard. You don't have to be anybody but yourself tonight, and just get it to our playmakers and we'll be just fine. And that's what he did outside of probably one decision the whole night. He played very, very well. And just led that offense. And then the defense just played very, very well. And I was super proud of those guys because we really didn't know what we were getting into. But we came out of it feeling really, really good going into the offseason.
Would that kind of be years to come, how you put together your spring schedules, meaning looking for teams that kind of, I don't know a lot about, and find out a lot about your team?
Yeah, I think, I try to find teams that can challenge us, especially in the spring, because I want to see where we're at. I want to see what we, possibly could be. And that was a team that I felt would challenge us as a young team. And they came out the gate, they performed. And then, Ocala kind of punched us in the mouth a couple times, and then we responded. And then when we responded, we kind of ran away with it. And then obviously put the younger guys in the fourth quarter.
Okay, we'll pass it on to the players here. I'm going to ask kind of the same question. We'll pass the mic down for you guys. Your teammate to the right of you. Tell me a little bit about your teammate to the right of you.
Sean, he's been a starter for a couple years now. He has lots of experience. He knows what it means to win. Heck of a teammate. He's my friend. He's been a great player for this team. Big player. Top receiver, Florida, the whole team, our whole district, That's it.
This is Trip Jackson. He's our quarterback, and to be honest, he's like our heart of our team. He's like our leader. He's the one that's always the first one out on the practice field, the last one off. He is like I said, the leader of the team, and he's gonna make a lot of things happen this year.
So I can see a lot of catches and passes between the two of you this year, right?
Of course.
All right.
To my right, this is Blaine Marinko. He's our DB kick returner. He's one of the fastest kids in Pasco County. What'd you run, 4.29 at FSU? Yeah, this kid's fast. He's quick. And he'll make a lot of plays during the season, and we expect big things from our whole defense, but it starts with him. He's one of our leaders on defense, and they're going to have a great year this year.
To the right of me, this is Jaden Fountain. He's our starting running back. He is one of the best running backs I've seen in Pasco. Explosive runner, really fast, crazy cuts, one of our top scorers on the team.
Okay. We'll have you come back around and teammate over here.
That is Drew Pfeiffer, one of our top receivers. He's one of the cleanest whip routes I've ever seen. He rarely drops the ball. He's always open. Church always seems to find him. So I think that was a really great year this year.
Okay. Pass it back on to Coach Johnson. Your position groups, offense, defense, special teams. What are some of the groups where you feel really strong, going into practice, and the ones that you feel may be challenging as you get into practice that you have to kind of figure out before that first game?
I think we're loaded in all the skill positions. We're pretty deep there, offense and defensively. I think my most concern right now is where football's won, and that's in the trenches. I mean, offense and defensive line. I don't know what it's like with other teams, but it seems like for our team, we struggle to find those guys in depth. We'll have 5 to 6 that can get the job done. It's that 7, 8, 9 when injuries hit and everything else that have kind of hurt us in the past. And I see us going into the season right now with only about 8 offensive linemen that can, in my opinion, get the job done that falls off the table pretty quick. So I would say my biggest concern is the offensive line and turn around, flip around the defensive line. We just don't, it's not even in the school. There's just not a ton of size that we can even go get. But as far as skill positions, I think we're loaded on both sides of the ball.
Okay. Question for Shane. Shane, this is your third year.
Yes, sir.
As far as varsity, if I'm
yes, sir.
correct, right? You kind of came on the scene a couple of years ago, right? Had a big game. I believe it was I can't think of the team, but I believe you came on with a big game. What's your personal goals this season as you come in your senior season?
So my personal goals is obviously to do better than I have in the past, have a better season, hoping for 1,000 yards. But really, I really just want to win a district championship. That's my main thing. That's what I want to do. That's the main goal.
You guys changed districts this season. No longer Zephyr Hills. Okay. Chip, yours. First year starter quarterback in varsity.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that opportunity you're having.
First of all, I just want to shout out Jack Neiman, who was our quarterback last year. He's been a big part of my success, mentoring me the past few years when he was starting. Obviously I've had a lot of time to really take in the varsity position, on the bench, playing quarterback, being the leader of the team. And I take much pride in being the leader. I feel like every team's got to have that vocal guy, and I feel like if not me, then who's going to do it? So, we got guys who could do it, but I want it done right, so I'm going to do it myself. But I think expectation-wise, I think we have a great team. I shout out all those 5, 6, 7, 8 lineman guys that protect me every game. My receivers for making me look good all the time, and it's a team effort. So, yeah.
4.29.
Yeah.
Tell me about a 4.29. Are you running track as well?
Yeah.
All right. What are you running in the 100?
11.3.
11.3?
Yep.
Look to get under 11 this year.
Yeah, I'm going
That's
to try.
kind of the high school threshold,
Yeah.
at least in the district and regions, is get under that 11 number.
Yeah.
You're sophomore, junior?
Upcoming senior.
You are a senior. Okay. All right. I'll give the seniors a question here before we head out. What advice will you guys give the younger players coming in?
To always work hard. Just always train hard, always work hard, try and fill in for next year, fill in that spot as a starter.
Okay, you guys?
I would just say my advice to them is just be a sponge, be coachable, be as coachable as possible, because that's what will get you on the field. Know what you're doing. You don't have to be the fastest, strongest, nothing like that. But as long as you know what you're doing, that's how you're going to get playing time. And I feel like our younger guys now do a great job of that. Some of them are stepping up. The upcoming juniors are stepping up, being leaders. We're doing a great job in the weight room, make sure everybody's focused. So it's a team effort. There's not one leader. It's everyone as a group. We're all leaders, so they're doing a great job.
I love that comment about being a sponge. I may have to steal that from you and post that on social media at some point this year. So,
I would say that since Cypress Creek is finally getting a name for itself, all of our all the schedules and games we are going to play in the future is going to all be harder than what it has been in the past. So just keep working, keep your head down, and just work. It's not going to get easier for them.
I think I'd have to say really put your head down to work, listening to the coaching staff, being around Coach Johnson, making you disciplined, yeah.
Coach, one final question before we let you go. Talking about the schedule, has it kind of been by design with you, because you keep adding on those as you kind of evolved as your program? Each year getting better, that you keep adding those teams to help you get better each season. Is that kind of by design?
Yeah, I think iron sharpens iron. If you want to, pick and choose who you know you're going to beat, it's not making your team any better. It's not making you get ready for playoff runs, those types of things. So I do believe that this schedule is and will be our toughest one yet, and I like that as we keep growing. Just keep putting the pressure on our guys to respond. I think they've done an excellent job in the weight room off season. And I know there's not a lot of guys that know what we're going to be like this year, because we graduated so many guys and so much production, as you said. But I'm super excited. I think we've got the pieces in place, and it's putting guys in the proper spot to be successful. And I just can't wait to get going. We're going to take an awesome trip down to Key West to kick off the preseason, get them away, do some team bonding, and we've done that the past couple of years. It's been a great event leading up to our season and getting our guys in the right mindset to battle the rest of the year.
I was going to ask you who your kickoff classic was. I believe I remember it being the Key West that you were going to go to. So, well, good deal, guys. Thanks for coming out today. Good luck in the season. Hopefully get to see you.
Play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Okay, next up we have the Crystal River Pirates with Coach Bill Winoda. Coach, did I pronounce that right?
No, that's all right.
Go ahead and tell me what it is so I can.
It's Veneta.
Veneta. I apologize. I'm looking here. I don't have my glasses on, so I apologize to you. But I'm going to give you a few minutes for an opening statement.
Okay. All right. People ask me sometimes, Coach, how did you end up back into coaching again? We thought you were stepping away from it, and obviously that was the intention at some point. And I will tell you what I've told people over and over again. The one thing that keeps me coming back is the group of young men we're working with. We got a long way to go, but just so impressed with how I have seen them grow over the last few months. Just an awesome group of young men. So appreciative to be coached, so respectful. Not perfect. If they were, I wouldn't be allowed to coach them. But I had a visitor at practice the other day, and then I was sitting with him the following day, and the first thing he said was, I was just surprised at how respectful they were when I hear so much about teenagers today. And I hear that myself sometimes too. Our kids today, I don't know if I could put up with them. You know what? They're awesome. They're going to be who you let them be, who you allow them to become, and really excited to be working with this group of guys.
Good deal. I'm going to turn it over to the media member for Citrus County.
Hi, I'm Chris Bernhardt from the Citrus Chronicle, if you don't know. Coach, first of all, you've done this before, but your first off-season with the team coming in, how has it gone so far, building off of the spring game?
Well, like I said, we were very happy with the spring game. Felt like really we probably performed better than we expected, especially given some of the extenuating circumstances going into the game. Happy but not satisfied, because we know that we've got a lot of things to get better at in that. Summer, tricky time in Florida because you do have vacations and things like that, and guys are working in that, but the turnout has been tremendous. I feel like the focus has been really great. We're working harder, we're getting better. Got a long way to go yet, but it seems like, every day we talk about and we wrap up the practice, and I remind them today was good, but tomorrow will be better. And they haven't disappointed me yet. So still got some stuff to do, but we're getting there.
Offense usually your forte. How has it been implementing your offensive system?
Quicker than I would have thought. They really, and I think that goes back to being hungry. There's still things that they don't understand, that we're working on, but they're so hungry to be coached and to be good that they're picking it up a lot faster than I would have thought. A very wise coach that I learned from years ago said 3 years to implement and turn around. And we just, our guys understand 3 years is too far. and so they're working with some urgency, and it's just it's fun to be a part of.
And on the defensive side, having Coach Chop work on that side with his experience and his roots in Citrus County, what has he brought to the table? What kind of benefit has that been?
Well, first of all, he's got an energy. He's got a great relationship with the players. You watch him in the weight room and understand, I've been doing this for a while, and so I'm comfortable in there. I know what it takes. I watched him for 5 minutes in the weight room and said, "Oh, this guy's special." And you always knew it, hearing about it, but watching his interaction and his leadership with the young guys, it's really refreshing. Certainly defensively, he's going to help us. We're also very blessed to have so many defensive players back. I think we have 8 guys with starting experience back on defense. So, we're going to rely on them a bit.
Who are the players you've seen so far that have stood out to you to rely on this year?
I'm sorry.
What players do you feel like you're going to be relying upon this year?
Well, I don't think you could ever say, 1 or 2 guys. I mean, it's every one of them. We don't have a whole lot of numbers on the varsity level, but it's ironic. Talking to some of the players just the other day, it's like our numbers aren't that big, but we feel like we've got 22 to 25 guys that we can be comfortable starting. Certainly I'm a big believer, as the previous coach said, I think the game foremost, even with the new game, is won and lost in the trenches. I'm very fortunate. 3 of my 5 guys up here are defensive line, right? And so we feel strong about that. Our offensive line is a bit inexperienced, but they played so well in the spring. That's probably the area we're going to have to grow up the fastest in, but they've already started doing a great job. Until they fully mature, our other guys, our defense is just going to have to really kind of carry us until we can hit on all cylinders.
And with 3 new coaches in the county, what's your outlook on what county football is going to look like this year, Citrus County football?
Well, boy, that seems to be changing every day, doesn't it? It's understandable, because it's just, it's no longer the profession of longevity that it used to be. It used to be, you go back years ago when I first got in this, and you could come up with a half a dozen coaches that, hey, they've been here for 15 years, and you just don't see that anymore. I think the benefit of new faces is sometimes you get some new enthusiasm. You get guys to buy in some more. Me being there, I don't think that I'm anything special, but I think it's just the kids are seeing someone that's new, it's something different, and they had a relationship with me as an assistant coach. I'm sure that's the same thing that's happening at the other schools.
Let me go to the players. Just maybe go right to left. Just say your names and positions for me too. And just basically what has you excited about the season upcoming?
My name is Ryan Goodman. I'm a defensive end. What really has me excited is just the group we have. We're all really motivated. We all, like Coach said, we're hungry. We want to succeed.
My name is Deshaun Williams. I play slot receiver. What has me excited about this upcoming season is how much work we put in throughout the spring and the summer. I'm really excited to see how it plays out. And
I think you're supposed to use the mic.
Yeah, use the microphone.
Sorry. You're right by my phone, so you're good.
My name's Jesse Paul. I play quarterback at Chris River. I'm most excited for the season because we got a new district and a whole lot of new things we're putting in, and I'm just ready to work and win.
My name is Breck Petty. I play defensive line and also offensive line. What I'm most excited about is just having a new thing to have, having a new coach and, a new system. And, I'm just ready to play football, so.
My name is Jeremy Millett. I'm a D lineman. I'm excited how we've been working in the weight room all summer. And everybody's been putting in work. We never put in work like we have been over the summer in the past, like we have. But I'm just excited for the season to start.
And last thing, just Coach, about what do you see for the district and the schedule that you guys have this year?
That's a great question. Actually, I inherited most of the schedule by the time I took it over. Obviously, the district is decided by the state. And we, of course, have some county games that we're required to play. But what we like is we just feel like we're very competitive in our district. Obviously, you know, our first district game is Hernando. Always some talent there. Coach Scarlett does a great job with them. He's been there for a few years now, so you know they're going to be clicking on all cylinders by the time we play. I had a chance to meet him years ago when he was at CCC as an assistant, and, you know, so he's been in it for a while. But what we like is we just feel like we can compete, you know, and our guys understand that the first thing you have to worry about on your schedule is yourself. And so they're doing that. They're just doing the best they can with everything they have, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may.
All right, I'll ask a few questions here, or at least go through the players here without kind of putting you on the spot a little bit. Every game is important. What's that one game you got circled? Each of you. What's the one game you got circled that you're just like, I can't wait to play?
For me, I don't think I have one game.
Two.
I think I have two. Number one is Hernando, and two is Lecanto.
Okay.
Those are my two games.
Coming up next.
Probably Citrus and Lecanto. I mean, there are county rivals, so it's really just a rivalry game and just really exciting.
Any district game's like really important, but Citrus is definitely the most important game to me.
I'd also have to say Citrus because, you know, I think last year was just a little bit disappointing. So I'm ready to have another chance.
I'd have to say Hernando and Lecanto for sure. We need our get back.
Get back. What's the get back?
We've been losing. We done lost a couple years in a row to them.
Okay.
It's our turn.
Okay, all right. Great answers, guys. Coach, one question for you before we get off. I'm going to ask him the question, what's the biggest challenges for coaches today coming into the, you've coached for a long time. What do you see the biggest challenge, or what do you see the differences from when you first started to where we are today?
That's a combination of questions there that we might be here a couple hours talking about that.
Andy and I might have to have you on our podcast.
But I think the expectations, and I think, quite honestly, we've lost a little sight about what football's supposed to be about. We get so caught up in the image and some of the other things. And, you know, we all love having nice jerseys to wear. We all love those big games and the things like that. But I think when you look back on a football career, whether it's a player or coach, whatever, it has a lot to do with what kind of man you became. And I'm a very big believer in the idea that football is just one of those greatest opportunities. They did a survey years ago that said, hey, who were the biggest influence on your life to men? And they said the top three answers were my father, my youth pastor, or my football coach. Well, you got a lot of guys that don't have a father in the picture. You got a lot of people that aren't going to church these days, so you have an opportunity as a football coach. And I think that when we talk about the biggest change, I think people have lost sight of that. And when they lose sight of that, you know, the priorities kind of get out of order, and you don't build those relationships. It's all about the temporary stuff, and that's tough to convince people. And that's one of the things that has been most rewarding here is just seeing not just the physical growth in these guys, but the emotional growth, the maturity that has been developing. And the fact that, you know, coaches are constantly correcting behavior. I don't have to do that much anymore. If I see something wrong, usually before I get to say something about it, another player steps up because they understand that you start by taking care of yourself, make yourself a little more mature, the team gets better, and we do better on the field. That's just the benefit.
You're building leaders.
Yeah.
You're building leaders within the team, and you want those guys to step up.
That's exactly it. And unfortunately today, a lot of people just don't see that. And very, very blessed to have this group of guys who have picked up on that in a hurry.
You know, one thing as you guys are answering the question in regards to what team would you circle, you said mainly Citrus County teams, and as a guy that covers Pasco County probably, I love Pasco teams. That's part of the drive to it, and that kind of still builds that how I say it, old school football.
Yes.
It really is. So, guys, thank you for coming out today, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck this season, guys. If I'm up in Citrus County, maybe it sounds like one of the games, Citrus or Lecanto or something. So, thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Picked off by the Bears.
Don't make me start.
Next on the stage, we have the Central Bears with Coach P. Coach, give you a few minutes for opening statement.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us out. Central needs all the publicity we can get, and this is great for us, believe me. How do I open up? We are Central, and we're in pursuit of better. That's our goal this year. We just want to get a little bit better. We're extremely excited about this year. We have an extremely young team. I think we have, I wrote it down here so I wouldn't forget. We've got 8 seniors on our roster and 12 juniors, 31 sophomores. 20 freshmen we have seen so far this summer working out with us. We're pretty excited about that group. They look pretty talented. So, the other thing I'm excited about is this is my 4th year, and this will be my first year to have a full coaching staff, which is fantastic for us and for them. New district, that's exciting to us. We're in a new district. It's a district that we really believe we can compete in. To be honest with you, anybody could win that district in my mind. So I think it's going to be a very competitive district and a lot of fun this year. So, and then the last thing I would hit on is our incoming freshmen. Like I said, we have 20 in the building right now working out. We'll probably recruit another 20, 25 in the hallways when school starts. So we'll have a pretty strong JV team. And that's the other thing that we're excited about this year is we have a full JV schedule. We've got 7 games. There's a JV championship game, which our conference decided to do this year, which is going to help us in the long run. Them guys coming up. So.
Eric White, Coastal Sports Network. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Good morning. First question is going to be for you, Coach P. Just coming off a 2-8 season, obviously not the way you envisioned starting the season last year. Just explain what you need to be the focus coming into this season.
Our biggest focus in my mind is we need to play together as a team. We need to come together as a team. I think in the past couple of years, we've been trying to get that culture. We had a lot of individuals. So this year's team really starting to come together in the weight room in the off season. Another thing that we're pretty excited about. So to me, that would be team. We need to play as a team, and everything else will take care of itself.
Also, you talked about moving into a new district this year. How did that change, if any, your preparation going into the season as far as scheduling and preparing for new opponents this year?
It really didn't change anything that we do. I mean, we're going to do what we do. I don't know, maybe we're just a little bit more excited because we know it's a competitive district. And, we were getting better, and not saying nothing that we couldn't compete with the other teams in our district, but they're more on our level, enrollment-wise and things like that. So, that's the exciting part for us. Who's going to emerge as the district champ? Could be anybody, like I said. It's going to be a good district. A lot of fun.
And I also have some questions for the players, one each. My first question is going to be for Taylor Bull. Good morning, Taylor. How are you doing?
Morning.
This is my first question to you. It's going to be, how has your preparation been during the off-season to prepare for this upcoming season?
So for the off season, as we've been in the weight room a lot, just getting stronger. As Coach P said, we got plenty of young talent around here, and being one of the veteran leaders at this school, I just want to just lead them and be able to win our district and show them what's up around here and show them how we do it at Central.
Thank you. Next question will be for Sebastian.
Sebastian's not here.
Sebastian not here? All right.
Be Anthony Santos.
All right. Next one will be for, is Landon here? Good morning. How you doing, Landon? Good morning. Just going into your junior year, what has changed for you, if any, mentally preparing for the season, if any, different from the upcoming previous seasons?
Our mentality hasn't changed much, but I just think that we are trying harder to succeed and working harder.
And for you personally, what do you feel like you've gotten better on during this all season to prepare for this upcoming season?
Working as a team.
All right. The next question is going to be for Alvin. Good morning. How you doing, Alvin?
Good.
Being a sophomore on varsity last year, having over 30 tackles and 3 interceptions, how does that experience help you going into the season this year?
I mean, not much, but like I'm just trying to ball, just play, do what I do.
And what do you feel like your role expectation is going to be being a junior on that defense this year?
Probably pretty big. I got to step up, lead the team, do as much as I can.
And Colby? Good morning. How you doing, Colby? Doing pretty good. Just talk about your defensive line this year and the impact you got to have to make a successful season this year.
I think we gotta work more as like a team, and instead of like trying to like play other people's positions, I think you need to focus on your own position, trust your teammate.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being here, and appreciate you guys being here. Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Hi, Coach. Austin Zumbrook, Fernando's son. Just a couple quick questions. You said this is the first year you're going to be supporting a full coaching staff. How do you feel that it's going to be able to affect the team moving forward? I imagine that's definitely going to help everyone's going to have their own specific roles. It's going to be sort of easier to sort of, parse all those out, right?
Well, I think one of our areas that we really need to improve on is technique. And having individual coaches in their positions, in each position, is going to help with that greatly. So I think that's where you'll see the biggest improvement.
And I know you and all the players have really emphasized this year working together as a team. Are there any specific sort of, whether it's like any specific things that you're sort of doing to sort of help build that camaraderie a little bit more, or sort of what does working more together as a team sort of look like as far as from the day-to-day?
Well, one is the weight room, obviously, the off-season workouts, coming together there, just, bonding together. I think the other thing we have is in the past we've had a couple of individuals who maybe most of the players looked up to. This year it's kind of just a unit, and I think in the long run that will help us out in that point. So, but as far as off-season things, unfortunately we didn't do any 7-on-7 this year. We're going to do a couple of team events before things wind up here, but we're working on them. So.
And going into this new district, are there I suppose any teams you're really excited to face, or sort of, I mean, how are you feeling about the schedule? I know you were sort of talking about how it's a very competitive district, but sort of I suppose getting into it, what's the first like big game I suppose maybe you have circled on the schedule? Is it just sort of the first game of the year, or is there like a specific one, anything like that?
Well, for me, it's probably the kickoff classic, because we'll see if we got better. It's one game at a time. It really is. I mean, there's not one. I don't have anybody circled on the schedule. Obviously, we played the Battle of Hexham Trophy with Wiki. That's kind of a rival game. We haven't played Hernando in a little bit, so that's kind of exciting. And just like I say, the other thing though is we got to look at. I'm saying it's a competitive district, and you're basing that on last year. And as I tell these guys, last year means absolutely nothing. So. Who knows? I mean, you can have an 0-19 that goes 9-0 the next year. I've experienced a few different times. So, that's pretty much there. I mean, I'm not going to tell you we're got somebody marked on the schedule, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about getting better in the golf game. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Coach, I have a few questions for you guys as well. I asked the previous team, Crystal River, what game do you guys have circled on your calendars? That's for the players. What that one game that you guys, well, you can't wait to get on the football field.
You know, as Coach said, you know, one game at a time, but I believe one of our biggest games, especially being a competitive district, is going to be Hernando this year. Just want to go out there, win it. I believe that's going to be one of the games that will probably decide that district.
Should be a big game that we need to succeed in.
Me personally, I don't really think I have a game in my head. You know, I just, as being one of the younger guys, I said, I think I just want to get better, strive forward. I look forward to every game, getting more experience under my belt, and being able to move on.
I would probably have to say Hernando. They've been talking crazy for the past 2 years, and it's time to see what they got.
I'd say the first game is always the most important game, but in our season, I think Hernando's going to be the best one.
Okay, what week is that in? I don't know what week it's in.
It's week 6.
Week 6, so that could be playing for the district championship. Any game could be I mean, you could look at it 100 different ways. What?
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to count anybody out in the district, so I wouldn't go that far to say that's the game for the district. You know, we still, after then, we've got 2 district games left, so Crystal River and Citrus, so.
Sure.
Yeah, Hernando, probably they're the closest school to us, you know, and Wiki's there too, so. Obviously, they're county rivals, so. You know,
Big game.
Yeah.
So what high school football is about.
Yes, that's what makes high school football exciting.
Coach, go back to your numbers for this year again, if you could.
Well, I can tell you here, we have 8 seniors, 12 juniors, 31 sophomores, and like I said, we've seen 20 freshmen so far this summer. So normally we'll pick up 20, 25 freshmen. These guys know I'm a little bit fanatic about recruiting in the hallways. I don't leave you go until you tell me yes. So I think we'll have a strong JV team, and again, having that JV schedule, I think is going to help us greatly. Getting to play all the other teams in our conference, and also there's a JV championship game. So number-wise, I think we're going to be okay. So.
But a young team, but that's something to build on.
Yeah, very young team, but you know, it's what it is, right?
You mentioned also about getting position coaches put in place this season. I know you're pretty active on social media, getting coaches and trying to get coaches to come out. Is that one of the biggest challenges that you see, maybe in your area or just in high school football in general?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. In this area, it is hard to get coaches. It really is. You know, I think it's a pay thing. It's a process thing. You know, I came out of Orange County, and you know, I fully thought I might bring my whole staff here with me, but once we found out, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and then the pay is half of what they're making in Orange County, none of them came. So, still talking to them, but none of them came. So,
but as you go into this season, you do have a full
yeah, we have a full
staff.
staff. We have 9 coaches. We're probably going to have 10. We got one more coming on board here this week. So we're really excited about that because we've had to combine positions before. With one coach, now they're going to get individual coaching, which is just going to help us.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's a good problem to have when you're having that many kids to figure out what you got to do with them all and how to outfit them and all that stuff. But it's a good problem to have.
Yes, definitely.
Well, guys, thank you for coming out today. Good luck this season. And thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity. Good to go. That way.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
We could have swapped if you want.
Right. Oh! And take it down. Little. Oh, wide open. There he goes. He's touchdown.
Next on the stage, we have the Weeki-Wachee Hornets with head coach Justin Lamb. Coach, open some opening statements.
First off, thank you for having us here. It's good. It's nice to be here representing the county. Me being a first-year head coach, I will start off by saying, there's a lot of adjustment. I've been an assistant coach in this county for going on year 15 now. This is year 15 for me. I've been a middle school head coach prior. Been a part of some great county football, whether it's Hernando High School. I was a previous coach at being at Weeki-Wachee. I love the area out there. I think we've got a great thing we're building out in Weeki-Wachee. I look forward to the future and what we can put together over the next few years.
Eric White, Gulf Coast Sports Network. Good morning, Coach. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Just to piggyback off what you just said as well too. Going into your first season, coming over from the middle school level, literally just across in the parking lot. What is one of the things that stands out the most during your spring training and your summer workouts that you've seen with your team so far?
The easy answer there is just how hard these kids work. The kids, they want to be successful, they want to be held accountable. And that's something that I think I brought in the spring. Day one when I got hired, that was my mentality. Of hey, we're gonna build a winning tradition around here. So that's something that we've taken great pride in from the spring, rolling over in the summer. I think the kids bought into that. It didn't take much to get the kids convinced that hey, this is what we're gonna do. And to go out in the spring, see how we played in the spring game. What kids might have been on the fence, they're not on the fence. They're bought in. So that's one thing that I will say from spring is I've got a bunch of kids bought in that show up every day over summer. They worked, they responded in the way that I wanted to see them respond. So I will say that's probably the biggest thing we got out of the spring.
Seeing that throughout the spring and the summer, what are your goals and aspirations for this upcoming season?
I'd be lying to you if I didn't sit here and say district championship. I preach to the kids every single day that I think we got the team to bring the first district title to Weeki-Wachee High School. I think we have the kids here. They work hard enough. They're buying into the program and what we're trying to do. So I'd be lying to sit here and tell you if I didn't think that was what we wanted. Because that's what we want. It's what every one of these kids on the stage want. We want to be competitive. We want to win football games. And we want to bring a winning tradition to a school that has not necessarily had a winning tradition ever.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Next, I also have some questions for the players as well. We're going to go down the line. I'll start with Daniel. Good morning, Daniel. How you doing?
Good morning.
First, just talk about your offensive line group and how important it is for you guys to be connected, staying down in those trenches.
I feel like the offensive line really just depends on the weakest link because we're only as strong as whoever's on the line. And it's a big important factor on the team because one mess up can really mess up the whole play. So I feel like everybody on the line has to have the same mindset and want to win the game.
And what position on the line do you play?
I play right tackle.
Thank you, Daniel. Next question is going to be for Richard Hanshaw. Good morning, Richard. How you doing?
Morning.
Just talk about first some of the things that Coach Bland has tried to instill in you guys as a group coming in as his first year.
Definitely, as soon as he came in, immediate changes. Not only with our offense, but defense too. Mindset's already changed. Before we used to think, let's get 4 wins. All right, let's try to tie a school record. Let's get somewhere out. Now the mindset is we're going to go win a district championship, and it's never been like that before. And the morale of the whole team completely different than it's ever been.
And how do you internalize that personally, especially as the quarterback, into leading your team to have a successful season this year?
Besides making sure that we're all on the same mindset, same page, I just try to do my best to make sure we're all there, we're all getting along, not only as friends, but
getting along the way and making sure we're making further progress.
Of course. Thank you, Richard. Next question is going to be for Donovan. Good morning, Donovan. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Being a varsity player since your sophomore season, how has this past 2 years prepared you for your role as an impact player your senior year?
Well, you know, when you're young, you don't get much playing time, but when you get in, it gives you a little taste of what it takes to be at that level and the amount of work you have to put in to be good at that level. So, you know, it taught me what I got to do, what it takes, and now I'm going to do it.
And just kind of explain your role and your position for this team this year.
I play the middle linebacker, quarterback of the defense. So.
And then can you talk a little bit about your defense this year and how you think you got to stand up against the county this year?
We're ready to play.
Great answer. All right, my next question, last question, is going to be for Alex Wilson. Good morning, Alex. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Playing both sides of the ball can be tiring, but also an honorable task. As from your coaches. So just talk about your dedication to the sport and what motivates you and inspires you to play football every day.
What motivates me is, well, first it starts from family, and then it goes back from carrying like how you grew up to want to play sports and having issues to taking it out in sports, and it just helps me play better and go hard.
And the last question for you, Alex, is going into this season, your senior season. Just talk about your past experiences throughout Wiki and what goals do you have for this upcoming season? What do you want to accomplish?
Richie already said it. I mean, everybody on the team is reaching for that district title. We all won the district title, but we got to work for it. So we all in to work.
All right. Well, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys being here. Good luck this season.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, Coach. Nice to see you. Austin Zumbrook with Hernando's son. Just to start off, would you be able to talk about sort of that transition for you and for your staff going from middle school ranks to high school ranks, or what that transition's been like, that sort of thing?
I mean, as far as for me this year, it was easy. A lot of people know I was coaching at the high school level and the middle school at the exact same time. I've been a high school coach my first 4 years as a coach. I was an assistant head JV coach. Went to the middle school ranks, went back, and then came over to Wiki Watchie. So I've been at both levels, for an extended period of time. So I've really, the transition was easy. And as far as in the last 2 years, I've been an associate head coach. So kind of working under Coach Malandruco and seeing the ins and outs of what a head coach would go through daily, it made that transition a little bit smoother for me.
And I suppose what's been what have been some of the challenges, especially over the offseason? All the players, you and the players have talked about really wanting to get a district title. Sort of, what are some extra details does that look like behind the scenes that can help you earn that district title the first?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that we've had is, being from Wiki Watchie, there's not a ton of community support, around there, because it's an area that's not developed quite yet. It's coming, so it's getting that community kind of to buy in, getting that support from the outside world. We have it in the school building. We have it from an administration standpoint. The kids, I think the parents. But it's more along the lines of just getting that community built and kind of buy in, getting the middle school on board with what we're trying to do. We're blessed to have a middle school right next door. We share a parking lot with them, a feeder program, like just kind of getting all those little detailed things in order so that way, hopefully when this starts going the way we want it to go, it stays going that way. That's some of that stuff. So I spent a lot of time this summer just trying to get all those details that are outside of the school building, if you want to say. Getting that kind of ironed out just to keep this thing building in the direction we want it to go.
Staff thing, do you have any specific members of the staff that you sort of got really working on that, or like as far as like reaching out to the community, anything like that, or is that just a sort of in general across the board staff thing?
I mean, I think all of us, every one of my staff, like I'm blessed to have 12 assistant coaches. So it takes a lot off my plate when I have 12 assistant coaches that can help me, whether it's like right now we're selling program ads, that kind of stuff, calling, getting meals and stuff provided. Like I think each one of us is kind of taking on a task for that. So it's not like it's a ton on everybody's plate. We've kind of spread out against all 13 of us are working towards that. So it's like I said, it's been easy. It's just those little detailed things that a lot of people don't really see with a program that's been around. This is year, I believe, 14 that the school's been open. So again, that tradition's kind of not there. So just trying to get that community sport, stuff like that. But it's been easy. Like I said, having the adults, the manpower and stuff to kind of split it up.
And are there any, I suppose, games maybe early on in the season that you're looking at that you feel will be sort of games that make you go, okay, we are kind of more on track, we are where we want to be, sort of thing? Any that sort of feel that way?
I mean, when we sat down and we started making the schedule, and this was before, Coach Gondruco had fully stepped down, he started looking at the schedule, and we sat down as a coaching staff and looked at it. Having Wesley Chapel as our preseason game, I feel like that's going to be a test for us defensively with what they're wanting to do offensively. Then you get Sun Lake. Sun Lake's kind of the mirror flip of that. They're going to be a little bit more physical. They're going to be bigger up front. So those first two games, that preseason week one, we look at that as that's going to be a true test of where we're going to stand as we go through our schedule. Then after that, we're looking at every district game. Week 4 Central, week 6 Citrus, and then 9 and 10 with Crystal River and Hernando. Those are the next games that really, really stand out. So, we've got a few games in the front end, kind of set us up. As long as we can stay healthy, we get a good gauge of where we're at, and that'll set us up hopefully for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to continue on with some questions for the players here. How do you guys mentally and physically prepare yourselves in the off season for a long football season? You guys start one, matter what end.
I think during the summer we really work hard because we want to be somewhere high when we start the season, and then when the season comes, we don't work like aggressively and stuff, but we still work hard.
Seems to be that football, and it really has been over the last probably 10, 15 years, Coach, it's really a 12-month sport. Through you think about you get a 10-game season, hopefully a couple of playoff games, but for those 10 games, it's a 12-month preparation. 17 minutes of game time.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's something that a lot of people don't see. Is football has become a 12-month sport. There's really not a break. There's not an off season. Call it off season, but the kids are working. Now you got 7-on-7 camps that run through the entire summer, the winter flag leagues. You got these kids that are doing everything, and it's like if they don't work hard and stuff like that, you feel like you're falling behind. So football has really become something that you got to do year round now.
Do you hear a few more of you guys? How do you guys prepare mentally and physically? Physically, I think you get it. You get out there. It might even be the easier part of it. Is the physical part of it. It's the mental part of it. How do I prepare myself for all week long? You practice 4 or 5 days a week for a 2-hour game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I personally think that when we do practice and we are training hard and we're lifting, that's good because we're putting everything we have into that. We know we have a shot at this district championship, but it's when we're outside the field, even when we just talk as like a little friend group here, a little friend group there, it's the morale of the team is up. We want it. We're going to go get it. We know what we want, so, it shouldn't be that hard this year. We got it, I think, so.
You want to take a shot?
For the mental part of it, it's hot out there. It's summer in Florida. It's hot. And just working through it every day, in and out, getting ready for the summer. It's going to be hot during the season too. But just working every day, lifting, running, all on that heat. It's building that mental toughness. And it's just making your mind strong, getting you ready for it.
I think beating off what all my teammates said, the mental comes with the physical. I don't see anyone outworking us this season. In the off season, we've been training hard, really no breaks. I don't see anyone outworking us this season.
Coach, one last, just kind of to finish up there, any final comments about your team, the season, what you're looking forward to, what are you going to do before the practice starts here in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of, like I said, I can touch back on the kids. One thing that they've done, I've asked them to show up and work hard, and they've done it. So I think the hard work side of things, putting the work in, the kids do it. I can't, give them enough respect for them showing up every single day. I ask a lot out of these kids, and they respond. I issued some challenges in the spring and over summer, and so far, I would say most of the kids, they've met it. So I can't thank the kids enough for, I guess, developing that mentality that I'm trying to instill. And that's one thing. I came in day one, and the kids jumped right in line. They know we're all on that same level. I think these guys, they're just ready to put pads on. July 29th, can't get here quick enough. I think the kids are just as ready as I am to get a season started. Hopefully, we end it the way we want. I think that's every team in America right now. Unfortunately, a lot of teams, it doesn't go that way. Hopefully it goes our way this year, and we can start, building that winning tradition over there with Hiwachi, and keep it rolling. So.
You guys, thank you for coming out today. Good luck to your season. And again, thank you.
Yes, sir.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that, you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Next on stage, we have the Gulf Buccaneers with head coach Sean Epperjesse. Coach, we want you to have a few minutes to open statements.
Thank you for having us. We're very excited to be here. Really looking forward to the season. Had an incredible off season. Between last season, our spring game, and then moving into the summer. Had a very great, dedicated bunch of kids, working towards the same goal. And, I think this is, I know I say it every year, but I think this is one of the best teams I've had. So just from their commitment level and from top to bottom, we've had some young guys really buy in. And this freshman group that I just got in shows nice potential. Seems like a couple kids that could, play right out the gate, possibly, potentially. But we also have a lot of, very skilled older guys. So we're just at that point right now where I'm just kind of ready to get to it. So if we could fast forward to July 29th, I would, because these are probably the two most nerve-wracking weeks in anticipation for the season. But, I got some of our best players up here up front, and, we're good to go. We're ready to play some football.
When we introduce the players you have up there.
Okay, to my right, I have what I believe, and a lot of people believe, to be the best running back in the state of Florida. That's Tony Muniz. Absolutely incredible runner, great stats from last year, and had a great off season. We're actually looking forward to taking the next step. I'm going to start on the right side. Next is an underclassman. This is Brady Moore. He stepped in last year as a starter at right guard. Did a phenomenal job, looking to take that next step. He will be a junior this season. On the end with the Dion look, that's Aiden Haluski. Aiden is our defensive end / tight end, one of the best football players in the county, if not the state, and he's got proof of that with his 4 D1 offers that he got last week. So, and then to my left, I've got the state's probably biggest secret here, Jaden Wood. He can play receiver, he can play DB, he can play quarterback. He will be playing quarterback. All around phenomenal athlete, and we see high hopes for him. And then I got Ryan Greats. Ryan has been a 4-year starter. He started as a freshman. He's played every position on the planet, and pretty much at this point he's excited for playing a little extra defense this year. So,
let's get started with first the numbers that you have going into practice. What are you expecting on July 29th?
I would say numbers-wise, this is probably the bigger team that I've had. Usually, I'm more of a manage-wise, especially for our size school, 30 per group, so 30, 35 for varsity, 30, 35 for JV. I think our number is going to be significantly higher than that. During the summer when kids are, doing other things, or they're traveling or doing some type of vacation stuff, or, whatever it is, you don't always get all of the kids at one time. So you get kind of like a number that you roughly kind of stay between. So in most of the summer, even today, we were 47, and we're, usually at the end it kind of trickles off right before training camp starts. So I mean, last year I think we were a 60-70 team. I would say probably 70-80 this year. I think it's somewhere in there. So.
And it's the largest team you've had since you've been at golf.
Absolutely.
No, as far as numbers coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think it's twofold. Not only is it the biggest number, but it's the biggest quality. So, the first couple years when we were trying to get the program turned around, we were chasing talent. You know what I mean? We're chasing kids. Like, we would take anybody, their mother, their little brother. Like, we didn't care. Like, come play football. And now we're not having to chase kids around. Like, if you don't want to play football, that's fine. Next guy up. Like, there's somebody sitting here. There's somebody at practice. There's somebody in the weight room waiting for their opportunity, relishing for it. So that has been probably more of a positive for us than the actual numbers part. Is just the quality of player. Like, we got kids there that are either great or on their way to being great.
Coach, I think you would agree that I think you guys in the last 2 years are probably a quarter away from being district championships.
Oh, yes.
You knew that was coming.
Yeah, sure is.
You knew that was coming.
Yeah.
How far is this team this season, do you think, from winning that and getting to the playoffs again?
Well,
you mentioned it was the best team that you may have had.
Yes. Well, I will say from that standpoint, the playoffs is always the goal. So if we go 2-8 and make the playoffs, or 10-0, I'm taking 2-8. Like, I want to be in the playoffs. Like, at the end of the day, we all should be working towards the same goal. Like, if you have a coach that's not working towards a state championship, then what's the point? So we were very close the last 2 years, but I think it's one of I like to refer to it as the football gods. That was the Metro Suburban thing, and although it was great football, it was a great district, it was very competitive. We missed it the first year by a point, second year by 6 points. It's one of those things where maybe we just have to earn our first one, and I don't think with our district this year you can argue that. So, we've got some tough teams in there, and we think we match up well, and that's the plan. So, because that's always the easiest ticket into the playoffs is the district championship. So, but at the end of the day, we want to be in the dance. So that's the most important goal, playoffs.
Yeah. This question is going to be for all of you guys, players up there, to answer the same question. Golf hasn't won a district championship. School's been in existence probably early 1900s, probably over 100 years it's been in existence. What is it going to mean to you guys to win the very first district championship for golf? What would it mean to you guys?
I mean, it's definitely going to mean a lot. I think the last couple of years we were in the running for districts, and we definitely should have won districts. It came down to, like you said, a quarter. But like as a team as a whole, we have something special building, and I think next year is definitely going to be our district run and possible high playoff run. So I think as a school and as a program, a district championship will just be a step in the right direction and just a start for the good playoff run that we're going to have in the following season.
It's always good to be the first.
Yeah.
You can't take that away.
I think us winning a district title this year would really show the rest of the county and even the state of Florida that you don't need a million transfers to come into your program to help you win something. I think it's going to show that what you have, you can make something out of, and that the hard work that we've put in over the offseason, the past couple off seasons, and we've been knocking on the door the past 2 years. I think this year 3 for us as a team that's going to be the time we step into the door, we win this district title and make a run for the playoffs.
Ryan, go.
I think it's going to mean a lot. I think it's just going to be a stepping point into our deep playoff run. I think with how hard we've worked in the off season, it's going to show the new kids coming in that hard work does pay off. It's going to be a really a stepping point in the right direction, especially for the years coming. Just not this year, but showing that you could take a losing record team, and with the right direction and the right coach and a great bunch of kids who always want to work hard, you could really turn it around. And I think that's going to show a lot of people that with hard work and just a bunch of kids who want to work hard, you can make a lot happen. And I think it's just going to be the standard. It's going to set a standard for the kids coming up.
I don't know what to say.
Just how much, what it would mean to you to be the first?
It would mean a lot. It would just, honestly, like, it would show the freshmen and all the younger kids that we're hardworking and make them want to work hard. So, yeah.
Question for Aiden. Aiden, congratulations on your offers there. Those Ivy League Division One offers. You play both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Both sides. Every time you got to take off maximum speed.
Right.
How do you prepare for playing both sides? You've been doing this for at least 3 years. Your third year.
Freshman year.
Yeah, I was going to say freshman year. You've been playing varsity football. How do you prepare for both sides of the field?
I mean, it all starts in the summer. Really, what we do here is a year-round thing. We don't stop throughout the year. I mean, we never stop. We practice
every day?
Almost every week of the year, every day. Saturday, Sunday, Saturday sometimes. Not really Sunday. That's usually our day off. I mean, really, whatever I do, I just always try to do it my best. And as long as I put all my effort into everything I do, then I'm always prepared for whatever life brings to me.
Tony, you go by Tony or Antonio?
Antonio.
You go, okay. I've been posting Antonio, and you called him Tony, Coach. So I just want to make sure I correct that if I need to. You led the county in rushing last season.
Yeah.
Kind of have a bullseye. How do you handle that pressure that you have to compete again at that same level or more?
It's just going to make me work harder. I'm just going to keep working every day and try to get better every day.
Working in the weight room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Gordon, you're going to be quarterback, possibly.
Yep.
No until
Jaden.
I'm sorry. Did I say Jordan? I said Jordan. Jaden. Sorry. The opportunity to play quarterback, be the kind of the leader, captain on the offense with the ball. How do you look at that opportunity?
I look at it as a big opportunity because it shows that I can play really any position. So it would just help me out for college. So show that I'm an athlete. And I feel like I got a lot of athletes this year that can make plays with the ball in their hands. So, it'll be good.
We got a few minutes here, Coach. On your position groups, I know you're sitting up here and you got some settled positions. Of course, kids coming up that were key players in last season. What are some of the position groups where you're looking at, probably going into practice, I haven't really settled those groups yet?
Well, I think for us, nothing's really settled. As much as I love the guys up here, and the reason they're up here is because how hard they work. If they decide to change that tune tomorrow, they'll be sitting behind somebody. So at the end of the day, I think football, and I've told them this, all these kids have heard it 1,000 times. I think football is the purest place on the planet. It doesn't matter who you are, what you believe in. When you're on a football field and you take that ball across the plane, you get 6 points. So to me, it's my job to uphold that and make sure we honor that. So when we go on the field, I don't care who your dad is. I don't care who your family is. Like, at the end of the day, you put in the work, you earn the right to be there and to be on the field. So the cool thing about these guys is, yes, they're super talented, like incredibly talented. You know, they could play at any program in the state, in my opinion, but they choose to be here. They choose to work hard. They choose to earn it. So at the end of the day, we're putting them through a regiment that is, closely mimics like a college style lifestyle, like wake up in the morning, lift, go to school, practice, watch film, do it again the next day. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of thing they have to develop in order to be a college football player. So, but if you're asking me specifically where I particularly question spots, and it's not necessarily a question, it's just more of like a rotational thing and how we're going to do things. I think our most settled positions for the first time ever on offense is our skill positions. So, receivers, running backs, tight end, like that was super easy. I think our offensive line is very solidified. The fortunate side effect or byproduct of an unfortunate injury is that you get young guys reps. So last year that was probably the worst I've ever been hit with an injury bug. I mean, I think we lost 5 starters going into week 2. So And it just kind of trickled out, and we kept losing kids, but we had young guys that had to step up and play. Like at the end of the day, that's why football is amazing, because other places you can cancel games, you can cancel events, you can cancel a fight, but you can't cancel a football game. You have to show up with 11. So we've had some young guys really step up. So it looks like the offensive line is very solidified. Our defensive line looks like it's the best aspect of our football team. So we've got some incredible defensive ends in Travis and Aiden, and our interior guys. We've got a nice little rotation between Ryan and Gio. Gio Spencer, and then we've got a young, he'll be a sophomore, Aiden Engelbrecht. He's about 6'2", 284 pounds, but not sloppy. Like, it's well put together. So, and then we got Brady play some D-line. He had a couple sacks down at River Ridge last year, which surprised everybody, including myself. But, we seem to have depth and strength everywhere. Linebackers, we've got some kids that Cam, Radon, Alex Lopez, that are coming back from injuries or coming back from being banged up, or even a position move, because Radon originally played a little offensive line and defensive line. So, and then our secondary, we're still kind of moving around, but when a college, I think at the end of the day, and I think I take a little different approach on it. My job is not to put these kids in a position that makes me look good. It's me to put them in a position that makes them look good. So originally my quarterback, and anybody knows who coaches offense and quarterback, you kind of want to protect your quarterback, especially for a guy who lost his quarterback last year, week 3. We went to a USF camp, and USF asked my quarterback here, how would he like playing DB? So he gets to play DB this year, because at the end of the day, if USF wants him at DB, I need to put some tape together to give him that opportunity. So I'll be honest, like with the kids we got, there's no major question marks. I think linebacker will be a little fluid, but we have some great kids that can step up in all the positions. We just had a couple new kids come in as well they were at Gulf Middle, and they moved out for whatever reason, but they're back. They've blended right back in, and they're very athletic, so we're excited for July 29th to kind of get them going and to see how they fit in. But right now, I've got no worries. I'll be honest. I got no worries. I'm ready to get to it. Like I said, if I could fast forward, I'd do it right now.
Good deal. Well, appreciate you guys showing up, coming here today. Week 1, Mitchell.
Yes.
I'm already going to call it the game of the week, and that's probably the one that I've circled for myself to be there. So again, guys, good luck this season. Rooting for you guys. And again, appreciate you coming out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring one of those up. You got to come with me in.
Me?
Yeah. You said just.
Next up on stage, we have the Lecanto Panthers with Coach Antoine. Coach, I'm going to help me pronounce your last name so I don't butcher it here.
Yes, sir. Scriven.
There we go,
Yes,
Coach
sir.
Scriven. Coach, we'll give you a few minutes for an opening statement.
Yes. First and foremost, thank you guys for having us here. We do apologize for being late. Went to the wrong location, but we're excited about this platform that you guys have, allowing our guys to pretty much show their voice, and just pretty much so you guys can get a little bit of their personality and also about what we got going on with our program. So thank you so much for having us.
We're going to call up media members to the podium.
How you guys doing? I'm Chris Berner from Central Chronicle.
Yes, sir.
If you don't know.
Yes, sir.
First of all, Antoine, for your first year as head coach, you had a good spring game. How has the summer gone and building towards the season?
Summer has been amazing for us. Our development process has been amazing. young guys really showing up and working hard, as well as our leaders and seniors. Just had a lot going on with the 7-on-7s. Team camp, had a phenomenal team camp last week down at Weber. And also some individual camps I feel about guys went to just to pretty much perfect their craft. So it's been amazing. It's been amazing.
I mean, you coming in, obviously you were defense coordinator last year. How has that helped with the transition to head coach?
Smooth, because everyone on the team obviously knew me already. I'm familiar with the guys, so I was familiar with where, they best fit, as far as our program right now. So everything's been smooth.
What do you feel like has prepared you for this moment to become a head coach now at the Rice-Center level?
My leadership before, every year I coached, they pretty much gave me more and more responsibility, exposed me to more of the back end of the business, and also just continue to put the right guys around me, to help with this process.
And coming up last year, putting together 5-5, what needs to happen to continue to move forward and build on that?
Pretty much stay healthy. Like we said, continue to put the right guys around our guys as far as IQ-wise, and just selecting the right leaders for our team, because at the end of the day, we can't do it for them. So I'm excited for these guys up here on this podium and here to pretty much lead their team to success this year.
And Canto has had some success last few years. You've been around Central County football for a while. You know where Canto had been for a long time as a program. How important is that to continue to kind of change the culture and make this a winning program, and continue to make it a winning program?
Yeah, so I think we just keep raising the standard. County championship is good, but we're looking forward to district championships, regional championships, and state championships. That's our mindset. And if we think big that way, I know we'll continue to have success everywhere.
I asked Coach Renee this question. 3 new coaches in the county. What's your outlook on Citrus County football this season?
It's heading in the right direction. I'm excited for those guys at the other 2 schools in our county. I wish them the best. Like I said, the more competitive our county is, the better we're going to be, as a team, as a football team. If we don't have to travel an hour or 2 away to go find, our compete against great teams, that's great for us. We would like to stay at home, compete against those guys and also get the looks that our guys definitely need and deserve.
And what about this team has you confident? What about this team has you concerned?
I'm confident in how close this team is and the leadership. I'm also confident in pretty much what we're able to do. As far as coaching wise, I have some great guys around me. As far as experience, I'm not really concerned about anything right now. To be honest with you, of course, injuries and stuff like that. That I believe that'll be the only thing that can slow down our process of what we're really trying to accomplish.
Let me go to the players. Maybe we go right to left. If you could state your name and your position.
Is that mic on?
Talk about what has you excited for the season.
Is that mic on? Or not?
Katie Moore. What has me excited is just competing with every school we play, and the fact that we got a chance to go far this year. And I'm just really excited to follow my brothers and see how far we can go.
Tez Joseph, and basically what he said, just compete and go far, get the district, hopefully states. That's what I'm really want to do because I'm a senior. I want to go out with a bang this year. I think this is the group to do it.
Anthony Nero, nose guard, left tackle. I'm excited for this season to win and compete.
Brandon Rose. I play D-line, and I'm excited to play my last season with my boys. You know what I'm saying?
And once again, talk about just what it's been like having Chris Scriven come in, and obviously you're used to him, but how has that helped the fact that he's somebody who was on the coaching staff previously?
It helps a lot because we were familiar with him and we already have a bond with him instead of bringing a new coach that we don't know, we have to get to know. And we all have a lot of respect for Coach Scriven, so it's really great for our program to see him get promoted throughout the years we've been here and him rise up with us. So it's really great to see him as a head coach and play for him now.
Yeah, it's really good because we basically grew with him. He was the defensive coach, and I came in as a angry little kid that didn't play, and he showed me what it took to be a starter, and I thank him for that. That's why I wasn't mad when he got head coach. I was really excited. I was like happy.
It doesn't feel like a transition at all. He got here our freshman year, so he's been family, and now he's the leader of the family.
There really isn't any bias to what he's doing. Like he's a good head coach.
And I go back around to, I mean, I don't know, you guys maybe don't know what Lecanto used to be like. They had a long run of losing seasons. Hasn't been that way more recently. How important is it for you guys to kind of build the tradition and the legacy and change the culture of that program?
It's very important because, I've heard about how, Lecanto was back in the day, and just to be able to change that is really inspiring to, the youth, seeing that they can come in and they can change their program too, and making kids want to come to Lecanto and keep building the culture. So it's very important. So it's very important that we come out and we do what we're supposed to do this year.
Yeah, I really think it's good because we came in here, we attacked the weight room different. The coaches, they seemed more happier when all of us transferred there. They seemed like we was gonna do really good because based off the seniors, they led the team, to a great season, and we wanted to keep that going. So basically, my job this year is to get the little guys, like the younger kids, like the sophomores and freshmen, to play big and play their role.
It's really important to me to grow as a program. Last year we went 5-5. This year I want to win all our games. I don't want the old culture to be the new culture. We need to grow and keep growing no matter what happens.
It's important for us to grow, as a team. Basically like what you said, how we went 5-5. I'm looking to make it farther than the third round. Maybe play in the state game, win that state game.
Last week, Coach, just talk about the schedule in the district this year.
A very competitive district, we have, and that we're grateful to be a part of. Obviously a great team, as in Vanguard and also Leesburg. They had success last year. We're excited to play against those type of teams because, we just want to measure up with, some of the best teams in the state of Florida. That's what Lecanto, want to be remembered as or known as, far as being a top team in the state. So in order to get to that point, we need to play stout competition Vanguard, Leesburg, and open up with Plant as well this year, to get that recognition. So we're very excited, and I also think that we're going to be very competitive in our district as well with the guys that we have this year. But pretty much the schedule that Coastal set for us last year is definitely going to help us for the postseason. And that's my intention as well. In the future of this program, I want to continue to schedule teams such as Plants, Bradfords, Florida States, and stuff like that to challenge my guys. And also my coaching staff. We want to be up against the best. Like I said, to be known as the best. When it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, you guys being in higher classification, you got that added challenge of having to go against those Ocala and Gainesville teams.
Yeah.
How much tougher is that? Make the road through the season.
They have the depth, so we pretty much say that's would be maybe our only concern, but we can continue to do what we do in our program and build up these young guys. Eventually, we'll get to that point as well. But far as skill sets and like our skill guys, and like we're beefing up our guys up front. We'll be able to play with those guys, and we're looking forward to show that we can.
Thank you, Coach. Thanks, guys, for coming out today. Good luck this season, and again, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Everybody look at the camera. Here we go.
Over the middle and hit very hard. Oh, interception by the left defense. Touchdown!
Next on stage, we have the Hernando Leopards head coach John Scargill. Coach, we'll open up with some opening statements. You have a few minutes.
All right, thank you for having us. We're really looking forward to this season. This is the first season that I've been there that we've had a chance to do our own schedule. The district has been kind to us, putting us in the district that they did. So we are very excited about this season. We've got a lot of aspirations for a great, successful season. We have great leadership from our upperclassmen. We've got 67 kids on paper coming out. We've got about 50 kids every day showing up to summer workouts, so we're very excited about the upcoming season.
Eric White, Gulf Coast Sports Network. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. First, this question for Coach. 4-6 season last year. Just talk about your outlook for this upcoming season. What would your biggest focuses going into the off season?
Our focus was to get bigger, stronger, faster, come together as a team, get our numbers where we wanted them to be. We were lucky enough to build a brand new weight room with 10 platforms, which is going to help us. But we're as a coaching staff, we wanted to make our guys smarter. So we made playbooks for everybody, got them on huddle, and we've been working the fundamentals of offense, fundamentals of defense to make sure that they understand their assignments.
And also, we're losing 3 starters on the defensive side with Ashworth, Capel, and Williams, who accounted for a lot of the tackle productions last year. How do you plan to fill those voids, or do you have any players specifically in place to fill those voids on the defensive side?
Yeah, we sure do. We have 2 seniors on the defensive line, and Keandre Gavin and Cole Collins. They were both starters last year, so they will take the advantage on the front line. At the second level, we have returning linebacker Sam Jackson. Sam's going to be really good for us at linebacker. And then in the back end, returning safety Gabe Sansone. He's going to run the back end for us, so we should be good.
Thank you, Coach. Now I have just some questions for the players as well. Is Noah here?
Yes. See if that works.
Good afternoon, Noah. How are you doing? Just explain the offensive line this year and how important it is to be physical down in those trenches as the offensive lineman.
Yeah, a big focus on this year is hitting the weight room pretty hard. Got to get a lot stronger, and you got to be strong and physical to defeat the person in front of you, and that's the big focus we've been on. With getting faster and getting stronger.
And what position do you play specifically on offensive line?
I play left guard.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Noah. My next question would be for Sam. Sam here. How you doing, Sam? Just talk about, I know Coach said that you were one of the focal points on defense last year, so just kind of piggyback off that. What will your role be on the defensive side of the ball, and how you've been preparing for this upcoming season?
I've been in the weight room a lot
want to, getting bigger, stronger, same as everyone. And as middle linebacker, I'm really just controlling the defense, making sure everyone knows their assignment, same as me, just kind of helping everyone out when they need it.
All right. Thank you. Is Michael here?
Michael is on his way. He's not here yet.
All right, no problem. Keandre?
Keandre could not make it. He had to work.
No problem. Next, I have a question for Kamani. Being a freshman last year and starting on the defensive end, how did that experience of playing varsity as a freshman help you into growing into the role in this upcoming season?
I think it definitely helped me in a lot of aspects. I have the experience. A lot of my upperclassmen helped me transition into that. Like Gabe, he taught me a lot of what I know now. Now I'm switching over to the offensive side, and I think playing cornerback helped me a lot with that.
Thank you, Kamani. Last question will be for Gabriel. How you doing today?
Doing good.
Last year had 77 tackles, not as many touches on the offensive side as his sophomore year. Just kind of explain, do you have any goals, or do your coaches have any plans for you to get back on the offensive side to get any more production on the offensive side?
I mean, yeah, when they need me, I'll be on the offensive side, but right now I'm really more focused on defense, trying to beat my stats from last year and stuff like that. But if I do get on the offensive side, I'll definitely get more stats on that side too.
And just to piggyback off of that, just kind of explain the defense as a whole, the group as a unit, and kind of what your responsibility is, kind of controlling that back end, the safety.
I mean, yeah, I really just try to do my best.
Making the coverages, checks.
I'm basically a leader back there. I make the choices for them. If they do something wrong, I'll correct them on it. But they look up to me, so I'm like the biggest leader out there, so I got their back.
Thank you. And we'll pass to the gentleman over there, number 58. Can you introduce yourself and tell us your name and position?
Cole Collins, DN, number 58 for Amanda, of course. Somewhere. All right.
No problem. And just kind of explain kind of your role and your position on the team, and what impact do you bring to success for your team?
Well, I feel like I'm kind of one of the leaders on the D-line, of course, and you got to just look out for everybody else out there, and make sure you are doing your job as well as everybody else is. So together we can all come together and dominate as a team,
All right. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for being here, and good luck in the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Hi, Coach. Austin Zepbrook, Fernando's son. So I know when we were talking towards the end of last season, and you sort of mentioned it here, the ability to sort of get in and now have more control over the schedule as opposed to the first two seasons. Would you be able to talk a little bit more about how you feel like that's going to be helping you out moving forward?
Well, Brooksville is a small town. They're really going to get behind us if we can show some kind of productivity. They want to see us win on the scoreboard. We've been making improvements since my first day here. We're moving in the right direction, but they really want to see like a 7-3, 8-2 season, maybe go too deep into the playoffs. And that's our goal. We want to win a district championship for them. We want to win a regional championship for them, and that's our total focus every day in the weight room, every day on the field.
And having lost Capel, how are you looking at sort of replacing that production? What's sort of the plan on the offensive side of the ball for that?
Right. He was a huge part of the offense last year, and he was our cowbell. But with our quarterback, Mike Saltzman, having a full year as a sophomore, as a starting varsity quarterback, that's going to help us in our passing game. He's also going to help pick up a little bit in the run game. But our tailbacks are going to be by committee. We have some young guys, Jerry Brown, Stavante Hasbury, Gabe Sansone. It's going to be by committee, so no one person is going to be exhausted, kind of like John was last year, almost carrying every single run play. So it's going to be by committee. The nice thing is we have a very strong offensive line, a lot of guys returning that played last year, Same with our defensive line. So our both line of scrimmages are with a lot of seniors and juniors. Okay, little upperclassmen.
And last question, with the facilities sort of that you've been getting worked on over the offseason and whatnot, and the plans moving forward, how do you feel that's helping? Like, obviously on sort of a developmental standpoint, it allows a little bit more of that, but also would you say it's sort of add a little bit more excitement sort of surrounding the program, having some more developments going on like that?
Yeah, I think not only is the community excited, the players are excited, the administration's excited. We were able to get the new locker room last year with the NFL type lockers. This year we got the locker room floor painted. We got a brand new weight room with 5 double-sided 10 platform racks. We have plans for a field house already in the works. We're meeting with a new scoreboard company for a full digital scoreboard, and we're working on a turf field. So those are the things that we've got coming in the next 36 months.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Coach. Sounds like there's a lot of exciting things happening in Brooksville and Hernando for you guys, which is exciting for you guys. Got a few more minutes here before we close, and just kind of open it up to the players, because the question I had asked for a few other teams was who do they look forward to playing, and your guys' name came up quite a few times. So I'm going to ask you guys, give you the opportunity to, who do you guys got that game? Every game's important. Absolutely. District games, non-district, especially in today's the way the districts are built and playoffs are built. Every game is important to win or lose. But who do you have? Who you have a circle on the schedule?
Sam, we'll start with you. Go.
Don't like Nature Coast.
All right, Gabe.
Nature Coast. We don't mess with them boys.
Nature Coast.
Probably also Nature Coast.
Yeah, definitely Nature Coast.
That's pretty clear, pretty consensus. It's Nature Coast on the schedule. One final last question for you guys. If you had to describe this team in one word and then elaborate on it, what is that one word that this team this year is that you would say?
Who wants to go?
I'd say it's been just compared to the last couple of years that I've been here. It's just a lot more guys show up more consistently. It shows throughout and putting in the work for the show.
All those things that's happening in Hernando's helping that with that commitment.
Yeah, I would say my biggest competitor. I just really want to beat them boys.
Compete. Got to compete before you win.
I would say dominant, because we're here to win at the end of the day.
Okay.
I would also say dominant. I feel like everybody in the position groups has evolved, and we are hungry to win this year. So dominant would be mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna also say commitment. A lot of guys have been coming out and working hard more than the other day. Yeah, we definitely coming for Nature Coast.
Yeah. Good answers. Coach, how about you?
Well, I like all their comments. We're committed to the program, and we've kind of been trying to instill this in everybody that it's not about any one coach or any one player. It's about the entire program. Everybody has to buy in, and as they see us improve the facilities, as we get new uniforms, as we do all the things that the players love nowadays, we're expecting their commitment, right? We're expecting them to hold each other accountable, and I think our leadership from the day that I started 2 years ago to now has improved tenfold, and it's just going to continue to get better. And I always tell them, look, this is your team. We need you guys to have the locker room. You got to take control of this team. We're just here to facilitate and manage it. And I've put this on the seniors this year to take control of this team.
Yeah, great game plan. Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate it. Good luck this season, and thank you again.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Certainly I'm an avid golfer, golf usually weekly.
play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been in pain for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
Number 20, 20 cuts back. He goes back to the outside and hits it in the end zone. Good pass, tip, and it's intercepted. And it's touchdown. Puts the ball in the air. Number 6 out deep, and it's touchdown.
Next on the stage, we have the River Ridge Royal Knights with head coach Fred Reed. Coach, I'm going to give you a few minutes with an opening statement.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you guys for having us and putting this special event on. I think it's a great deal that East County does this before you kick off the season. To see what teams are, looking at expectations they have going into the season, the players' thoughts and different things like that. So I love this event that you guys put on. Expectations for us, the River Ridge Knights this year, is be consistent on the football field. Go deeper in the playoffs, looking for a state championship. That's our motto. That's what we've been working hard for this summer. Everything is coming together as far as the coaching and the player standpoint. So we're just going to keep working, and we're looking to do dominant things this year on the field.
Coach, we're going to start off with, what do you expect your numbers to be July 29th when you start practice?
Oh, man, numbers have been great this summer. We got a nice incoming freshman class, some good numbers there. I would have to say about like 35 total, probably like 45 total varsity kids right now, and plus expecting some more as school starts. So I'll just say probably like 85 kids, on the roster total once we get going.
We're going to get through the players here, but what's in your arsenal this year? You guys are really the back-to-back district champions, chance opportunity to 3 people. So what do you got in that arsenal to come back with this year?
Oh, man, we got some special players returning from the last 2 years, actually. We got a good senior group, such as these guys up here. And we got some depth across the board. These guys have been working this summer. I can see it in the eyes the way they've been working, that they want to do a 3-peat. And we got all the tools necessary to get that done. We just have to play disciplined football, be consistent, and making sure we're taking care of business week to week. And if we do those things, we can have a great year this year, along with having that 3-peat. And that's our goal for this year.
Coach, on the position groups, where you guys are the strongest and where do you guys have the challenges as you get into practice? I know no positions are set until you get to that first game and determine your starters, but where do you feel that you guys have the most opportunity that you need to get better before the start of the season?
We're strong at a different couple positions there. We got a couple good running backs that can get the job done. We got some DBs. A lot of those guys are returning from last year that can do some things on that back end of our defense. The biggest thing I'm excited about is we got some depth on the front, on the offensive line and defensive line this year. We all know that's where the games are won and lost from, for the most part. So we got some depth there, and I'm excited about that. As long as you have depth up front, I believe you can get a lot of things done for sure.
Coach, you're in your second year with River Ridge. What are your top priorities to build a successful football program? What are those top 3 things that you believe that really to be successful?
For me, being consistent, being true to my players, and making sure they buy in and being all in to the things that I want to be done in this program. These guys have been doing that. One thing I do want to see us do forward next year is being consistent on the football field. I feel like we weren't doing that for the most part last year. But if we can play with consistency every game, I think we'll have a shot of getting things done and going deep in the playoffs. Well, so that's the biggest thing I want to see out this group going into the fall.
Yeah, and also go back to that golf game. I'm sure golf doesn't want to hear it, but going back to the golf game where you guys came back in the fourth quarter is not giving up as well. That kind of goes along with the consistency.
Absolutely, man. Those guys played that game for 4 quarters. You know, it was up and down. Things weren't going our way at times, but they kept fighting for the most part. And that's what I preach to these guys. Just keep fighting. No matter what, things is not going to go good the whole game. But you just got to keep fighting. You just never know when things are going to go your way. So just keep playing 100% across the board, and things will work out for you. And those guys did that. We had some younger guys step up that game due to some injuries, and that was key for us. So good lesson learned from us. I think we can build off that and roll into next year and pick up where we left off at for the most part.
What else besides consistency to build a good program? Of course, having strong numbers as you do, strong JV programs and so forth. But what else is there that you've been in football a long time to build this, and really high school, at the high school level. I'm sure it kind of translates to college and to pro levels as well, but at the high school level, it's different than, even youth football. Down into Pop Warner, it's different. But from a high school perspective, we just had Coach Scargill on and mentioned the community support and so forth, and building from there.
Oh, yeah, that's huge, having community support. We have that at River Ridge for the most part. Could it be better? Absolutely. But from where we was at last year with community support, I think it's going to get even better, especially when you're winning football games on the field and you're doing good things with your program. Good things happen. People want to be involved and come check it out and see what it's all about. So as long as we're putting a good product on the field, and our boys are playing hard, putting on a good show every Friday night, I think the community involvement will be there. We're not too far from where we want to be with that. We got, like I said, a nice incoming freshman class. Their parents are ready to be involved, whatever we got going on. And, that's promising for a football team. And, as long as we can have that consistency over the years with a good JV program and having the boys come back every year, we'll be okay with that.
We're going to start with the players here. Your guys is right, all the way to the right. Name and positions.
Miles Scholar, offensive line. Andreas Bonner, linebacker.
Matt Barton, running back.
Jackson Wainwright, defensive back.
All right, so we have a good kind of variety of the players up here on the stage today. Describe your guys' team in one word, and then elaborate on that. What to this team right now that you guys have?
I'd say competitive. We want to win every single thing we do. Whenever it comes to the weight room, we're on the field. We always want to compete with each other and beat everyone. And especially for this season, I think we all want to go 10-0, and I don't see a single reason why we can't.
And that consistency, as Coach is talking about, and commitment,
absolutely
goes together. Next.
This team is a family. No matter how competitive we are very competitive with each other. But at the end of the day, we all know that we all love and care about each other.
What are the things you guys do outside the football field to make it a family?
We do a bunch of team bonding stuff. Like next week, we're going on a beach day, and tonight we're going on a team dinner to Hooters.
I think you guys have done that in the past. I think I've seen on social media the beach day. It looks fun.
Yeah, try to do that every year. End of the season, end of the summer workouts. They've been working so hard, so at least we can do, have a little family day out there, have the kids come out and eat all they want and play at the beach, and probably put a little beach workout for them as well out there. So we're just looking to have a fun time together before we go into fall camp.
All right, the other guys?
I'll say fearless. We're ready to get after whoever steps in front of us. We're ready to take down. That's what Coach Reed tells us all the time. Somebody get in front of you, you got to move them some way, somehow. So that's how I feel.
Can't play football unless you're fearless.
That's right.
Right? Any sport, especially football. It's a physical sport. Good one.
I'd say I'm ambitious. Whether we're on the field or the weight room, we're always working hard.
Great answer. Great. Ambitious.
Say that, we're grinders out here. Most of us are all putting the work in the weight room, on the field. We go out after the weight room and we all grind and work to get better.
Great answers to that. Some of the best answers of the day here when I've asked that question. So really good. Really building that. You can see the consistency there, Coach, and the commitment to it as well with it. Coach, speaking of your numbers of 85 kids, out of that 85 kids, how many are seniors?
I'll probably say I got 15 total seniors, I'll say. Mm-hmm.
So it's a somewhat young team.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely a young team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of young guys in the back, which is good.
how will you break that up between varsity and JV?
Well, I'll say the numbers right now, 35 JV, 45 varsity, but them numbers can change closer till you get to the first game. We may have to pull some guys up that may be consistent varsity players from the younger group. So we just got to see and evaluate over the next couple of weeks when we start training camp before we actually go into the season, who will actually be on varsity, who will actually be on JV, and maybe some six-quarter kids as well. So that's how we'll evaluate things.
Okay. Coach, what do you see as the biggest challenge as a coach in today's high school football? What's the biggest challenge for coaches?
Oh man, the biggest challenge I would say, what would I say is just for your summer, just having, we had good numbers this summer, but course of the summer you had kids, which is understandable, had to go on vacation and do different things like that. But I believe, and I think all programs go through this too, but just not having that consistency with all your players there every day throughout the summer. But I can't too much complain about that because we've been having pretty good numbers over the course, very shockingly. But you do have, your very few that may have to go here and there throughout the summer. But I would just like to have everybody there, over consistency over the summer for sure. Let's just make you a stronger team overall.
Sure. Talk about your schedule. New district. Not in the same district as you've had the last couple of years. New district. Few same teams.
Yeah.
But there are some new ones in there. Talk about the schedule.
The schedule it's tough. We got a tough schedule, but that's what you want. You don't want easy games on your schedule. We feel like we can compete with the best teams in Pasco County. We had a tough schedule last year. I think that's just gonna, prepare us for, in the future, going into the season with our schedule now. I think it's doable. Is it tough? But I think we can get it done. If we work how I know we can and be consistent, what I said, I think we'll be okay with our schedule for sure.
You can't get out with it. If you're talking to River Ridge, you can't not say something about Mitchell.
Yeah, and that's always the goal, right? To beat Mitchell, and that's a good program over there. They've had consistent coaches over the years, pretty good program past years. But we on our way as well too. We're building something special here, and I'm not going to say that's the goal because the goal is to win every game on your schedule. But we're working. We're working, and we'll see when that game's come here. We're going to bring it all we got, and we'll see who wins.
How about you guys? Some of the best games that I've seen in Pasco County over the last 10 years have been the River Ridge Mitchell game, and they were early on in the season. I believe you guys still play them early in the year. That game, what does it mean to you guys?
It's like a hometown rivalry. I mean, we always played them every year. It's like middle school growing up. So it's a big win, especially because we're seniors. We want to beat them so bad. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
What you said. Everybody knows everybody. So I just want to make sure I beat them this year Friday.
Yeah. Now, some part of you're looking at high school football, and I know you guys are young players, Coach. You may see some basically old. I've seen you're old as me, but no, you're probably a lot younger. But old school kind of football, and when you think of River Ridge and Mitchell, you kind of think of that. That's what Friday Night Lights is about, right there. It really tells you what it's about. So you guys, that game, what does that kind of mean for you guys?
Like they said, everybody knows everybody. It's real competitive. It's always competitive. It's such a fun game to play in, and I'm so thankful to be able to participate in it.
Yeah. And it's deeper than football. It's deeper than football. It's other sports. And so forth.
I would say that the atmosphere is probably the best of our season. It's great. There's like probably 5,000 people at that game every year. So, and Mitchell's band is pretty legit, so it's pretty cool.
Coach, we got a few more minutes left. Just some final comments about the team, season, anything, what you're going to do in the next 2 weeks with the kids. I know you said the beach thing. Practice starts in 2 weeks.
Yeah, practice starts in 2 weeks. We're starting to wind down summer workouts. Like I said, they've been grinding this summer, so we're going to cut back a little bit, probably do some testing early in the week. Got the beach day Wednesday. Probably just have a team meeting and hand out equipment that Thursday, and they have the next 3 days off before we start the road that Monday. Like I said, there's no breaks then other than that bye weekend. We're still going to be working then. So it's really good for a good 14 weeks leading up to the state championship. That's our mindset that we're going to be going once we get going. So we're going to cut back a little bit, let them get their legs and all that stuff back up underneath them starting the end of next week. And but other than that, we're excited. You feel the energy about these players every day. I love being around them. I look forward to getting there every morning to be around them. They bring joy to me right now because I'm still be able to be a part of this game. No longer, I used to play football, so I'm no longer be able to play. So I love, giving back and coaching these kids and help them get where they need to be, and that's the joy for me every day.
Kind of brings one more question up for your practice starts on July 29th. Mm-hmm. First game really is what, August 16th,
August 16th and close, yeah.
It's a short period. It's a short time frame. Mm-hmm. How do you found to get the kids ready for that first game within 2 weeks when you don't even get into contact until the second week?
Yeah.
Just brought up a question when you.
Yeah, that's why the summer's so important. So you can try to work on different things, leading up to that game, because you don't have so much time before that game before you actually start fall practice. So if you can get some things done throughout the summer, as far as terminology and introducing the defense and the offense, especially to the younger guys. It can put you where you need to be once you start fall camp, and I feel like we got a good grasp on things. I'm a freshman; they still got a lot to learn, but we're going to make sure they get their time, to learn the offense and the defense, so they can be up to speed. But pretty much, we've been doing 7-on-7 over the course of the summer, so we've been working on plays and schemes and different things like that. So I think we're in a good spot right now going into the fall practice.
Good. Well, guys, thank you for coming out today. Wish you the best luck of the season, and hopefully get to see you this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us. Appreciate it. Coach Hicks.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Next up on stage, we have the Pasco Pirates with head coach Fred Hicks. Coach, I'm going to give you a few minutes to do an opening statement.
We're excited to be here. Guys been busting their tail this off season. Looking forward to year two, getting things moving in the right direction.
Coach, last season you guys were 2-8, and you've heard it many times from us, and especially myself as well. You guys are the best 2-8 team in Florida. I wanted to say the area in Florida. You guys were very competitive in many games. Could have gone either way for you guys. I know you lose some players this year. You got that's every year, right? You deal with that every year. It's not something new for you guys. But tell us about what you have in your arsenal this year to kind of improve from that 2-8.
I think having it, going into year two and the guys, us, building a better bond. Because last year this time I had only been there I think a month. So having the whole off season with these guys, the summer, I think with some of our young guys, we had some new faces show up, and also too, in Dade City there's a lot of growth off of 52, so we're starting to get a lot of kids moving in the area, maybe freshmen or sophomores, whatever. But we're getting kids popping up now, so that's exciting too. But we got a lot returning defensively. We should be pretty good. Got a lot of returners on that side of the ball. Leroy Vickers, Anthony Lane, Lewis Stanley, and then Brody's just coming in. But offensively, we'll have some experience too. We'll be young in some spots, but we got a lot of young, hungry guys that have been doing great this offseason. So really excited about what we're going to be capable of doing this year.
What numbers do you expect as you start practice?
Well, I know we'll be in probably most likely 50-60 range, but it might grow, because like I say, I just this morning I got an email from a parent asking about workouts and all that. Pretty sure it's a freshman, because normally the young guys are the last ones to come in. But yeah, so those numbers are probably they're growing every week. So hopefully it's in the 70-80 range. Hopefully, so that's what we wishing for. So
you're back in the same district with Zephyr Hills. I think you pick up 5A and Freedom is in there as well. Tampa Freedom is there as well. What are your realistic goals from the 2-8 season to this season? What are the realistic goals you have on your team and yourself as a coach and your team?
Like I explain to the guys all the time, that schedule should have been 8-2. As we all know how close those games were. But I feel like year 2, realistically, I think we can win our district. And I know that some people think that's crazy, but I really do think competitively we can win our district if we execute on the things we know that we're capable of. Of course, it's going to be competitive. You can't overlook your opponent. But I do think we'll come out with a lot better season this year. Our first 4 games some people thought I was crazy for picking a Hillsborough County team and 2 playoff teams in Springstead and Nature Coast. But like I said, we had that bye week 5 leading up to playing Zephyr Hill. So we should be very competitive this year, and I think those games we had very close last year, we'll be able to get over the hump this year. So.
This is going to start with the players. We'll start from your guys' right, just kind of give your name and your positions. What is your goal for the season?
My name is Anthony Williams. I play D-line. My goal is to be the best defensive tackle in the county.
Ethan Frederick, offensive tackle, and my goal is first team.
Leroy Vickers, linebacker. My goal for this year is just get better.
To get better from, how many tackles did you have last year?
I had 97.
97, up in the top 5 in the county there. So, you play any other positions besides linebacker?
I'm trying to play running back, but
trying to get the ball.
I don't know. We got to miss some packages where getting the ball or blocking too. So we're gonna be.
You do. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Yeah, he's gonna be doing some other things. Quite a few of these guys on stage going to be doing some other things in certain situations. So
sometimes you see that linebacker in high school right there in the back of that backfield as well. So have to see that too. We have to hopefully see that this year. So hope you see you up there as well. I mean, you had a great year last year and continue that this year.
Yes, sir.
My name is Lewis Stanley. I play D-line, and my goal for this season is just to be first team All-County.
My name is Brody Schweitzer. I play defensive end, and my goal for this year is to have the best defense all around.
What's that going to take?
It's going to take a lot more of what we've been doing already this summer. We've been busting our tails all summer, preparing for this year's games. It's just going to take a lot more of that.
Okay. Coach, you talked about your numbers, JV program. I always bring up JV. I'm a JV guy. I love JV football. I think it's really the beginning of the high school career of many kids. Most kids start at the JV level, and you notice that the teams that are really at the top of the county, let's just take the county, typically have good JV programs. How involved are you with your new JV programs?
Very involved. Our JV, even with the way we practice, our JV guys practice we all practice together. Our position drills, they're with the varsity guys, so they're learning the same things because, as we know, a benefit over in Pasco County is having a 6-quarter, rule and everything. So some of our guys who we think have potential to play on Friday and Thursday, we having them practice and do the same things we're doing it's an easy way to get them, comfortable with what we're doing. So when they get on the field with us Friday night for a couple plays or on special teams, they're already comfortable because they're used to the tempo, they're used to how we, practice as a team. But I'm very, very I think JV, just like you said, is very important because that's the foundation. If you don't have a great JV program, those guys eventually move up. So you got to have, once guys graduate, you got to have another good crop coming in. And I'm finna put him on the spot with our coach, our JV head coach, and my assistant head coach, Coach Singleton, is here today too as well. So I know he was smiling ear to ear when you brought up JV. So
I do. I miss going to. My wife didn't like it, but I'd go to JV game on Thursday, varsity on Friday. I was at a college game on Saturday taking pictures, and I had Buck season tickets. So
wow, yeah.
I could go to middle school on Tuesday. So it was a lot. This for the players. Who plays two sports? And what sport do you play?
I wrestle.
So I asked this earlier to a wrestler. How does that help your football, especially in a defensive end?
It definitely helps your movement on the field. Wrestling is about 100% movement. That's all the sport is, and it really helps you on the field.
Footwork.
Yeah.
Footwork on that.
He's being modest too. He's number 2 in state in 190 weight class.
190? I do. I don't cover it like I do football, but I do follow wrestling. Actually started going to some meets this past year, sort of got into it, because it really does kind of translate over to your point. I can just imagine the footwork, the stability, especially the position you're playing. So, anybody else?
Me?
Yeah.
I was running track too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you do in track? What event?
I did the 400 and then I threw a little bit too.
So 400, some call it one of the toughest races in track. I love track too. I just got back from the NCAA championship over in Oregon. So I love track. I didn't run track, didn't do it, but I love track in regards to it. How does that help you with football?
It just helps me. It helped me get conditioned and everything, and then it also helped me stay mentally capable, because the last 100 meters of 400 is like horrible. If you're not in the right headspace, then you could just stop on yourself, and then your body stops on you, your legs stop on you, and then that's it for the whole race.
If you don't balance yourself through that race too, it can eat you up really quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you run the 4x4 too?
Yes, sir.
You gotta do both? Okay. What's your time in the 400?
I think one time I had like a 59, and then the other time I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Leroy?
I do weightlifting and track, actually. And it helps me on the field with keep my body in condition, to be honest with you. That's about it.
And weightlifting and football, I mean, they're hand in hand. Yeah. Okay. No?
No, yeah.
No,
Just no.
Okay. All right. Coach, or for the players, there's another questions for the players to go around about. What's the biggest challenges for players? Ask the coach what the biggest coaching challenges. I'll ask you that question. And what are the biggest challenges for players today? Social media's out there.
I'd say keeping the team all together. There's a lot of struggles with like kids. Like sometimes they don't have rides to practice. Sometimes there's certain reasons that they can't go. I think the toughest challenges for players is consistently being there. It's a hard thing when you have other obstacles in your way that aren't in the sport or just in life.
I'll probably say another big challenge for us players is just our headspace, because in football it's really easy. Like you do bad one play, you jump off sides, and then you can get in your head, and that can mess you up for the whole game. That's
a good point. Yeah.
So we seen that a bunch last year, where we were just getting in our heads, and that's something we want to try to avoid this year. So we're just working on bringing up our teammates whenever like they jump off sides or anything, just getting them right back in the next play mindset.
Yeah, it's like Michael Jordan saying he's taken the game-winning shot many times, or how many times, and he's missed 26 times or whatever it was, and he's failed more than he's succeeded, and it may keeping yourself balanced with it.
Yes, sir.
I'd probably say the energy that we have. Like sometimes we'll have like really good days, and then the next day it's just terrible. Like no energy, or just come out flat. Like in the weight room, nobody's screaming or nothing like that. Just no energy.
I'd say being mentally strong.
It's a big part of it. Mentally strong. You guys play practice 12 months a year for a 17-minute game.
Yeah.
So, Coach, I'll leave the last few minutes here for you with any final comments you have about your team, your players, or what you're going to do in the next 2 weeks before that practice starts.
We just gonna clean up some things. We've been doing a lot of X's and O's, probably the second half of summer. Well, beginning too, but now cleaning some of those things up, preparing for the first game against the East Ridge Kickoff Classic. And just changing, like I tell them all the time, is having, if you have the right mindset when you walk in the room, you can move the room. But if you come in there with a defeated mindset, things aren't going to go the way you plan on going. So just instilling that with them every day, because like I explained to them, we're human. So there's days where, as coaches with, having families and doing other things and picking up kids or whatever, we have our struggles too. So, but we still, as adults, we know how to work past that. So also giving these young men those skills, because they hear it all the time. It's bigger than football. It's not just about football all the time. But my goal is if we can make these young men better men, the football part becomes easy, because that's something they love to do. And like Brody was saying earlier, there is a lot of challenges with just a lot of everybody comes from different backgrounds, different struggles at home. So football sometimes is the furthest thing from their mind, because some of them are trying to just survive the day or just survive, period. So just creating the atmosphere that it's home. Like I think the beginning of the summer, a couple guys would stay after and then go home. Now we have to tell them, hey man, we finna leave, like y'all gotta go. So they've been hanging out more. So that's what we want it to be. We want that. We want our locker room, our field house, to be have an environment of, hey, I don't want to go nowhere. I want to sit here and talk with the coaches and players, eat some snacks, play some video games or whatever. So just creating that atmosphere. We don't have everything I want the way I want it yet, but we're still working on that. So working hard to give them what they need so that they can be successful. And then ultimately, like I said, win these games this year like I know we can. So we just gonna stay locked in, and like I explained to them, week one is. I know some people say week one, you got disappointed, but when we play that first game of the year, the kickoff classic, that's week one to me. So, like I said, our mindset is, winning the district and getting back in the playoffs, and then go from there. So.
Well, thank you guys for coming out today. Appreciate it. Good luck this season, and hopefully I get to see you guys.
Yes, sir.
So thank you guys.
Go this way. That was good.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Next on stage, we have the Anclote Sharks with Coach Berger. Coach, we'll open it up with a few comments from you.
First of all, I just want to thank you guys for having us today. It's a great pleasure. First time head coach. It's nice bringing boys up here to get them publicity and all that stuff, all the hard work that they do, and then just talk about our program.
Okay. Coach, this program has had only won 2 games in the last 2 seasons, and haven't had a winning season probably in 7, 8 seasons. What's the formula to make a successful program? What are the top 3 things that you believe you have to do to this program to turn it around?
First thing is getting the kids all to buy in. Basically, have them buy into what we believe in. I preach to the kids every day. We have our standard, and so that if you can't meet it, then this program's not for you. It's not going to be the easiest, but we're going to work hard every day. We run. I was in the Marines for 4 years, so I know hard work and perseverance will get to our goals.
Talk a little bit about the players up here. Introduce them and their positions.
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart here. He's a senior. He's going to play wide receiver, DB for us. Paul Faucic, he's our quarterback. Jason Davis, defensive end, tight end. And then Jalen Curry, offensive line, defensive line. And then Josh Hilaire is going to play some slot, running back, and DB also.
Okay. Talk about your expected numbers as you come into the start of the season. Practice starting in 2 weeks.
Right now, we've been averaging about 30 kids a practice. We've had over 45 kids that have come throughout the summer. We've had a core 25, 30 kids almost every day. So that's been huge. I was on staff last year as a defense coordinator, so seeing the numbers grow from what we had last year it's been huge. That's one thing I've been preaching to the kids. We need to get everybody out here because the quicker we get in shape and stronger, the easier it'll be once we get into fall camp in a little over a week now and just hit the ground running, installing offense and defense, and get prepared for River Ridge for a kickoff classic.
Talk about your schedule in district that you guys have put together. I posted the other day about the Anklo, and I think in the front loading of that schedule, you guys have some opportunity to be competitive in the games. Into the schedule gets a little bit tougher, a little heavier. Talk about that schedule in the district.
Our district competition is going to be tough like it was last year. We have Hudson, Nature Coast, and Dunedin. Those are 3 tough teams that we're going to face. Everybody talks about Hudson's lost a lot of players, but I know they're going to play us very hard, and they're going to be very loaded. Nature Coast, they played us real tough last year, and then I know Mitch Disney down in Dunedin. I coached with him for 2 years. No matter what his record is, he's going to come in and fight hard every day. So all 3 teams we got to worry about, prepare for. I tell our kids basically one game at a time. Don't look to next week. We got to focus on what we're doing this week. So we're going to start off with River Ridge Kickoff Classic. We'll play there. And then we'll be home against Hawthorne, which is a huge task ahead of us. I know they've lost some key players, but they're going to be tough. I talked with the coach throughout since spring and all that stuff. So losing Hollins was supposed to be our original week 1, but so we had to reach out and find somebody. And most people know whenever you lose a game that late in the summer and all that stuff, it's hard to replace with somebody who could be a little bit more closer caliber to what we are. So, but we're definitely excited for the challenge and competition. And then I believe we go to Sun Lake after that. They're going to be tough. I know they've had some bad luck like we have, but I know they're rebuilding. Then we got golf, Central, Wiki, all going to be tough games. I know I'm excited to for the Central game to be on the opposite sideline with Coach Kleiman. We still talk, we're still good friends and all stuff. So I wish them nothing but the best and all that. And I know the players are excited to play against him, but there's nothing but love for the Central program that we have. And then we played Wiki Wachi in our spring jamboree. Coach Blaine doing a great job there, so we're excited to get back and play them again. We'll be at their house, so we're excited for some tough competition. And then we got Hudson, Nature Coast. Wesley Chapel is going to be a tough one. I know they've rebuilt a lot over there. Got great numbers, great coaches over there, so it's going to be another tough battle for us. And then we got Dunedin at home, and then we play Mitchell. Mitchell's going to be one of our toughest opponents that we play all year. But we're excited for the competition. I told the kids, I'm like, we're not going to fear away from competition. That's the only way we're going to get better as a program is to face adversity and get tougher.
And play competitive football and get that competitiveness on there.
Definitely.
Question for Isaiah: You've been, I believe, a 3-year starter, if not a 4-year starter.
I started all 4 years.
I was going to say, I thought you were a 4-year starter. What advice are you going to give the young kids that are coming up into the program?
Just buy in. Just the coaches, they don't want nothing for the best, want the best for you. So when they come in, you might have to switch your position and do something you don't want to do, but just buy in. And everybody has one goal in mind, it makes the season a lot easier, and you can actually play competitive football. But when everybody, I want this for me, I want this for me, it just disbands the team, and you can't win football games like that. So just stay together as a team.
Got it. Well, the guy next to you, you're going to be throwing the ball to. Talk about having a receiver with that much experience level and has the numbers to back it up as well. Talk about that.
I mean, it's awesome having such an experienced guy to throw the ball to. I've been throwing the ball to him for 3 years now, so, lots of, lots of, what's the word, connection between us, so having that bond coming into the senior year, it's a big upbringing,
You guys see, and this could be a question for both of you, do you guys see throughout the time that you guys have been together that you're picking up things, whether you're out there trying and all of a sudden you just know where he's going to be, you know where he's going to throw it? Are you guys seeing that every year? Is that?
Yeah, so, just watching Paul switch through the receivers, I can see he lets the ball go a little bit earlier for me because he knows I'm going to get down there a little bit faster. Just simple things like that makes our life easier. That only comes with time. being together. But yeah, it's kind of crazy playing with somebody for so long. You start to see little things.
Where they're going to be. Yeah, where they're going to be. Where do I need to throw till he'll get to that position? Have you guys been playing the 7-on-7?
We did 1 7-on-7 this season, but you know, in practice all the time we throw the ball, work on the ball. It's just, but yeah, we did 1 7-on-7, and we played pretty good then as well. And it's just, you know, trying to bring in a new offense with new offensive coordinator. So we're switching up, but me and him still the same from the last 3 years.
So just getting out there, do you guys, does 7-on-7 from a quarterback to a wide receiver, does it help? And again, when you're out of pads, you know, there's always kind of debates about 7-on-7. It's not real football and so forth. But how does it help you guys?
I believe it's a tool to get better. You know, if you're facing a real defense, it's not just dropping 4 people back every single time. It's the tool to get better. It's timing. You know, I can work on running my routes against different looks on defense. He could throw the ball against different looks, hitting certain pockets. But you know, there's no rush, so a lot of pressure's off of it. The DBs don't have to worry about the rush as well, so they could just back up essentially and wait for the pass. But it's a good tool to get better if you use it the correct way.
Sure. Okay. All right. I forgot about you guys over there. From your right, and I guess when you know you're going to go back to your left, is tell me about your teammate to your right.
To my right, so we have Jalen Curry here. He's new to the D line. He's also played some O line too. I think he one of the aggressive I played with my whole 4 years that started D line. We got Josh. He's pretty aggressive too. We'll have him at strong safety, slot, DB. He'll let you know that he's not playing no games with you. None of these guys actually, but with him, he'll show it with character and personality and work ethic.
Let me ask you the same question in regards to for your starter. What advice would you give the young guys coming up?
Well, being ahead as the defense, I always tell them play aggressive. That's the only way we win games is we play aggressive and be who you are. Without that, there's a punch in the mouth every game, you know, and that's what we don't want. That's what we're changing, the old and club ways. So when we stay on our A game and be aggressive and put the work in when it's needed, everything comes to plan, everything comes how it goes, and everything goes how we planned it all out and sketched it.
All right, good. Okay. Go ahead and pass it on down there. To your right. Oh no, your teammate to your right. Tell me about your teammate to your right.
Well, since this is my first year playing here,
okay.
Honestly, being overall all these guys, it's been a great experience. They're all aggressive, especially Chauncey. He's pretty aggressive, just like J.D. said. He's charismatic and stuff. It's been a great experience just being around these guys, this entire team. It's a good experience. Yeah.
The reason I asked the question is you guys prepared. You guys spend a lot of time together. It's 12 months a year program, right? It's a commitment of 12 months a year. You can still play other sports as well, but it's a 12-month commitment for, and I've said it probably several times throughout the day, it's a 17-minute game. That's what it is. To put that much effort and energy into it and get the reward out of it. So I'll go to you in the end there, and you'll go to your left.
We got them trying to want to be better and come together as a team. JD, he's a good DN, he's a good captain, he's aggressive, you know what he's doing on the field. He's a good teammate.
Coach, we got a few more minutes left. I'll give you kind of the floor for the final comments. You got 2 weeks before the start of practice. What do you guys got planned? Just again, final comments on the team. What are you going to do in the next 2 weeks? Get prepared for the next 4 or 5 months.
We got practice next week. We're not taking any time off. We're basically, since I took over in April, basically the ground running. We've been going hard, working hard. These guys are in the weight room every day. We're working out every day. Then we go out, condition, and then get prepared, put in a new offense and new defense and all that. These kids have been great buying in. I'm just excited for the upcoming season. We're going to have some tough competition ahead of us. But I know with our kids meeting our standards and all that stuff, it's going to be a lot better season. And I keep telling the kids, I'm like, we got to break our old habits. one of the mottos we've had this year is basically we're knocking everything down to ground zero, building it up brick by brick. And that's basically what we've done since spring, is where we've hit the ground running, building it up. These guys have bought in. They're working hard. I couldn't ask for a better group of seniors. Probably one of the largest senior classes I've ever been a part of. I want to say right now we have 15. So that's going to be a huge hole to fill next year, but I'm excited for this year and basically just go to battle with these guys.
Guys, thank you for coming today. Look forward to seeing you this year. Good luck, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Hudson Cobras with Coach Tim Hicks. Coach, we're going to give you the floor for opening statement.
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for having us out again. It's awesome for the kids and for us coaches and for the communities to get to do this. I know these kids, if they end up moving on to the next level, this gives them some practice for that, but it also just gets their name out there, and it really means a lot to us, and I appreciate all that you guys do for these kids. As far as the upcoming season, you can ask these guys whatever questions. We're ready to go. I know everybody talks about last season and all the people that we lost, which we did, and you never necessarily replace people, but we have a good group of seniors and a good group of younger kids that are going to continue to work hard for us, and we expect to go out and be competitive every Friday night. We expect to compete for a district championship and hopefully end up in the playoffs when it's all said and done. So we had a great summer. Great summer. We did morning workouts this year, and we were averaging quite a few kids coming in for morning workouts. So those kids worked very hard in the weight room, probably the hardest we've ever had in the weight room. So obviously that's going to translate once we get out there on the field, I believe. But just a good group of kids, and I look forward to getting this thing started with them.
Coach, to start off, how do your numbers look as you're going into practice?
Hudson numbers, 30. We'll end up with 35 kids on varsity, 35 kids on JV, about 70 in the program. You always lose a few, but and probably in the season with 30 and 30. But that's what we do. Last year we won a district championship. 25 kids, I think, on varsity by the time it was all said and done. So I don't think the numbers matter as much as who's wearing the helmet. So we'll have the same numbers that we're used to.
Coach, and we'll get into the questions with the kids here. As far as the scheme, and without saying all your secret sauce and so forth, but there was a lot of talent last year on your team. Where do you see this team looking this year? Is it going to be a run heavy, pass heavy?
First of all, I want to make sure I say that there's a lot of talent on this team also. Like, I think we just because maybe these guys weren't playing as much because of those other guys, there's plenty of talent at all the skill positions and everywhere. Our line is probably going to be drastically better this year than it was. So we have some talent. We probably will run the ball a little more this year. Our spring game, we got into a couple of double tight end sets and some stuff that we had never really done before, so we are probably going to run the ball a little bit more, but we're still going to try to be as balanced as possible, because that's the only way you can truly compete each and every week, I think, is to at least have the ability to do both. If you just run the ball, it's easier for a defense to plan on it. So I think we'll be probably a little more run heavy, but still try to be as balanced as we possibly can, because we still have good athletes on the outside.
Sure. And Hudson's kind of, you can't go back 5-10 years and think the same. This team's going to be any equivalent to the team, but Hudson's been kind of a run team somewhat over the years, and then the last couple of years, or last 3-4 years, you guys had the ability to pass the ball. You've had quarterbacks that can throw the ball.
Yeah, I mean, we still have the ability to pass the ball. I don't want to take anything away from our quarterbacks that we have there now, so we still have the ability to throw the football. But yeah, we were blessed, I think, over the last couple of years just with lots of receivers, skill position types. So, we were able to throw the ball a little bit more, but also, the last 2 years we had a 1,000-yard rusher both years. So we try to be as balanced as possible, and this year there's going to be no difference. Our offense coordinator's back. It's going to be the same game plan, just probably a few more runs here and there.
Yeah, to talk about that, your coaches. You've had a coaching staff that's been with you a very long time. And I said it earlier to Coach Cantor in regards to when you see the teams, and then we're going to talk about Pasco County. The teams that are typically on the top have been where they've had some longevity in coaching, and their coaching staffs have been together a long time. And you guys fit in that.
Yeah, I think it's huge because the kids develop those relationships with those coaches when they come in as freshmen. And then to still have those coaches around when those kids are seniors, which is what I've had pretty much the same staff since I've been there. I mean, we've added a few great coaches and great men, great leaders, the type of thing that you always want. But pretty much there's a core group of us that have been together since we started. And it's huge for these kids to develop those relationships because education, sports, life, relationships, that's the most important thing. These kids are developing these relationships with these coaches. They know that they care about them more than just as a football player. They care about them as a person. So they're going to, in my opinion, probably work a little harder for that person than someone that's just coming through and maybe going to be gone in a year, or you don't know for sure. Like our coaches, as I hope to be at Hudson for the rest of my life, and I have a group of coaches that I think would want to do the same thing, and I think the kids know that, and the kids feel that. So having a group of coaches that have been together for that long is amazing, and obviously helps your program get to where it needs to be.
And you're coming off a great season, one of the best in school histories that you guys have had. Nature Coast was up here earlier, and we talked. You guys are back in that same district with Nature, or not in the same district, but Nature Coast is in that district. Yeah, you're with them again. I think you guys have played, 3-4 times in the last 2 years, maybe 3-4 times.
Yeah, we play quite often.
You're the reigning champs in that district. And just talk about having, we talk about rival games and high school football and what it means, but that's kind of what it means. You want them back again, and I'm sure they want you back again. Year after year that you're going, you know what, I want to play that team again.
Yeah, I think if you ask some of our players and most of my coaching staff, they have become a rival. We actually kind of, when you think about it, we're on one side of county line, they're on the other side, so it's not like our kids are too far, they know each other growing up. But no, it's definitely geographically a rival, but also because we see each other in the same district and, in the playoffs a couple years ago, it's absolutely a rivalry, and it's a good football team, and it's usually a good game when we play them. And I expect the same thing this year, and I expect the other teams in our district with a new coach that's, rejuvenated and trying to move things in the right direction. Coach Disney, those guys, our district is going to be tough again. And, we have those games, all of those games circled, not just Nature Coast. But yeah, Nature Coast is a fun little rivalry game for us now.
I know some coaches, they don't want to see teams twice in the season sometimes, but boy, do you look forward to that. Going, man, if they don't match up in that first round, maybe they'll get each other again in the second round.
I'm glad we got them that year because they beat us the first time and we got them the second time. So I'm glad we got to play them again for sure that year. I don't know if I want to do it every year, but it worked out that year.
And then that just shows the team of getting better through that season. That was a good game in the first game that you had. I don't want to go back 2 years here, but spend too much time on it. But it just showed how much better you guys were getting as the season went on.
Yeah, I think that's what you do. That's what you do. If you're doing that, then you're doing something right. You're getting better, each week.
All right, we'll go to the players here. You guys can let us know your name and the positions you play.
You can use whichever one.
I'm Lane Bates. I play quarterback and linebacker.
Okay, so you're quarterback and linebacker. So you're competing for the quarterback position.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
My name is Dominic Jalil. I play wide receiver and DB.
So he's going to be thrown to you potentially.
Yes, sir.
If he earns the spot of quarterback.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Quite a combination there, quarterback and linebacker. Not that you don't see it.
Yeah. Middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker. Yeah. Usually you see that as the fullback back there or something. You guys ever heard of Steve Weatherford?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some say he was a better DB than he was quarterback.
Yeah.
But he played DB as well. Yeah.
My name is Colby Wagner, and I play left tackle on offense. And for defense, I do a lot of combinations between D-line and linebacker, and I'm just trying to be a Swiss Army knife on that side of the ball.
So, Colby, what year starter are you now? You've been with the program.
Yeah, this will be.
Yeah, I've been in the program since freshman year, and I was a starter on JV freshman year, and played for varsity and JV my sophomore year, and for last year I played varsity, started, and this year I will be starting again.
What advice would you give younger players that are coming up through the program? Specifically, real quick, through the Hudson program. What advice, because this coach has been the coach, what year are you in?
This will be 8.
8 years that coach has been in their same coaching staff. So what advice would you do for coming into the Hudson program?
Easily the most important thing is just, to work hard. There have been plenty of kids that I've seen they come in scrawny, they come in maybe not even have played football before, and then they leave and they're an incredible player. When I grew up in the program, I saw a whole bunch of seniors leave. I saw a whole bunch of sophomores turn into seniors. And, Elias Williams, as athletic and as big as he is, he didn't go to Mizzou because of the fact that he's talented, just because of the fact that he's 6'5" and all that. He went there because I watched him go day in, day out, hard throughout all of practice, hard in the weight room. And it doesn't take being 6'5" and 270 to make it to a D1 program. You can be 5'10" and 180 and you can make it still. You can be 5'8" and 190 and you can still make it as long as you work hard and as long as you put in the work day in and day out. And so I feel like as long as they come in every single day with intensity and with purpose and with a goal in mind, they can do anything that they set their minds to. The amount of growth that I've seen so many kids go through just because of the fact that they decide to work hard, it's all it takes. All it takes is just good work ethic and consistency, and you can do anything you set your mind to.
Great answer.
Thank you.
My name is Jay Diaz. I'm a center, and then on defense I play a little bit of middle linebacker.
That's a from center to linebacker. That's quite a combination. How do you shift? How do you, in practice and game? I know, a lot of kids, a lot of two-way players in high school, but to go from center to linebacker, from the guy with the ball to the guy wanting the ball.
Middle linebacker is kind of fun. I've been playing there since I was a kid. When I was a kid, I played in low league, so I shifted from middle linebacker and started playing more center over time, and then center just grew up on me. So playing both became just natural to me.
Long snapper too?
I try to be, but we have another long snapper that does a little bit better than me in times.
That's not uncommon to have a long snapper, a separate long snapper. I know kids that all they did was long snap and got college scholarships because of it. So, okay. Do any of you guys play another sport?
Most of us do, actually.
Yeah.
What do you play?
Our team stresses doing track, weightlifting, doing other sports to keep you throughout the season conditioned.
Okay. So what do you do at track?
Track, I do discus, and then for weightlifting, it's just
all of them go together, don't it? That's for the even linebacker and center, the strength part of it.
it's good lifting throughout the season.
Yeah.
Conveniently, all the sports really, they help each other. When you go into weightlifting and you're just there to get stronger, at the end of the day, it's going to help you as a runner or as a thrower in track. And when you're doing track and you're throwing or you're running, your goal is to get faster, your goal is to get more agile and more nimble. And at the end of the day, both of those things are very important in football. It doesn't just take strength or it doesn't just take quickness or speed. It takes all of it put together and how well you can mesh it all. So we think it's really important to play as many sports as possible. Not only does it help you in each sport individually, but it also helps you, develop as a player in all three aspects.
Absolutely.
Again, what Colby said, keeps you conditioned all the time, every time.
You played which sport do you play?
Track and soccer.
Track and soccer.
Yeah.
What do you run in
I
track?
do 400 hurdle, 100, 110 hurdle.
Hurdles?
4x1, yes sir.
Ooh.
Yes sir. And in soccer, I play center back.
Center back.
Yes sir. Keeps me conditioned all the time.
You run both hurdles?
Well, yes sir.
You run both?
Yes sir.
Okay.
Yes sir.
Wow.
Yeah. Keep me conditioned. Yes sir.
Yeah. In high school, that's a unique event.
Yes sir.
Because a lot of kids can't do it.
Yes sir.
My son's 6'2", and he thought he could do hurdles, and no.
It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So the question was, what are the sports we play?
Yes.
So I do sport karate. I've been competing in tournaments since a kid.
How does that help you in football?
I think it really helps my discipline a lot. I've been working hard at karate since I was 4, 3. I was pretty much born into it. I think it helps my discipline a lot and my coachability. I think I'm very coachable because of it.
Good answers, guys. Coach, we got maybe a minute here. I'll give you the floor for final comments.
Well, I just thank you guys once again for setting this up, for letting the kids come out here. We look forward to, like I said earlier, going out every Friday night. We're going to compete, and we'll see what happens at the end of the year. Hopefully, we're fighting for a district championship. Hopefully, we're fighting to get into the playoffs. I got a good group of kids, and we have a good group of kids, and we're ready to go get this thing started and see where we end up come November.
I think you'll be there as a confident group. You guys have built a great program over there.
Yeah, we have a bunch of good kids in our program, so it's good. It's
JV
privilege to get to coach them. So.
Yeah. It's another thing, JV programs, and you guys have been really successful in JV programs as well.
We have a great JV staff, and we have once again another good group of young kids that are coming in. So, we're in a pretty good place right now with our program.
You remember the first day on campus? How many kids you have?
I remember when I got hired, I came to a spring practice. We had 16 kids, and I was looking around. I was like,
I think I was maybe one of those practices.
All right, so here we go.
So. All right, guys, thank you again. Appreciate you coming, and good luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Go Cobras.
Go Cobras.
Certainly, I'm an avid golfer. Been golf usually weekly. Play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been in pain for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
On stage now, we have the Citrus Hurricanes with head coach Daryl Nobles. Coach, we're going to open up with your initial comments.
Just want to say thank you for having us. We're excited to be here. We're looking forward to a great season upcoming, and we're ready to get this thing rolling, man.
All right, I'm going to hand it over to a media member with Citrus County.
I'm Chris Bernhardt with the Citrus Chronicle. Nice to meet you guys all. Coach, let me start with you. You had a late start. How have you been able to compensate and catch up over the summer?
I did have a little bit of a late start, but we hit the ground running. I think we pretty much started our summer workouts the same time as everybody else. So, we hit the ground running with summer workouts. We've had good numbers throughout that, and the guys that I have with me here are some of those. They've been showing up every single day, working their tails off. So, as far as starting late, I really don't feel like that's going to be an issue for us.
Yeah, the lack of a spring game. How much does that impact?
I don't think it impacts us at all. Honestly, it's not much of an issue for me. We're looking at just from where we got, where we're going. We're just looking to hit the ground running, which we did. These kids have gotten a lot. They've gotten faster. They've gotten stronger. They've gotten tougher just in the workouts we've been putting them through. And I don't, to be completely honest with you, I do not feel like us missing on a spring game is going to affect this next season at all.
All right, now you've got a little bit of time with the team. What's been your impressions of the program, the players, the school, everything?
I'm completely impressed. There's a very, very good group of young men, and I use that term very specifically. These aren't boys; they are young men. They treat themselves as young men. They act as young men, and that's a testament to the community that we're a part of. They have definitely done a great job of raising these young men. Every single one of them are
well-mannered, and they just look to outwork each other every single day. And then as far as admin, I could not have fallen into a better situation. The admin group is completely on board with us and supportive, and they every single day I go into the office and Mr. Kaler and Miss Stanton, they're like, anything you need, anything we can do to help you, you know, what do you need? What is it that you need? So they're constantly asking what they can do to help, and you know, we're really excited for what's coming this season.
This being your first time being a head coach, what has prepared you for this to get to this point?
So I would probably say military has done a huge job of preparing me for this. Outside of the military, just the years that I've spent coaching football. But outside of coaching football, I've also been the head coach of lacrosse and soccer as well. I've helped turn some soccer programs around to where we, you know, ended up having some pretty decent success in a short amount of time. So just being around successful programs, learning from successful coaches, and being able to implement that in other avenues of sport other than football. Now I get my chance to show I can do it in football as well.
And, you know, coming off of the season you guys have had and trying to stabilize the program, what's your expectations for the first season?
The expectation is to compete. I don't really care about what that looks like in the win-loss column, because you could be, you know, your record could say that you're 9-1, but then you don't really do anything in the playoffs. Or you could also be on the other end of that. You could be 2-8, but the competition that you played better prepared you for anything else. So I don't really look at the wins-loss this year all that much. I mean, we want to win. That's what we want to do. We want to win. We want to be able to compete in games. But the competition, that's what I'm looking forward to establish year one, establish our foundation, and learn to compete, and us learn what our identity is on offense and defense.
That's what I was asked. What do you want that identity to be?
Fast and physical. Fast and physical. We want to play fast. We want to play physical. I'm an offensive guy, so I'm a power. I'm power downhill running. You do need to pass, play action, that kind of stuff. But I want to be a physical running team, and then on defense, just fast and physical. Fast and physical.
And I asked the other two coaches this. I know you're newer to Citrus County, but with 3 new coaches in the county, what do you expect county football to look like this year?
I think Citrus County should look at this as a great opportunity. I mean, you've got 3 new coaches coming in, and we have the opportunity to really, you know, get Citrus County going. I know I've already talked with Coach Scrivens about, you know, I kind of joked with him about, you know, me being a military guy. I told him, I was like, you know, we in the military, you have those moments where it's, you know, amongst ourselves in the branches, we razz on each other. But then as soon as somebody outside tries to razz on any kind of branch in the military, we all band together. And I told him, I was like, I think we have a great opportunity for Citrus County to be like that. Yeah, we're going to compete against each other, but as soon as somebody outside of our county tries to come at us, we're going to band together and be like, nah, Citrus County, we're building something here. Y'all, let's just keep moving forward. So we're excited about the challenge to be able to compete with those 2 other schools and really build Citrus County up as far as football goes.
I'm going to talk to the players. Kind of going right to left. You can just introduce yourselves and your name and your position. And just starting off, just what has you excited about this season?
My name is Edgar Cortez, and I play quarterback. And the most exciting thing for this season is just to be able to play and have fun for real.
My name is Darren Gillian. I play linebacker, and what excites me most about this season is the physical aspect. I really want to hit.
My name is Nicholas Rick, and I'm excited for the physicality about it, and just about having fun as a family, as a team.
My name is Darren Nichols, and I'm excited about working and getting better.
My name is Caleb Worling. I'm fullback and linebacker, and
main thing I'm excited to have this year is a good coach and a good family team for us to grow and just have fun.
Well, on that, coming back around, just what are your thoughts on your new coach and how the summer's been going with him?
I think he's a really great coach so far. Summer, it's been going pretty fun. It's better than staying at home and not doing nothing.
My opinions is he's been working us really hard, which is good. A lot of people getting better, a lot of growth, and I honestly think we couldn't do it without him.
My opinion is the fact that he's been an amazing coach since we've got him. I'm happy about him being here. He's pushed us to our limits, trying to improve us, make us be better, and making sure we are.
I think that with the new coach, I think he's helped all of us get better and has worked us very hard so we could get better.
My opinion is that he's filled the position way better than anyone could have expected. He's pushed us, but not past our limits, but he's making sure that we are where we need to be and he's taking care of us.
And back around again. I know you guys have had a rough couple of years. How eager are you and motivated you to turn things around and show everybody what you guys can do?
Very motivated.
I'm really excited saying that I've played for the last 3 years now, and it's not been fun, and I'm excited to turn things around.
I'm playing for also 3 years, but I'm excited just to continue.
I think that I'm excited to since everyone has been doubting us, to show everyone that we can actually compete.
I'm excited to help us turn things around and show everybody that we're better than expected.
Coach, talk a little bit about the schedule of the district.
Yeah, so we're really excited to be a part of the district that we're a part of. I didn't really have, being that we got in late, the schedule was already set. However, when I looked at the schedule, I was like, man, they did a really good job of setting it. We are front loaded with some very big tests early on. We got Nature Coast as our kickoff classic, Springstead, and then we got some next door rivals with Wildwood and the Villages. So, we've got we're front loaded with some pretty good teams and right out the gate, we got Tavares. And I know there's a lot of good things coming out of Tavares. They've really turned that program around. So we're excited about the challenge early on, and we think that it's going to really set us up well for the tail end of it being our district with Hernando, Wekiwachi, Central, and Crystal River. So we're excited about the challenge, and I think that with how challenging our front end is going to be for us, I think it's going to really help us at the tail end for the districts.
Coach, we got a few more minutes. You had mentioned in one of your answers talking about competitive football. And it kind of starts with that, before you can get into, you made a comment about wins and losses. Of course, you guys play this game to win. You never take the field without the intention of winning. But kind of elaborate a little bit more of that competitive, because I agree with you. I think you got to play competitive football before you can get into that win column, and you can play competitive football and still pack your house.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main thing that I looked at, and this was in the interview when they asked me, and since then, they kind of, what is it that you want your team to look like? And I said, if you take a look at all of the greatest programs in the state, and we've got some really phenomenal programs that have been doing great for a very long time, what is said about those programs? And first thing that you're going to come to mind is discipline. I think every single top tier team in this state that's competing for state championships year in and year out, the first thing they talk about is being disciplined, and then the next thing they talk about is being tough. Now, I don't just mean they're tough to beat or they're tough to play. They're mentally tough. When something bad happens, they can bounce back from it. So that's what I'm looking for out of this team this year is the discipline. We're going to instill discipline, and that is making sure that we are doing our job on and off the field. But then on top of that, you got to have the mental and physical toughness to play this game, because it is tough. It is tough, but it's not just physically tough. It is a mentally. You got to be mentally tough to play this game as well.
I said it throughout the day. I said about the game lasts 17 minutes. That's really an NFL game, is what they figure out an NFL. That means playing time, actual live games. So you guys prepare and plan for 12 months to play 12 for 17 minutes 10 times a year. So your point of mental, it's a mental game.
Oh yeah,
it's the ultimate chess game too.
Yeah, that's why I love it.
That's what we all draw
I'm a big time
for.
strategy guy, so I love playing chess, and to me, this is the ultimate chess game.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for coming out today. Appreciate it. Good luck this season, and look forward to seeing you guys again. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Ball in the end zone. Immediately. He moves to left. He's still on his feet. He got a blocker coming in front. He is still moving.
Next on the stage, we have Zephyr Hills Christian Warriors with Coach Spence Jones. Coach, we're going to let you have a few minutes here to open up with an opening statement.
First off, I want to thank you guys for having us. It's always a great event, great time to be here. Good to start off the season. Some of our guys, some new faces, show off. Talk about what we got going on. To my left, we got Gavin Davis, plays slot. Joel Thompson, D tackle nose, plays a little guard, plays a little tackle for us. We got Christian Bailey, plays a little safety, plays a little corner. And then we got a new face. New guy, Jordan Stabler. He's going to play a little D end for us, outside backer, safety. He can play it all. He's new to us, coming in from Middleton. So we look forward to what he brings to the team.
Okay, good. Coach, first off, you guys have decided to play in the SSAA. Can you elaborate a little bit on the decision made to go that route?
Well, honestly, it was head coach's decision. Kind of got filled in a little bit late on it. Just had some things that we wanted to try. We wanted to try something different. We're still competing in FHSAA for most of our sports, basketball, baseball, stuff like that, track. And we may go back, but we wanted to try something, step away for a year, try something different. We got the buzz from some other teams from Orange County that were doing the same. And we just had some issues that I can't really elaborate on, but we just felt like that it was the best decision for us this year.
We've actually seen through the state that quite a few teams have made the switch from FHSAA to SSAA. I gotta get these acronyms here, the tongue twister, in regards to that. So you've seen, I would imagine there's going to be 50 to 75 teams this season. I'm not sure the exact number, but there's going to be quite a bit of teams in that conference. Excuse me. This season, where do you put your team? Excuse me, been talking all day. Where do you guys think your potential in the team of actually winning a championship? I think it's fairly high. I think you guys will compete at the highest level of their divisions. But I want to hear from you guys what you guys think. Where do you guys put yourselves in that?
Well, every year that's the bar set high for us, and that's where we're at. It's a challenge in the off season. It's always a challenge in the off season for us because we don't have a true middle school or a true JV feeder. So what we have that comes in, we have to build it, we have to coach it up. But to answer your question, I think the chances are pretty high, but it's a lot of competition. Our schedule is pretty tough this season. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, well, I was going to get on that. You got Williston on that schedule. I think week 2 or 3. I think they're coming to your guys' place.
Yes, sir.
Talk about the schedule, and in, not just specifically Williston, but the other teams you have on it.
Yeah, we got Calvary. Everyone's going to be pretty tough. You know, you're going to get your best from everybody week in and week out. The thing about us is that we're normally the smallest school no matter who we play. From top to bottom, we're at like 3. Now we're at full capacity. We're probably like at 350. We've never been more than 300 as far as school from K through 12. We've never had more than 100 high schoolers, that's boys and girls. So we're at full capacity, but no one wants to lose to the quote-unquote the smaller schools. You know, so it's always tough for us to get bigger schools on the schedule as well, because some say, what do we have to gain if we beat you guys? What do we have to lose? You know, if they lose, then it's you know, it's bad on them. So it's tough. It's really tough to find quality competition. But again, you know, we're up for it and we're ready.
Tell us how the Williston game came about.
So our head coach, our first-year head coach, Mikey Smith, Coach Mike Jr., he does all our scheduling, and so he honestly he don't shy away from competition. It's times that he'll text us 11, 12 at night, coaching staff. He's like, hey, we're going to play so and so. And we're like, where are you coming up with this at? So I don't know if they reached out to us, but I can tell you that he put the word out that we want to play any and everybody. And so I can tell you that's probably how it happened.
You know, the reason I bring up Williston is they've played a couple Pasco County teams. I think they're playing 2 this year, maybe just 1. But I think they played last year. They played Hudson and they played Land O'Lakes. So you know, they've played down. I think it's down here this year that they play. I think it's Land O'Lakes that they also play down here. So and that's a state caliber team. I mean, you can look at rural, to your point about small schools. That's a rural school, but they're playing at the highest level.
Right.
That is a state caliber program. Calvary Christian you're talking about in regards to it. Well, I believe you have IMG White on there as well.
We did. I'm not sure if they're still on our schedule. I'm not sure, but yeah, we did. Okay. We did at one point. But we've been tweaking it. Some teams back out or they find a different opponent. So I'm not sure. But yeah, this is. I was just telling the guys, this is one of our tougher schedules.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since I've been there, yeah.
Absolutely. Numbers going into the start of practice, Coach. How many numbers are you guys looking at going in?
Last year, I would tell you this. Last year was one of our the most numbers we've had. We went into camp with about 45. I think this year we'll match it. I think we'll match it. We have so many kids that are coming in. So I do believe we'll match it. Summer has been rough. It's been rough. 7-on-7 was rough. So I would say consistent, we probably had about 20, 25 guys this summer. But that's typical for us, you know, because again, it's 7-on-7. A lot of the linemen they don't participate as much. So they'll come and lift and get their training in separate.
Got it. On the position groups, where are you guys the strongest, and where are you guys looking for? Where you, hey, look, this is where we gotta get practice going to really see where we're going. We got to get the pads on. So where from the position groups?
What I'll tell you is, and we've been saying this all spring, all summer. I think we got the best receiving core around. That's just the way I feel. So that's our strongest, is our receiving core. We're loaded there. Offensive line is coming together. We got some new kids coming in there to play. So I think those two are our strongest as of now. On the defensive side, I would say from DBs, we're going to be. I'm hoping that we are competitive and at the linebacker position, but right now that's our weakest. Right now,
linebacker.
Yes, sir. That's our weakest.
When you talk about your receiving core, you're talking about Kendall Johnson, Amari Range. Who else? Gavin Davis there. Who's going to throw to him?
So we that's a good question. I knew it was going to come. That's going to be a surprise to everybody. So head coach told me don't elaborate on that much. But we have two good guys, two good guys that are coming in. They've been in place. They're working. But we also have Kendall. Kendall plays quarterback for us as well. He did a pretty good job.
And kicks.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize that he was one of the top kickers.
Oh yeah.
In the county last year.
Yeah. He did a really good job at UCF. So he'll play a little quarterback as well. And by him being on the roster already, so I can throw that out there as far as quarterback. But yeah, we got two guys that can come in and handle the job.
Yeah, one of the best athletes in the county as well.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All right, we'll go to the players here. We'll start over here with Mr. Thompson there. You wrestle. You wrestle. You're a wrestler. Yeah. How does that help you on the football field? How does that translate over to the football field?
A lot of my legs, which
speak up,
which you do activate a lot more in wrestling.
Right, footwork, especially in the role positions. Are you playing both ways, both offense and on defensive side as well? Right. Okay. All right. Kevin, you were. This is your sophomore season, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would call your freshman year a fantastic freshman season. You had a good freshman season, if I remember right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Talk about your transition to freshman to sophomore year.
Well, I came into my freshman year. I had to compete for my spot, obviously. I think all it really is hard work. It's hard work. Keep working, keep grinding, and I'll get where I need to go.
Yeah. You run track as well.
Yes, sir.
What's your 100?
100 times 11.2.
11.2?
Yes, sir.
Working to get under 11?
Yes, sir.
That's usually the magic number in high school to at least to get under to as well. So you got several years to go with that in regards to it. So good deal. Chris, you play any other sports?
I play basketball.
Basketball.
Yes, sir.
All right. How does that translate for you to football?
I want to say first off, just starting like the running back and forth, like it gets you really conditioned, and defense. When I'm at DB, that also helps too, because you got to play defense in basketball. Like it's just not gonna work if you don't. So it definitely translates.
As a DB, I think you've had your share of interceptions back there. Guys throwing your way over the years, kind of like an island out there.
Yeah.
As far as football, is that as an interception? I would say the best thing that happens, but the excitement of an interception. It doesn't happen that often in a game. For you, is that what drives you to play back there? Play especially in a safety position.
Yeah, at safety, the interceptions are cool, but it's really that hitting that I like. I love to hit. So
they don't see it coming.
Yeah, they don't. I just
typically,
love
as a safety, it's they're coming up over. So.
Yes, sir.
And I apologize. Name.
Oh, Jordan Stabler.
Corey.
Jordan.
Jordan. Okay, I apologize. New kid, right? New kid. The team. How's the transition been from Middleton to ZCA?
Well, it was a family thing. We ended up moving to Dade City.
Okay.
I was getting out to some coaches, and some of the coaches hit me up from ZCA. It's a great program. Everything. I like everything over there. The kids, the football, everything is great. So,
okay. What position do you play?
Outside linebacker, safety, DN, athlete, receiver coach.
Got it. Another receiver coach. Add to the list of receivers out there. Okay. You play any other sports?
Track.
Track. What do you run in track?
400, 100, 200, 4x1.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Difference between the 100 and 400. Different training?
Yes, sir. I mean, for the 400, you do a lot of 200 work, a lot of 800 work. It helps. Any type of run helps with a certain type of run. You get what I'm saying? So,
yeah. Okay. All right, good. Got a few more minutes here, Coach. Any final comments around the team, the season, the schedule? What are you guys going to do in the next 2 weeks before practice starts on July 29th?
So for us, we're steady just working out.
We're in the weight room, conditioning. We let the kids, for the most part, on the weekends have the weekends off. But for me as a basketball coach, we're every day. So my schedule hasn't changed. Chris is in there every day because he's a basketball, football player. We got two more, Kendall.
Rogers.
Kendall and Rogers, those guys. So they're pulling basically double headers. So we're trying to let them rest on the weekends for the most part. But we're excited for the season, especially with the competition that we have, and that's going to gear us up for the playoffs. So we're excited. You know, this new league is something different, and we're just ready to go.
Coach, I've been trying to figure out the districts. I'm excited. I think it's good things what they're doing.
Yes, sir.
I think it's definitely there's a purpose for it. I'm just trying to understand how I don't think there's districts.
No.
There's classes on it, and I think I'm going to suggest to Andy that we have them on the podcast so we can.
That'd be awesome because
we're trying to understand it. I think I have a general idea, but I'd only be guessing.
Yeah.
In regards to it, really kind of where you finish.
Right.
What classification, which I think is I think it's a good thing.
Right.
I kind of like the format with it. So
yeah.
Again, guys, thank you for being here. Good luck in the season. Look forward to seeing you. I was out at your spring game, and hopefully maybe the Williston one.
Yes,
maybe
sir.
The Williston one. I think it's at your place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That'd be a good one.
So, all right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain. To think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Up straight.
I don't know how to do that. I'm playing.
Get up straight. Just shoot up this way for one part.
Next on the stage, we have the Bishop McLaughlin Hurricanes with Coach Steve Ader. Coach, we're going to open it up with your initial comments.
We're excited to be here. This is my first year as head coach here, my third year here, really working on the program. Got some of my best guys here in front of us, and we appreciate it.
Good. I got it correct this time, right?
That's right, yes, sir.
Oh, good deal. We'll keep it inside between you and I. But
I saw you thought about it for a second.
I did think about it. Been talking a lot today, but Coach, we did have a chance to talk earlier in the week and so forth, and learned a lot about yourself and your team in regards to it. Talk about you've been coaching a long time. You've been an assistant there at Bishop over the last couple of years with Coach Dare. This is your first head coaching position.
That is correct.
The transition from assistant to head coach, just in the short period of time that you've done it. Now you've had a lot of experience with head coaches and some really good head coaches out there. So kind of the transition into that position, and what are some of the things that you're going to bring with you from what you learned with Coach Dare and other coaches that you've coached with?
Yeah, so the timing's right. It was part of the plan I came over to Bishop with Coach Dare, and been doing a lot of the head coaching stuff along with him. So it's pretty much going to be very seamless. It's always sad when you in coaching with someone who is really a mentor and really a father figure in some cases to me. So there's always that ending that's never fun, but it was time, and Bob definitely set me up to be very successful in this head coach position. So yeah, I don't think we'll see a whole lot of change. It's pretty seamless.
Yeah, and as I said earlier in the post that I did on social media, there's a lot of good things happening at Bishop McLaughlin, not just in football, but around your school. I mean, not just in, you guys are getting some new facilities for baseball, I believe softball as well, so there's some really good things that are on the horizon with it. And one of the things that we talked about was your numbers that you're in camp right now, in your summer camp going into July, and I believe you said it was 42 that you had coming out to workouts, maybe not every day, but they were coming out to workouts. Talk about that.
Yeah, so a lot of really great things happening at Bishop. We've got a new principal that came on about 6 months ago now and has been working like crazy. We've got a new turf being built right now, field, so it'll be brand new, hopefully by week 2, but we're looking at that with all the delays, but that's all been taken care of. Our assistant director, our athletic director, Jay Bowen, very experienced getting things done. And the boys, that's the bottom line, is the boys have committed. Since we came there, we really started something, and they've got something special with this senior class. We'll have 13 of them that have been playing together now this will be their 3rd year, some of them 4th year playing together, and it's their time. So in terms of football, I think you're going to see a program that has been working on the last few years. Yes, we'll have 42, if not more, on our rosters, the biggest number I think Bishop's ever had. And even our school count in general, as you said, just the whole campus, with baseball including, we'll have the biggest numbers we've ever had. Finally, the vision that was 20 years ago, I think, is finally starting to happen at Bishop in terms of the growth and the numbers. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting in our school right now. Would you guys agree? Yes, sir.
I actually announced football games right before I started Pasco County FB. I was the announcer for Bishop, and next year I went into covering the whole county. But I did have a little background with Bishop. I got to call some football games over there, yes. We're going to start from your guys' right. So we're going to get your name and your position.
No, you take it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Take it.
I'm Jacob Coster, and I'm a quarterback.
Okay, real quick, one word to describe this team and elaborate.
Overcoming, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, this team has definitely overcome a lot of things. From when I first started, I mean, obviously, as most people know, Bishop was, down in the hole. There was a couple things going on at the school, and we kind of had to start new. And Coach Ader and Coach Dare coming in, I mean, they really just kind of changed the whole, feel of the program and kind of the way things run. Coach definitely got me a lot closer to Jesus, and that helped me overcome some things. And Coach has also helped us overcome a lot of things, football-wise, whether that's new people having to learn the game or just having to go talk to somebody about things going on in life.
Earlier, one of the kids mentioned, I asked the question in regards to what advice you would give, and they said a sponge it all in. You guys got years and years of experience right there between Coach here and Coach Dare. Just sponge it all in, take it all in. So quarterback, you played quarterback last year as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you did.
A little bit last year.
A little bit of quarterback last year. Okay, all right. Well, I'm sure no position is settled yet, of course, but hopefully you have that opportunity.
You're going to definitely see Coster. You're going to see definitely Jake at the helm, certainly, to start. We've got a couple new guys we'll get working, but Jake is the guy.
It's one of the hardest things to pull out, Coach, because some coaches are nope, every position's it's open. So it's good to hear that. Know the quarterback. We love as media. We love to know who's playing what, especially quarterback. Okay, you're next.
My name is Rourke Davis. I'm a kicker and punter.
Louder.
Kicker and punter.
Kicker and punter. What grade?
Senior.
Senior. You play soccer too?
I do.
Most kickers and punters play soccer as well. Yeah. Did you play last year?
I did not. This is my first year.
First year. So they got you to come out, found a soccer player. And boy, I've seen a lot of soccer. So you guys know this. Soccer in Pasco County is probably one of the top sports in the county as far as the teams go. So you see a lot of soccer players as the kickers and punters. So, okay.
My name is Brady McGovern. I'm a linebacker receiver.
Brady McGovern, the leader in tackles last year. Well, you tied, but you were one of the leaders, 115 tackles last year. What's your goals this year?
At least 15. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
I'll lose mine after today too. So, okay. All right.
Brady is also by far the leader on our defense. Without him, when he comes off the field, it's extremely noticeable. So we like him on the field as much as possible.
I'm going to ask another question, but I'll save your voice a little bit for you.
My name is Tony Barbrie Jr. Played wide receiver and free safety.
Okay. So your quarterback's sitting all the way to your right there then.
Yeah, that's my quarterback.
Your quarterback. You played last year as well.
Yeah, I played running back last year.
You played running back. That's what I was going to say. I thought you were a running back last year. So what are your goals this year? What do you want to accomplish?
Trying to get yards, a lot of yards, touchdowns, a lot of that.
Winning. Fun. Have fun, maybe. Have fun.
Yeah, have fun.
Make
sure have fun. Pretty much. Yeah.
All right.
I'm Isaiah First. I played the end in Suncoast. I'm doing
Senior this year. You played last year?
Yes, sir.
You did. Played all 4 years. Okay, all 4 years. So, okay, you played all 4 years, senior. What advice are you going to give to the young guys coming in?
Just keep working. I promise you show up like every day. There's got to be like someone knows. So if you keep showing up, keep putting in work, you're gonna get better no matter what.
Okay, good. From center to defensive end, so you never leave the field basically.
No.
So you get to start with touching the ball on the opposite, and I want to find the ball. I want to get to the ball. All right. How do you balance that? How do you?
It's all mental. You just gotta try and stay conditioned as best you can. I always gotta think through like the snapping process. When I lose focus and snap, that's when it gets bad. But as long as I keep focused, I keep my mental thought, I know I'm solid.
Okay, good. Okay.
And this is a very selfless young man. Got some of the best hands on the team, actually. Could be playing, and we could use him as a tight end. However, we need him as an offensive lineman, and he is committed to it and embraced it, and he's gotten really good at it.
Let me ask you a question. The center, are you long snapping too?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. Well, I asked that earlier in the day too, and you typically coach. You probably know this. You usually have a long snapper and a center. It's not uncommon to have that. So, okay, good.
My name is Hunter Grove. I'm a senior, and I'm a wide receiver and safety.
So another wide receiver there that you're gonna be throwing to as well. Okay. All right. What do you want to accomplish this year? What's your goal? Your senior year, your last year of high school. What do you want to accomplish?
You know, I want to make it through playoffs, make a state run. You know, we got a team with a lot of older guys, and I think we've got the age and the experience to make it far. And I think if we work together, we can make it far.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same question as a senior. What advice would you be giving to the younger players?
You know, listen to coach, watch what the older guys do. You can learn a lot by just standing on the sideline and seeing what goes on the field and seeing how the guys communicate, seeing what the older guys do. You know, half the battle is all in your head, so you can get that down beyond them.
You're learning when you're not even on the field.
Absolutely.
Basically learning. So, Coach, we have a few more minutes here. I know we got to spend a lot of time together this week already, but I'm gonna give you the floor for some final comments.
Well, it's been a long time coming for Bishop football. These young men have worked really hard. As I was telling you, we've had the biggest number summer. They've been working hard, and you know, I told them it will pay off. You know, it doesn't always pay off the way we want it to or expect it to, but regardless, it's going to pay off in life. The lessons they've learned, the commitment, the discipline, all those things. I'm praying for an amazing season, but you know what? It will be amazing regardless. And kind of as Hunter said, as long as we stick together and play as a team, keep that family through the ups and downs, because there will be, I think it's going to be a great Bishop football season.
Well, good deal. I wish you guys the best. Thank you for coming out, and look forward to see that turf field.
Us too.
Week 2, right? So I'm assuming home.
Hopefully.
Week 1 is not at home.
Correct.
There you go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
One of the reasons we've been so successful at Divinity Med Spa is because we understand what people are looking for. They want to look rested, refreshed, good for their age. We can accomplish this by treatments such as Botox, filler, lasers, and an array of facials, all by a team of trusted experts. This is Divinity, Hernando County's only locally owned and operated med spa. Come see us. We can't wait to meet you.
Scoot over. Huh? You got it. Scoot over. All right.
Next on stage, we have the Land O'Lakes Gators with head coach Dan Goodspeed. Coach, we're going to have the floor for a few minutes to give an opening statement.
Well, first of all, thanks for having us today. Always exciting, and I love how you guys promote the surrounding area football. It's amazing for our programs and just the sport in general. So it's always exciting for that. I'm excited for our season to start up. We've had a great summer. We've had great numbers. Probably one of the bigger freshman classes that we've had at Land O'Lakes, at least since I've been there. And so that tells me that we're moving in the right direction, the stuff that we as a coaching staff and the program need to be doing. I'm very excited that we're kind of shifting the tide a little bit. The admin's been really good for us. We're getting some new practice fields. We've kind of changed. I've went in with our booster clubs and changed everything as far as equipment and things that we have. So it's a step in the right direction. Right now it comes down to the hard work that these men have put into, and they've done everything I've asked them to and expect from them. They came out very excited for the summer. Every day, we start 7:30. There's been no complaints about it. It's been early. No, we're ready to work, coach. We're ready to go. So that's exciting, right? They've changed it in their leadership and direction. It gives me, a lot of optimism for the season to come. And I'm really proud of these boys. They've worked their butts off, and they've changed physically. They've changed their speed, and now, I'm excited to see what they can do on Friday nights.
Coach, just to touch on it, I don't want to really focus on last year. This is about this year. But you guys finished 5-5 last year. You guys were in a lot of games. That 5-5 could have shifted.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was a couple times we were, a lot of the times we were headed back time and then slip away. And I think that's part of a program and how it grows. You go back and find, we talk about in college football tradition, even in high school football, it's about tradition. And I think in the years prior to my time here at Land O'Lakes, that tradition just kind of went away. But we need to reestablish that as a core group and saying that, even if we're close, if we're in a game or just behind, hey, we're going to close the door on them. And that comes over time, right? You got to build that toughness. And I think that's the step forward, because last season we had some injuries, different things that happened. But the thing that really stood out to me was, sure, we got into the slump midway through season, but there was no sense of worry or concern or, hey, this isn't working out, I'm not going to play football, or any kind of that nonsense that happens on teams. The core came together and got stronger. And then we were able to finally, keep knocking on the door, banging on the door, kick it in. We got the win against Sun Lake through Wiregrass, and then on the pass, we would finish the season strong. And I think that's really what defined that senior class, and I love that about it. And that's the kind of thing you're changing the mindset of a football program and what the younger class looks at now they're seniors, and they're going to be able to teach that to the freshmen. Hey, we're not out of it. Keep working. We're going to be fine. And that's the culture. I know it's a buzzword that everybody uses these days, but that's the culture you're trying to cultivate.
We're going to start with the players all the way to the right there. Give us your name, your positions, and I want to kind of continue on what Coach is saying there. If you played for Land O'Lakes last year, whether it was JV or varsity, I'll guarantee you were at you're a JV, you probably were at many of those games.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
Especially the one at Wiregrass, if it was at Land O'Lakes.
Well, for sure, and that's part of the transition I've been trying to do with the coaching staff from that side of the perspective. The first 2 seasons, we had the varsity coaches working with the JV and the varsity guys because we want to start taking that mindset in there. This year, as the program goes, now I'm going to have a JV staff. Now they need to learn from the varsity coaches and then move on and get their own game plans developed. And that's part of the progression that I laid out at the beginning of this is how we're going to move forward to change the program over the years.
Yeah. So the question is, name and your position, and what did you learn from last season, whether you play JV or varsity, and especially what we were talking about there, that progression of never give up. 4 quarters.
Yeah, so I'm TJ Morrow, class of 2025. Last year I think we really learned how to persevere as a team. Even though we went 5-5, I mean, the Wiregrass game was one that we really learned how to fight until the end. That one, I think it honestly was my favorite game so far because there was no quit from any side of the ball. We went all 4 quarters down to the end. So just to learn how to keep going, keep pushing, I think that shows a lot of who Land O'Lakes is as a team and who we can be.
What I took away from that game is that's what high school football is.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, that's probably of all the games I played in my career, high school, college, and the pros, I mean, that one's going to stick with me for a long time. It was an exciting game. It was what defines high school football. 2 teams going out and just battling. Even if it went the other way, I thought it would be an amazing game just to be part of that. And I think that as a group, at least in Pasco County, when I talk to the coaches, that's what we want to cultivate, those kind of games, make it exciting in Pasco County.
Yeah.
And so I'm very thankful to be part of that game. It was amazing.
It won by a field goal.
It won by a field goal. It was good, competitive all the way. The fans were into it. They traveled well with their fans, our fans. It was an exciting game. I mean, I get kind of chills thinking about it. It was good. I love it. It's football.
High school football.
Exactly.
High school. I'll get back to the kids there, Coach, but it makes that's another question for you is, what do you tell your kicker going out in the game when you pull them aside?
I don't tell them anything. Kickers are, they're their own breed. I mean, if you tell them too much, they get nervous. If you don't tell them enough, they think you're mad at them. So I just tell them to go out and just do their best. And that's all I can ask.
My name is Cole Greenwell. I'm class of 2025 and I play left tackle. What I learned last season was how much I wanted to play football. I got hurt after the 3rd game, and seeing all those games with me on the sideline, just watching my team play, it really teach me how much I love football and wanted to play football.
You want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You want to be a team. Right? I mean, there's all kind of team sports, right? But it's the ultimate team game. It's the ultimate chess match.
Absolutely, and I think with Cole, what I'm really proud of with Cole is him working his way back. He had a little bit of a knee injury, and him being around, being with the guys and developing, and then in the summer, he's really taken the bull by the horns and got after it. I mean, his dream is to play college football, and I fully expect him to do that. I think he has a few offers already. Well, I know he has a few offers already, which I'm very excited because if my 3 core goals for Land O'Lakes is a great Friday night, right? Teach them real football. Right? So, because not all the boys are going to go play college football, but they're also going to be able to watch on Saturdays and Sundays, and when they hear, the commentators, oh, there's slide protection here, or this running this kind of defense, or whatever it may be. Hey, the terminology, hey, coach, we did that stuff before, and that's part of the goal. And the third one, if they have the ability, let's bridge that connection in the grades, because grades are very important. I mean, you're going to college for a reason. To bridge that gap to make sure we get recruited properly, through Land O'Lakes. And I think Cole with his GPA, all the boys up here do phenomenal with their GPA. I'm excited because, at the end of the day, I'm a football fan. And if I can watch them play on Saturday, whether it's Division I, Division II, Division III, JUCO, whatever it is, I mean, with technology today, you can watch any level.
ESPN 3.
Exactly.
ESPN 3.
Yeah. So, it's nothing that makes me more happy. I've done it since when I was coaching at River Ridge and seeing those boys play. And coming up, that my wife will just flip on Saturday TV and we'll find them and find a way to watch them, even if it's a live stream at one of the schools. So that's what I get excited for.
Next.
Xavier Clemente, play wide receiver, class of 2026. I just want to add on to TJ and Coach, persevering, fighting through each play, working hard on and off the field, keeping our GPAs up. perseverance was the key last season. We gave up on the second half on 3 of our 10 games that we played, and after that we picked it up, kept playing as a team, kept working hard, and yeah, perseverance.
There's that aha moment.
Yeah, and that's what you look forward to, the boys to develop. I mean, yes, football, we put it in as what was your record last year, wins and losses, but let's take it further down the road. It's what did the boys learn? Perseverance, because you can take that all the way down the road into your adult life. Hey, I know I've been in a place where it's been tough before, but I'm just going to keep working. We call him X. He does a phenomenal job. He stepped up last year and played a lot. We leaned on a lot in the spring game, and we can't wait to see, or I can't wait at least, to watch him on Friday nights, because that's all I do is I watch him play. Maybe I'll throw a play out there, but it's fun to watch him play.
My name is Ernest Lacotte, and I'm a right tackle, class 2025. And last year, I learned how to not give up, and even though times get hard, and you might think oh, we're gonna lose, and I learned not to give up. Even though it was my first year, I felt like I had a great year. I learned a lot of stuff, and I just learned not to give up, even when times get hard, and just keep going on and keep your head straight.
Yeah,
I love that. Never give up.
With Ernst, we're excited about what he brings to the table. I mean, talk about a guy that doesn't run out of energy ever. That's Ernst, and he's taken and it's only his second year of football. And the crazy thing, or at least with us, I'm not sure what your history was before.
My second year.
It's your second, right? And he's learned a lot. And it's funny because he kind of molded himself into a leadership role, and just because of his work ethic. And I mean, that is huge for me. And doing the right things, and I'm very proud of him. He's a good kid, great GPA, works his butt off. So I'm excited to see what he can do. We're going to move him just to one position. I'm trying to learn just to see where he fits in. Now we're going to let him take ownership of that right tackle position, and I think he's going to play pretty strong for us.
Name is Brendan Thompson, class of 2025, play O-guard and D-tackle. Last year was a bit of a struggle after the injury bug kind of hit us, and I think the seniors last year really took control after a couple of those games that we gave up at the end, and those practices at the end. They pulled us aside and talked to us, be like, hey, we got to fight for y'all. This is their senior year. We had to fight for them, and so I'm excited to do that this year and get to come back on the field and make our senior year stronger and better for all the seniors on this team. And we got a lot of young guys that I think can play and will be playing here for the next couple of years, and that make this program good and get our name out there. And I'm just excited.
Yeah. With we call him Skeeter. That's his our nickname for him. I don't know where it came from, but we'll take it. The great thing about Brendan here is I had him since I took over the program, and I didn't see the first 2 years what he could be until this last spring. And I knew he could be that, but I don't think he knew it. And just watching him from a technique perspective, I mean, it's almost clinic stuff what he's doing. It is really. I'm going to film it. We're going to sell it to other people. But the thing that's developed about him is just that leadership characteristic. And that's what we're cultivating, right? Young men that can go on and be leaders and do all that things. So I'm very excited to watch him play this year.
One thing I kind of as I'm covering in the media is when you look at a 5-5 record. If you're not in the media, you look at they're 5-5. The beauty of it is you get to see what the inside of it is. You get to see a little bit. You get to peel the onion back. And you realize what you have. You see what we were 5-5, but man, we were in every game.
Oh yeah, and that's as a coach and as a fan and as a player, that frustration can mount. But again, like I said, it can easily turn into losing a locker room, especially in year 2. Coach got lucky last season. We had the guys last season, whatever that may be. But to come in and finish that strong, is going to carry over into this season, and then we're going to build on that.
Yeah. Because we have a few more minutes, I'm just going to kind of end it. But let's talk about the district and the schedule a little bit here in the last few minutes. You're in the same district with the exception of Springstead. It's a fun district. I mean, from a media covering, it's a fun district to watch.
I agree. It's great football. I mean, between Mitchell, Wiregrass, and Sun Lake, it's very competitive. Mitchell's been an outstanding program consistently. And so, a lot of people, especially when we talk to Andy, or you guys talk when we talk about a measuring stick. So, we want to get after them. Wiregrass, I mean, with the excitement of the game last season, I'm sure it's going to spill over to this year. And I love that aspect. And then, we're very fortunate in Pasco to be one of the teams that have what we call the Butter Bowl, right? When you play that football game, no matter what records are, I mean, they go out the door, it's the great college rivalry where records go out the door, you don't know what's going to happen. But the fact is that we get to play in front of a packed stadium. I mean, students are all out, the community comes out, and it's just an amazing atmosphere for a high school player to play in. And I think that's a star for Pasco football because we have something like that. And then speaking of our non-conference games, we open up or we play the kickoff classic with Mineola, something that we haven't played them in my recent memory of what Name Lace has done. I think it's a great place to start on the schedule, a very tradition team. And then we have Cypress on the schedule, River Ridge. Obviously I played football with Freddie up in Canada, and so I'm happy to see him growing the River Ridge program. And so he'd be a guy that I always have on the schedule, right? He's a good coach, and I like to play them. Plus it's close. Zephyr Hills is on the schedule. I've liked what Coach Carroll's been doing, since I played at River Ridge. I mean, we've been in great games together, so it's a great area for Pasco football to be, and you want to be in those games and play good programs. I don't think it's fun that if you go out there and you just, score, nothing's happening. You want your heartbeat. Hey, what decision am I going to make, good or bad? The boys don't know that. They want to have that perseverance, that toughness that's built. Who else? We have Williston again this year. Obviously, that was a phenomenal team. And we went up there in a very small town football, and I think we opened our eyes to how good small town football is because they came out and really got after us. So now they're going to be at our place, and we're going to see what changes and how far we come along. I think they ended up one game before state or 2 games, but they went pretty far. Very good program.
I think they went to state final.
Yes, state final. Yes.
In the Final Four, I guess you would say. I believe they did.
Very good program. And I talked to Coach Pruitt even in the off season. Love what he's doing there. He does a great job. Then we finish up with Chapel and Leesburg's on there. That's a new add to the schedule. Love the area. I want the boys to be able to see, the football that's here in Pasco, but to go out, get on a road trip, and get out a little bit, have that unity that a football team, that camaraderie that only a football team can bring. And I think those road trips like that are really good for the boys. So we'll get out there and go up to Leesburg and see how we fare out there. But very excited for the season. Is it a tough schedule? Absolutely. But I think the boys have worked hard and they deserve it. Now, where it shakes off at the end of the day, it won't be my decision, right? It's what the boys want to do. It's when they play. If they decide, hey, we're going to go out and get this game, then we're going to do it. But we give them the opportunity to play, tough district, and see if we get in the playoffs or where we go from there. So I'm very excited. So I'm glad football's almost back. I've been watching all the CFL games, and now high school's back, and NFL's going, so it's football time. Ready to go.
It'll be around the corner. Then 10 weeks will go by, and we'll be looking at what happened to us. So, guys, thank you for coming out here today. Appreciate it. Good luck this season. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, players. Thank you, guys.
Always. Thanks for having us here today, and you guys do a great job. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Next on stage, we have the Zephyr Hill Bulldogs with head coach Nick Carroll. Your opening statements.
Okay, thank you for having us today. My name is Nick Carroll. I'm the head football coach at Zephyr Hills. This is my 9th year at Zephyr Hills High School. My 21st as a high school coach. From right to left, from down that way is Tristan Lennon, Samarian Black, Jaden Jones, and DJ Pickett.
All right. Coach, we're going to get started out there. 3 in a row, three-peat, going for the fourth district title. Not been done by many teams. I can probably only think of a handful that's even done it over the years. What's your realistic goal this year for this team? Just get to the district and get it to that regional final again?
Well, first of all, we want to be district champs. That's our goal. That was the goal that I started when we first got to Zephyr Hills 9 years ago. So we want to be district champs. We want to host playoff games, and obviously we want to win that third round, that's final round in this playoffs, moving into the semifinal. So yes, that is our goal. And naturally, everyone wants a state title, but we got to take one game at a time.
Okay. Coach, what do you got in your arsenal this year? I know you do lose some players. You definitely, of course, got some players coming back. But what's in the arsenal that you got for this season?
Well, we obviously these 4 guys to my right are part of the arsenal. So we got another quarterback in Xavier Jackson. He's a transfer from Tampa Bay Tech. We got a few more linemen. We got a couple more skill guys. These guys are a big part of our skill package. And then AJ Jackson, Javaris is a new kid from Wharton High School. Sanaya Black is another kid that's going to make a lot of noise. And then naturally, these guys down there are also going to be part of the arsenal.
Okay, good deal. Any media members want to come join up? Okay, come on up.
Thanks. It's good to see guys that I can walk 10 feet from my house and go visit you guys at practice, but come up here and do it. You guys all went through the PAL system together, went through Stewart together, and now entering senior season. Has it lived up to everything you guys hoped it would be, and what more do you have to accomplish? Go ahead, Tristan.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing being able to play with. And we want to win the district and everything, just win it all.
Can you restate the question again?
Well, you guys came through the PAL system together, went through Stewart. You wanted Stewart, you wanted PAL. I mean, what's left to accomplish, and how has this journey been to get to your senior year?
We first of all want to accomplish make it all to the next level together, being able to compete with each other or against each other, and just what else?
The journey.
Oh yeah, the journey. It's a lot. I moved to Zephyr Hills my 2nd grade year, and then ever since then I met these guys, and I call them my brothers now, so it's different. Hold on, DJ.
I mean, it's been a long journey. I feel like this year just to have fun with the guys and just enjoy this moment, because we don't know when we're gonna have this moment again. So I feel like this year just to enjoy the moment and just have fun this year with the players that we grew up with.
Now, the players you guys grew up with in PAL and at Stewart, how has that built the strength of the team that you guys are playing on now?
We know what we can all do, so we trust in each other, and we just been playing for so long, so it just really just come natural. We just trust what we can do as a team. So,
Coach, what we'll see in the fall is different from what we saw in the spring when it comes to who's behind under center. Now that you have Tristan in a running back position, I'm assuming, and not a quarterback, I mean, what does that do to your backfield?
Well, that helps us because now he can run the football and also play on defense. Because in the spring game, he was pretty gassed and he didn't play much defense. So being able to move him out in different positions and then for him to play on defense, that's going to make our team a lot better.
And on the defensive side of the ball with Truck and with Tristan and a lot of these kids, what do you see different this year on the defensive end?
I just think working through the summer with all our 7-on-7 stuff we did and how we implemented a new type of defense in the spring, they're going to be able to play really fast because we have speed on the perimeter and different skill positions to create pressure with those guys and their talent that they have.
And looking at the schedule is packed with a lot of talent. Is there anybody in particular, aside from Pasco, the obvious, is circled on the schedule?
No, I think every game is important to us. So I never underestimate any opponent. So every game is a big game for us.
DJ, the obvious question, now that the recruiting is over, what is the main focus now with these guys?
Like I said, this is really just about enjoying the moment. That's why I really just shut my recruitment down, just to help my team and grow with my team and focus on my team more this year. So that's really about it.
Nick, you and I talked on Wednesday with DJ's recruitment that we've had over the last couple of years. It's brought a lot of attention to other players. Talk to me a little bit about the advantages of having his recruitment, the byproduct of getting other kids looked at.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of recruiting has to do with measurables, right? And we have some really good measurables on our team. And so when coaches come to talk to DJ and myself, I'm able to help pass that torch to other kids for recruiting, so I get them in front of the coaches and speak highly about them and naturally and make sure that they see that product. So then when they see it, that's part of the recruiting process. So a lot of kids do get opportunities to be in front of college coaches, and we've had a lot in the last 3-4 years. And so a lot of these kids do have offers, or they're getting a lot of interest from those different universities.
And you've had one event every year, probably for the last 9 years, your Saturday Night Lights. How excited are you guys, each of you, to actually strap it up and start hitting somebody? Truck.
Go ahead. It's more than excitement to me, really. I can't really explain it. But, like, speaking on the topic, though, it's a lot of excitement rushing through my body right now. I ain't gonna lie, thinking about it.
I'm just excited to see how it all shapes up out there. The summer workouts, we've been working out together and stuff, and we've been clicking as a team. So I'm just excited to see how we shape up.
Tristan, Saturday Night Lights has been a tradition at Zephyr Hills. What's that like?
I'm just ready to put my pants back on.
DJ, you've seen the Saturday Night Lights from the stands, from the sideline, and from the field. Now, what is that experience like to have the whole community out and watching practice, watching you guys hit?
I mean, it's just basically just like another practice. It's intense every day. It's just that people are just watching. It's just that the community comes out, and that's just a blessing that we have. Like, the community comes out at every event that we have, and like they just support us real big. So, I mean, it's a good event that we have. And, I mean, for the community. So, yeah.
Thanks a lot. That's all I got, guys.
All right, I got a few questions for the talking all day. A few questions for the players here. DJ, you're a 4-year starter. You played since your freshman year on the varsity side of the football. You've gone through the recruiting process. What advice will you give young players as they're coming up this year? Outside of the program.
What I can say is just trust in yourself. Your time might not be now, but it's gonna come. And just keep working, and just if you don't see the results, they'll come. And just stay humble and just appreciate the people around you. Just treat everybody good, and just trust in God and just keep working.
Keep working hard no matter where you are or where you think you're at the peak. You're working hard for it. You continue.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Go through all of you guys. We'll start with you, DJ, as well. I know you run track, and I think you play baseball still. Any other sports you play?
No, I didn't play baseball.
You didn't play baseball this year?
Nah,
you did before.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did before. You played baseball as well. You did run track.
Yes, sir.
How does I've asked this question before. How does the running track or even playing baseball help with football?
I mean, from a DB standpoint, I mean, I played center field for baseball, so it helped me track the ball a little. Like it comes natural now. And then with track, I can definitely tell like it came like along with it helped me during football season because when I started running track, it really wasn't the best, and then I kept working at it and I got faster and it translated to the field, and it's just so much easier now.
Yeah, track seems like a natural transition. It's kind of like wrestling and weightlifting, but even baseball. It's like you said, playing center field and trying to track the ball down. It's just a bigger ball, right? Coming at you in football.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good. Next.
I also run track. I run a 400, so I really just use it to help my acceleration there on the football field and stuff.
You're about the third or fourth player that said they run 400 meters. It's a completely different training program than probably the 100 and the 200, and really helps you build the stamina. Is that what helps you the best with football?
I'm not too worried about the stamina part, but yes, sir.
Okay. All right, next.
I ran track and I played basketball, but I say both of them consist of getting to one spot faster than, like, what is it called? Like gaining ground fast. So, yeah.
It's just good to hear. Most of the players that we've talked to today have played multiple sports. It's not just the football, even though it's a 12-month program. Right, you're doing something for football, but you're getting a chance to play the other sports, and they can translate over to what you're doing in football. Tristan?
I ran track and played basketball. In track, I ran the 400 and the 200, and the 400 really like help with your mental toughness because it's a hard run. And basketball helps with like my defense, like staying in front of the guy.
Yeah. I personally like the 200. I think coming around that corner, I just got back from the NCAA championship, and where we were sitting, we were by the turn. So it's one of the most, to me, it's one of the most exciting parts of the track. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, thank you guys for coming today. Appreciate you guys being here. Good luck to the season. Hopefully, I will actually get out to see you guys once. I haven't figured which game that will be, but I'll get out there and see you guys one time. But thanks for coming out, and good luck this season.
Thank you for having us.
I'm an avid golfer, golf usually weekly, play a lot with my wife.
With the repetitive motion, as you know, with a lot of golfers, it's an unnatural motion that you put your body through.
After suffering for years with shoulder pain, Mike chose stem cell therapy as an alternative to surgery.
I'm just excited because patients that have been in pain for years that are now doing the things that they want to do, and Mike's just going to be adding to that list.
Call Aligned Integrative Medicine for exam and x-rays to see if you qualify for stem cell treatment.
Next on stage, we have the Mitchell Mustangs with Coach Durchek. Coach, a few minutes with some opening statements.
First of all, I want to thank Tom, Andy, and everyone for having us out here. It's a great opportunity. It's very much appreciative that everything you guys do for high school sports in Pasco County, kind of the forgotten area up here. So we appreciate the opportunity to be up here and that you put this on for us. That's all.
Great. I'm going to start off first. A year ago, we were talking about the Mitchell Mustangs and how young they were, right? And it might be a down year for the Mitchell Mustangs, if you can really believe that. And of course, a down year for you guys is probably 8-3, making the playoffs, I guess, is kind of what, right? But this year's still a young team. I think 5 of you up there are juniors, right? Am I correct on that?
4 to 5 up here
are juniors, right? But the difference this year is your juniors with experience. So this year we're talking about a young team, but with experience. And the meaning from the experience is not only just the record you had last year and going to the playoffs, but you guys have put up some numbers in regards to really kind kind of gets us exciting from the media side of going, okay, we're not talking that way no more. So, Coach, just kind of elaborate that transition from last year to this year.
Yeah, definitely you can see at the beginning of the year last year, they were younger guys. That was their first experience starting, a lot of them on the varsity level. It took a while for them to get together and figure out who we were and how we could play together. We had a very experienced offensive line, but all of our skill guys, I think -2 on the offensive side, were sophomores. We ended up starting a freshman receiver last year. So as the time went on throughout the season and getting to figure out how to best utilize these young kids, it really transitioned into success towards the end of the season, being able to make that push to make the playoffs last year. And then this year, they're not 14, 15-year-old kids anymore. They may still be that age, but they've got the experience of being on the big stage, playing on high school, playing in big games, close games, home and away, that we think will help keep the progression going and be able to be more successful this year.
I'm going to start here all the way to the right. Just give us your name, your position, and I'll come up with a question for you.
Caden Thomas, quarterback.
Quarterback. Okay, Caden, you threw for over 2,000 yards last season. Again, this is a team sport, but you also have personal goals that you have. What's your personal goal this year for the team?
Team-wise, I want us to go undefeated, obviously, but I really want the district championship. That's what I'm really looking forward to. And I feel like with the weight room and how we've been playing, I feel like we can get it done.
Bring it home. Yeah. Bring home the title, right? Okay.
Andrew Silva, left tackle.
Okay. What's your goals for the season? What do you again, let's start with personal and team goals.
For the team, it's been the talk of the county that Mitchell's not the same team we used to be. And after all the hard work we put through this offseason, I just want to prove that we are still, the champions of Madison County.
Yeah, I can tell you from the media, we see it. That's what I kind of opened up with is this is a young team. This is a team that you can look at it and see it in another year. God, one more year with what you guys accomplished last year. So I can tell you from the media, we're excited for you guys. So, okay, next.
RJ Peabody. I play receiver in DB. I would say goals, team-wise, I would like to create a bond with the people I play next to, my team. And a personal goal I have is definitely get the interception record for our school.
What's that? What's the interception record?
I couldn't tell you. I know it's high.
Maybe Cole Castro?
Cole Castro, yeah, it could be Cole. That's 10 then. I think it's Cole Castro, I believe.
And
we can figure that out for you.
I'm willing to work hard in order for me to get that.
You're the only senior up there.
No, this one is.
Oh, I think they're okay. There's 3 out of
Four juniors.
Four juniors and 1 senior.
Yeah.
Junior. Yeah, you're a junior as well. That's right. Okay. All right. I was going to have another question for you. Senior question. I'm going to go back. In the senior questions. What advice do you give the young guys coming up?
Just work hard and it will show. It may not show one day, but you stack days on top of days, and working hard is going to pay off.
Corey Sims, running back and linebacker. I would say for a personal goal, like RJ said, breaking more records, as I broke 3 this year at running back position. But for a team goal, I would say to prove ourselves and, build as a team and become better.
You guys were playing Wiregrass last year after the game, and I saw both of you. I saw you guys play. Didn't get the win that night, but what you saw was, man, this team, there's something here. There's something here. And I made the comment that this kid's going to lead the county in rushing one year. You led the county in touchdowns, just number two in rushing yards, but man, you got 2 more years to work and work hard at it. So exciting.
Yes, sir.
Bryce Backus, receiver and safety. For team goals this year, I definitely want to win a district championship and then hopefully go for a nice run in the playoffs. And then for personal goals, I want to go for 1,000 receiving yards and 100 tackles.
I was going to say, Mr. Do-It-All, I'm not sure I've seen a player anytime soon that had done more on offense and defense. And when I say that, it's putting productive numbers up there. It's one thing to play both ways, but to play the two positions that you do play and put up big numbers for it. So there's a lot of production here, Coach. There's a lot of production, and going into the season, it's got to give you a good feeling.
Yeah, I think the main thing the coach makes have to figure out is how to spread the ball out between all these athletes and all the skill positions we have. So you got to keep all of them happy, but I think they're good guys. They've grown up together. I think they started playing football when they came out of the womb together. So they've been together in this community, growing up, playing through the Trained Mustangs through Seventh Street Middle School. And so there's a culture that's around the Mitchell program that was one of the biggest things that I saw when I went there, that these kids want to play together, they want to grow up and play for the local high schools and so it's kind of neat. Really excited about these next 2 years coming up for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good problem to have, right? It's something good to know going into the season to have. For this team, and I don't want to compare teams, because that's just a loaded question for us. I'm not going to try to compare the two teams, but the potential of this team to go as far or further than the 20 team. I would say maybe not this year, maybe next year.
Yeah, that's the year before I came to Mitchell, but I was at that headwater game that year, so that was a special group of kids, and I think potential is a dangerous word because there's a lot of potential out there that's never realized. But this group of kids has the work ethic to know that they're not comparing themselves to that, but they definitely know that's a goal out there. And everyone's goal is to be playing on Thanksgiving and get into that regional championship game and try to get to that next level. So it's definitely on there, but you've got to play every game week to week. We came out last year and lost a close one as well for week 1. We went for 2 and didn't make it. So it was a tribute to these kids to be able to turn around and be slate and get back on track. But we want to make sure that we don't have any missteps and we just take week by week and win each week and see how everything falls out.
You brought up goals, so have to kind of. It's I believe week 1.
Week 1 again, yes.
Week 1 at goal for out in Mitchell.
I think we have a home this year.
You're at home. You got them at home this year. You guys got a lot of circles of games that I could ask the question and go, hey, which game is on your circle? It could be River Ridge. It could be Wiregrass. It could be golf. It could be. But to open up with golf, they're playing well. We had them on earlier. I think they're going to have another strong program as well coming into it. But just coming out that gate with a team that you lost to, and to be honest, not too many Pasco teams beat Mitchell.
Yeah, definitely it's good to play that team. We like playing teams like golf and Land Lakes and Wiregrass just because you're going to get their best. You have great coaching at those schools. Really focused on, they do things the right way, they coach the right way. So opening up Coach after Jesse's done a great job in the 4 years he's been over there now. And so, yeah, I mean, you don't want to look forward too far. We also have Palm Harbor in the Kickoff Classic, but you have to be able to know that every weekend and week out, Coach just built a schedule that if you don't pay attention, you come up and get knocked in the face. So we have to make sure we take care of everything we do.
But it prepares you for the season.
Oh, definitely.
And what you see with Mitchell, and again, I can just say from historically, is you see them each week, even as some of the better teams, the best teams that you've had out there, that just get better every week.
Yeah.
That seems like I'm sorry. To me, it's the coaching. We talked earlier about some of the teams that are up on the top of Pasco County, and the same theme is long tenured coaches and coaching staffs that have been with them for a while.
Yeah, the coaching staff at Mitchell is the best I've been around as a high school coach, not just on the field but in the locker room. We go to clinics together, we do things together, so it's a really tight-knit staff, and everyone knows their job, knows what their responsibility does, and everyone can trust each other to do the same thing, and step up if something happens that somebody can be super. So it's definitely a tribute to what Coach Schmitz and Coach Fenton have built there at Mitchell, and also goes to the administration and the support you get from the school to do things to help make the best program we can for the program.
Coach, what are the numbers going into practice in 2 weeks?
Yeah, in the summertime we work out from like 8 to 11. We split the JV and varsity up just because our weight room can't handle it all. Our JV numbers consistently been 45 to 50 all summer, and our varsity numbers are right around 40. So we're close to 90 something in the program.
A good problem to have. Definitely. Good problem to have. I think we still have a few more minutes here with you guys, so we'll kind of have a little bit of fun in regards to. Kane, we'll start with you. Do you play any other sports?
Yeah, I play basketball and track. I run track.
Basketball. I think I remember you. Again, I kind of follow basketball. I think I did see some of your highlights out there. How does it translate to football?
Yeah, basketball helps me in many ways. One, because like the competitiveness behind it, like it really like, because I'm not as good as basketball that I am football, so I'm like not one of the best players out there, but like I still push myself to be the best player on the court at all times, and like it just helps me like stay in shape really, because at quarterback I don't really gotta run around and do all this, but like basketball you gotta run back and forth all the way around the court.
You can run when you need to, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I would say I think you can run. You got to run back there in the category there.
Yeah.
All right.
I do wrestling and weightlifting. I think weightlifting for me is like, it's not only about lifting weights. It helps the whole body. Like it helps my shoulders. It just helps me push better, especially in the O-line. We do a lot of pushing, and like the cleans and stuff. It just helps me push like people off. And I think that translated a lot in the off season. How we came to the Hudson game, it was a lot helpful. And weightlifting, wrestling just helps in the whole aspect of cardio and endurance.
Yeah. Handwork, footwork, in regards to that as well. Yeah, we've had quite a few guys up here say wrestling, especially linemen, which you know, I would, if I was a coach, I'd be encouraged, hey, get out there weightlifting and so forth. So, okay. RJ?
I would definitely say track, because track, it really like you need to be relaxed and mobile when running like your 100, 400, like some of these guys said. And because I run like 100, 200, so for me for the 200, I need to know when, like the exact moment for me to reach my top speed and when to kick in. And it's just like just to stay like relaxed, really like keeps me like in that football state. So I know like during like certain situations I need to be relaxed and not get in my head too much.
Okay. What's your 100 time?
Say like 11:3, I believe.
11:3. Okay. All right. Corey?
I also do track, and I would say being able to run and practice track, it helps with endurance, which is very important for football. Being a running back, you're always running, so I say endurance and like being able to work on your technique has helped with like speed and stuff like that, so that's also a very good.
What's your 100 time?
Like 11:5.
11:5. All right.
I run track too, and I run the 100 and 200. And I think track really helps with football because it helps you build endurance and speed, which you both need, especially with playing both sides of the ball, like practice, doing all the running and stuff. It just helps me build my endurance to be able to keep up through the whole games.
Okay. I think everyone we've asked that question to today has played another sport.
Yeah, I think Coach Smith does a good job of encouraging these kids to be multi-sport athletes. Have a really good relationship with the baseball coach. The basketball coach is not going now, but we have a good relationship with the new basketball coach. And then Coach Burke and I both coach track, so we're able to work together. And Coach McFarland is the weightlifting team, so we really try to share athletes to make sure these kids are well-rounded, get different opportunities to get beat, not just football.
As good as Mitchell is at soccer, I thought maybe you're one soccer. Probably a kicker.
We need a kicker this year, so we're reaching out to see if
you guys got a good soccer program as well. So, guys, thank you for coming out today. Appreciate coming out. Good luck this season. I will be at the Wiregrass Mitchell game. So that is one that I have circled on already. So good luck to you guys, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When you play football, you develop this mentality that you can withstand anything. You're Mr. Tough Guy. So years I had been battling. I was just excited to finally meet someone who knew what I was going through, who saw my pain, to think that in a matter of one treatment, and it got better and better as I began to get treatments throughout the month. Why would you deal with this pain for another day?
Next on stage, we have the Sun Lake Seahawks with head coach Jay Coach, with some initial comments.
Well, thank you for having us. This is a great event. I look forward to it. This is my second time doing it with Sun Lake. I'm excited. I think our team is excited to be here, and we'll see how they speak here in a minute. We're going to find out about that, but I think they're glad to be part of this. We've been working really hard. I think we're due for a turnaround season. Last year was a pretty tough year for us, but we're excited about the future, and we've been working really, really hard in the weight room and conditioning, and we're hoping for much better things this year.
Coach, let's start off with, and I've heard good numbers that you guys have that are coming out for the summer workouts. What do you expect on July 29th when you start practice?
I mean, I think we could be anywhere between 80 and 100 kids. I mean, it just depends on, the numbers of freshmen that we end up getting. But I think where we are right now is we're probably high 70s, low 80s that we've been running throughout the summer. Our senior numbers are way up, from like 15 to 25. So it was very important last year that we flip our numbers. I told last year's team that we were so out of balance. I mean, with 15 seniors on last year's team and 40 freshmen, it was just we had to flip our numbers, and we've taken big steps toward doing that, and I think that's really going to pay off because our JV players will actually get to play JV, and our varsity players will play varsity, and that's going to make a big difference in our program. I feel like it'll really help us.
Coach, what do you contribute to flipping those numbers? Is that being on campus and walking the halls and talking to the kids?
No, not really. I mean, we made a concerted effort last year. I mean, I just made a decision at the beginning of the season that we were going to start 22 players on JV, and we were going to start another 22 on varsity. We had no two-way starters at either level. Now, we did have players that played some on both sides of the ball, but it was just something that I just made a decision early on that we were never going to go through this numbers situation again. We were going to make sure that we return a lot of guys who have played, and and I think that was the biggest part of us being able to get these numbers. When players know that they have a chance to get on the field, the word spreads and everybody knows they have an opportunity. And the other thing is our middle school really has done a great job feeding us players. I mean, in the past, a lot of their players have moved on and gone to other schools and not necessarily stayed at their home school. And it's been really good this year because they have, the majority of that 8th grade class out of Rushi last year, they stayed, they came to us. So that's exciting stuff also.
I've said over the years, I've with teams that are kind of schools that are neighboring each other with Land O'Lakes and Sun Lake, and you can go on the east side or the west side, and typically one of them's up, one of them's down. Kind of been most cases, almost 9 out of 10. But this year, I think it can change. I think Land O'Lakes is going to put a good team on the field. I think you guys have that potential to put it on the field. So I think that balance can change.
Well, that's great for our community. I mean, we don't need one up and one down. We both need to be up, and we need to not only compete and battle in the Butter Bowl, which is probably, one of the biggest games in this county. That game needs to always be competitive. But on top of that, I mean, it would be nice for Land O'Lakes, the community, to be represented with a couple playoff teams every year. I mean, I'm for Land O'Lakes. I hope they do well. I mean, I hope they don't beat us, but I hope they do well. And, them doing good helps everybody.
Absolutely. The Butter Bowl, we talked a little bit about it. Coach Goodspeed touched on it briefly in the Butter Bowl, but it doesn't matter if one team's 0-8 and one team's 8-0. That game is, you don't take it. It's the Auburn-Alabama game. I always contributed to that because I think everyone I've seen or covered, it's been a ball game. So.
Well, we found that out last year. I mean, we were obviously struggling and had a down season, but that game, I believe it was 6-6 at halftime. So I mean, they ended up getting us, but it was a battle, at the half, and our kids really did, rise up to play that game and as hard as they could, and it was a testament to everything everybody had told me. It was my first Butter Bowl, so everything people had told, it lived up to all of that. It really draws a lot of hype, and both teams really want it bad, and both communities want it bad. So it has all the makings of a huge rivalry year in and year out.
It's what high school football is.
Exactly.
It should be.
Exactly.
It's what it really should be in regards to. We're gonna go to the players. We're gonna start over here on the right. Name and position. And here's a question for each of you. Same question in regards. What did you guys learn from last year and you taking into this year?
Is this on?
Should be on.
Matt Hopkins, class of 25, linebacker. We
Who's
definitely learned.
Name again?
Matt Hopkins.
Okay.
Class of 25, linebacker. We definitely learned perseverance. It was a tough season, but not working.
Try that.
It was a tough season, but we took a lot away from it coming into this next one. I mean, we learned how to work hard and just stay in the games as much as we could and get better. And we've just been working every day to make sure that doesn't happen again, and it won't.
Okay. Next.
Blake Calzon, 25 DB. We definitely learned from last year, like you said, perseverance. And then just staying in the game. Hard work for sure, because last season, we were working hard and stuff, but everybody's kind of pushing to work harder because we want to improve from last season. And everybody's obviously looking at us and stuff, so. Yeah.
Grayson Gilmore, defensive end and linebacker, class of 2025. I'm actually new to Sun Lake's team and coaching staff this season. I used to go to Sun Lake back my freshman year and sophomore year, and I came back because I saw the culture that they're building over here. I really like the way that Coach Fulmer is building up the new program. So what I picked up on is just everybody's there to work hard, everybody's there to win, everybody's there for the right reason. So we're really there to make something happen, and we're going to put on a special year this year. It's going to be something that no one's seen in the past couple of years from Sun Lake, so it's going to be a good year.
I'm Brendan Finan. I'm an offensive tackle and D-line. And there's a couple things that we learned from last season. Like in the trenches, we just got to put muscle on and get strength, because we got to win with the one-on-ones and just battle, because we can't get manhandled in there because it doesn't give our skill guys a chance to do anything. So, but yeah, we just got to keep our heads down and grind.
Okay.
Class of 2025, linebacker, long snapper. I think we learned dedication from last year. We lost when we were 1-9, and I think every game our team kept getting dedicated to keep going out there. It's dedication to keep going out there. You get emulate that. So I really think the dedication of everyone going back out there and keep fighting no matter what.
Okay. How'd you become a long snapper?
Sorry, what?
How'd you become a long snapper?
So sophomore year, our long snapper got hurt, and our coach put me in there, and ever since then I just kept practicing. I want to go out every day and practicing, and it's my day now.
It's a unique position. It's needed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the kicker, kind of. And I need that kicker. I need 3 points. May not get in the game, the kickoffs and stuff like that, but I think you might have been the first long snappers who said they were a long snapper today.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked that question. How did you become it? Because typically your center coach, and you've probably seen this over the years, is not always the same as your long snapper.
Well, he's not just a long snapper either. He's being very modest. He's a 4-star long snapper with college offers already. So
there you go.
He works really hard at it, and and I'm glad that he's worked as hard as he has, and he's learned as much about that at camps and things as he has, because he's become kind of our long snapping coach too. We have a player that's starting to work on that right now, so that he would possibly be ready to take his spot when Zeke graduates. So that's going to be vital. That's not a position you want to be without. I mean, that'll get you beat really quick.
talk about changing field position really quickly on a punt or anything in regards to it. One bad snap, and boy, that momentum can change field positions.
Well, these guys have all heard me say many times that special teams is the fastest way to win a game. It's also the fastest way to lose a game. And, so we don't want errors in a kicking game at all.
Coach, we got a few minutes here. Kind of final question, maybe a little loaded, but a realistic goal. I posted this week that looking at the schedules that you guys have, I think front-loaded, competitive games. The back end of it is definitely the tougher part of it. You get into the district part of it, but you can definitely see some games here that could be the favorites going into it and pulling out the wins. Even the back, I'm not saying the back five you can't, no, by no means, but just as far as looking at it from that perspective, it's a good schedule.
Well, I didn't have any say in last year's schedule. I mean, that schedule was made before I got there, and that schedule was made just quite honestly for a different team, a team that didn't exist. And so we are very happy with the schedule we have, because I think we have a team now that is better than what we expected for this schedule that we have now. So, I mean, realistically, I think it was 2016 the last time Sun Lake had a winning season. So, that's where you got to start. I mean, just winning more than you lose. I mean, if we can get to that 6-7 win mark, 6 would be great, 7 would be fantastic. I mean, we would love to get to that point, and just, you got to still have building blocks. And, the players, I told them all last season, and I've told them this whole off season that, maybe I'm just insane, but, I enjoy the process. I mean, I know the community, it's tough, when you're building and that you're outgunned and outmanned in so many spots and so many things not going your way. But, I've been through this process so many times, and, I'm not going to, make a big deal about that I'm ancient and how old I am, but I've done it a lot, and it's very gratifying, as a coach, and I like teaching my coaches how to do this. I mean, I think it's important to start things at the ground floor. I mean, Coach Browning just did a fantastic job at Sun Lake back when he opened the school and opened the program, and honestly, no offense to anyone, but it just hasn't been like that since he left, and so that's what we're striving for, and we just want to put a program that can win every season and win more than they lose, and hopefully we can start getting in the playoffs and making some noise.
Yeah, there's something to be said about experienced coaches. Like you said, you kind of know that I've been through these, and there's a way out. There's a light at the end of the tunnel with it, and
well, it starts with good players. I mean, it's easy to work miracles when you have, quality players in every position. When you have linemen that can move people, and you have defensive linemen that can fight off double teams, and linebackers that are flying all over the place, and skill kids that are open and catch the ball, and a tailback that can break away, and quarterbacks that do their job. I mean, when you have all those kind of things, when the pieces all start coming together, it makes coaching much easier. I mean, I find myself right now, not having to work nearly as hard, and to repeat myself so many times as I did last year, when everything's new. I mean, these kids understand our verbiage, and we move very quickly now.
Guys, thank you for coming out. Appreciate seeing you guys. Good luck to the season. And again, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.